The mating bond snapped into place with the force of a physical blow, a searing, golden thread of pure power that lanced through my chest and anchored itself to my soul. But the triumphant roar that echoed in my skull wasn't Samuel's. The eyes I stared into, wide with the same horrific realization, weren't his stormy gray. They were a cold, venomous green. Jackson's lips were smeared with my blood, his smile a brutal slash of victory. I had bound myself for life to the wrong alpha, but I'm getting ahead of myself. It didn't start with blood. It started with a stolen car and a storm. Where are you watching from? Don't forget to subscribe and like to follow Sophia's story. The only thing louder than the thunder cracking over the mountains was the sound of my stolen sedan's engine screaming as I pushed it way past its limits. Rain slashed the windshield in near-horizontal sheets, the wipers fighting a useless battle. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, every muscle in my body coiled tight with a fear that was 3 parts exhaustion and 1 part primal, screaming instinct. I shouldn't have taken the car. But the alternative, staying in that city, in that life, was a slower, quieter death. Just a little farther, I whispered to the shuddering car, or maybe to myself. The map on my phone had died 20 miles back, along with the last bar of service. I was running on memory now, on the desperate directions Grace had mumbled to me over a static-filled call 2 days ago. Find the Blackwood territory, Soph. Ask for Samuel. He's different. My best friend's voice had been thin with her own fear. She'd gotten out 6 months before me. She knew what I was running from. A shape loomed out of the sheeting rain, a massive, ornate iron gate spanning the road, flanked by stone pillars. Blackwood. Relief, sharp and sweet, flooded me. I skidded to a halt, the car lurching sideways in the mud. This was it. Sanctuary. I was fumbling for the door handle when the world exploded. A colossal, midnight-furred wolf slammed onto the hood of my car with a deafening crash of buckling metal. The windshield webbed into 1,000 cracks under its paws. I screamed, scrambling back across the seat as hot, rain-drenched breath fogged the glass. Its eyes were not the eyes of an animal. They were intelligent, furious, and a stormy, piercing gray. An alpha's eyes. The driver's side door was ripped from its hinges with a metallic shriek. A hand, a human hand, reached in, clamped around my upper arm, and hauled me out into the punishing rain as if I weighed nothing. I stumbled, my boots sinking into the cold mud, the rain instantly soaking me to the skin. He was enormous, even for a werewolf. Bare-chested, wearing only low-slung sweatpants, his body was a landscape of hard muscle and old, silvery scars. Water streamed down the planes of his chest, and his stark, handsome face, which was currently twisted into a snarl. This was no welcoming party. Who sent you? His voice was a low growl that vibrated in my own chest, deeper than the thunder. His grip on my arm was iron, unyielding. "Gee, Grace," I stammered, my teeth chattering from cold and terror. "Grace sent me. She said to ask for Samuel." His eyes narrowed, the gray darkening. "I am Samuel, and Grace had no right to send strays to my gates without warning, especially not ones driving a car that reeks of another pack." He leaned closer, his nostrils flaring. "You smell of panic and petrol and Jaxon." The name was a spike of ice in my gut. How could he possibly know? "I'm not with him, I'm running from him." The words tore out of me, raw and desperate. "Please, I just need a place to stop for a night." He studied me, his gaze scouring my face, seeing too much. The fading bruises on my jaw, the perpetual wariness in my eyes, the way I held myself slightly hunched, as if expecting a blow. His expression didn't soften, but the snarl eased from his lips. "Jaxon Blackwood's rejects are not my problem. He is a poison, and I will not have his leavings taint my lands." "I'm not his anything," I shouted, anger briefly overpowering fear. "He's a monster." For a second, something flickered in his eyes, not sympathy, but a sharp, knowing recognition. He finally released my arm, and I stumbled back a step, rubbing the spot where his fingers had been. "I'd have bruises tomorrow." "One night," he said, the words a concession that seemed to irritate him. You stay in the guest lodge, you do not wander, you speak to no one without my say-so. At dawn, you leave. Understood. I nodded, too overwhelmed to argue. One night was more than I had an hour ago. He turned and began striding up the gravel drive toward a cluster of lights in the distance, a large, rustic lodge-style main house and several smaller cabins. Keep up, he threw over his shoulder, not bothering to see if I followed. I hurried after him, my legs trembling. The rain began to ease to a cold drizzle. As we passed the main house, a broad-shouldered man with kind eyes and a shock of reddish hair stepped onto the porch. Samuel. Everything all right? Bradley, Samuel said, not breaking stride. Our guest will be in the empty lodge. See, she has dry clothes and a meal, nothing more. Bradley's eyebrows shot up, but he simply nodded. Yes, Alpha. The guest lodge was a small, neat cabin set apart from the others. Samuel pushed the door open and stood aside, a silent, imposing command to enter. The interior was simple: a bed, a chair, a small fireplace already laid with wood. It was clean and dry. It looked like heaven. I stepped across the threshold, the warmth of the room hitting me. I turned to say something, thanks, maybe, or another plea, but the words died in my throat. Samuel was standing in the doorway, filling it completely. The storm in his eyes had quieted to a turbulent simmer. He was looking at me not as a threat, but as a puzzle. What's your name? He asked, his voice quieter now. Sophia, I whispered. Sophia. He tested my name on his tongue, and it sounded different coming from him. Waited. Sleep, you're safe tonight. Then he closed the door, and I heard the distinct, final sound of a heavy bolt sliding into place on the outside. Safe, locked in. The line between the two felt dangerously thin. I was exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. The silence of the woods was absolute, broken only by the drip of water from the eaves. I changed into the soft, borrowed clothes Bradley had brought with a quiet smile, sweatpants, and a hoodie that smelled of pine and fresh air. I ate the stew he'd left by the door. My body was sated, but my nerves were live wires. Hours must have passed. The fire had burned down to embers when the new sound started. A low, rhythmic scratching at the base of the door. My breath hitched. An animal. I crept closer, peering into the darkness. Little bird in a cage. A voice slithered through the keyhole. A voice I knew, a voice that haunted my worst dreams. Smooth, arrogant, and laced with malice. Did you really think you could fly so far? My blood turned to slush in my veins. It couldn't be, it was impossible. Jaxon, I breathed, paralyzed, a soft, dark chuckle. I missed you, Sophia. Samuel always did have a soft spot for broken things, but you belong to me. And I've come to collect. The bolt on the door began to rattle, not from the inside, but from the outside, as if being worked by a skilled, determined hand. The lock was giving way. I backed away until my legs hit the bed, my eyes fixed on the shuddering door handle. I was trapped. Samuel thought I was safe behind a locked door. He thought the threat was outside his territory. He was wrong. The threat was already inside. The metallic click-click-click of the lockpick working against the deadbolt was the only sound in the world. My breath froze in my lungs. Jaxon was here. Samuel's gate, his territory, his lock, none of it had stopped him. The handle began to turn. I scrambled backward, my socked feet slipping on the wooden floor until my spine hit the rough-hewn log wall beside the cold fireplace. There was nowhere to go. The window was sealed shut, a fact I'd checked the moment Bradley left. The only exit was the door now being breached. The handle stopped turning. The picking sound ceased. A low, familiar chuckle seeped through the thick wood. Little mouse, I can smell your fear, it's sweet. My hands clawed at the wall behind me, searching for a weapon, a tool, anything. There was only the empty hearth and a wrought iron poker set I'd already dismissed as useless against a werewolf. My gaze darted to the bedside lamp. I could throw it. It would do nothing but make him angrier. You shouldn't have run, Sophia, Jaxon crooned, his voice a velvet-covered blade. And you certainly shouldn't have come to him. Samuel doesn't protect strays, he puts them down. He gave me sanctuary, I forced out, my voice a thin, reedy thing. He knows you're here, he'll come. Jackson's laugh was richer this time, genuinely amused. My dear, confused girl, do you think I walked through his front gate? His betas are patrolling the perimeter, looking outward. They always look outward. They never think to look in. The lockpick resumed its methodical work. He's probably asleep, dreaming of his pure, uncomplicated pack. He doesn't want you here, you're a complication. A piece of trash I left on his doorstep. Tears of pure terror blurred my vision. He was right. Samuel had made his disgust perfectly clear. I was Jackson's leavings. A problem. Why would he risk a fight with another alpha for me? He'd given me a night, a technicality, a box to die in neatly. Click, a final, definitive sound. The deadbolt slid back with a heavy thunk. I stopped breathing. The door didn't swing open immediately. It was that theatrical pause he loved, the moment of exquisite dread before the strike. I saw the shadow of feet under the door. Then, slowly, the knob turned again, and the door pushed inward. Jaxon filled the doorway. He wasn't in his wolf form, but he didn't need to be. He was just as terrifying in human skin, tall, impeccably dressed in dark trousers and a sweater that looked absurdly soft, his dark hair perfectly in place despite the storm and the clandestine entry. His amber eyes glowed with a predatory light as they found me, pinned against the wall. "There you are," he whispered, a smile playing on his lips. He stepped inside and closed the door quietly behind him, as if he were a guest paying a late-night visit. The casualness of it was a horror all its own. He took a deep, deliberate breath, his eyes closing in pleasure. "You've been in Samuel's space. I can smell his stench all over this cabin, but underneath it there you are, my Sophia." "I'm not yours," I choked out. "You are everything that is mine," he said, his voice dropping, all pretense of amusement gone. "You ate my food. You slept under my roof. You enjoyed my protection. That makes you mine. And you don't get to renounce that. You don't get to run to a rival and make me look weak." He took a step forward. I flinched so hard my head knocked against the wall. "Grace got away from you," I spat, a desperate, stupid attempt to wound him. "She's free." His expression darkened for a fraction of a second before smoothing into a mask of cold control. Grace was a diversion. A pretty, chattering distraction. He took another step. "You are the prize, you have a spine, I like that. I want to see how long it takes to break it." He was within arm's reach now. The scent of him, sandalwood, iron, and raw power, flooded the small room, overwhelming the pine and wood smoke smell of the lodge. My legs trembled, threatening to give way. "Samuel will kill you if he finds you here," I whispered, my last pathetic defense. "Let him try," Jaxon said, and his hand snapped out. I cried out, twisting away, but his fingers didn't close on my arm. Instead, they brushed a strand of hair from my face, a grotesque parody of tenderness. His touch was searingly hot. "He won't find me. And by the time he checks on his little refugee in the morning, you'll be gone. Back where you belong. We'll be long gone." His plan was clear. He wasn't here to kill me in Samuel's territory and start a war. He was here to steal me back, silently, proving he could violate Samuel's borders with impunity. A double humiliation. His hand moved to cup my chin, forcing my head up. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear the triumph in his gaze. "Open your eyes," he commanded, his voice layering with the subtle, compelling force of an alpha's will. My body rebelled, my eyelids fluttering open against my desperate desire to shut him out. "Good girl. Now you're going to walk out of here with me. Quietly. You're not going to scream, you're going to come home." The command wormed its way into my mind, a thick, syrupy pressure trying to smooth out my fear and replace it with numb compliance. I fought it, the internal struggle making my stomach heave. I was human. His compulsion shouldn't work on me as strongly as on a wolf, but my connection to him, my time in his world, had left me vulnerable. My muscles unlocked, my posture beginning to slacken. "That's it," he murmured, his thumb stroking my cheek. "No more fighting, it's over." And for a terrifying second I believed him. The exhaustion, the terror, the hopelessness, it crested like a wave, and I felt myself starting to drown in it to give in. To just go with him and accept whatever fate awaited, because at least the running would be over. A guttural roar shattered the night. It wasn't a human sound. It was pure, bestial fury vibrating through the very logs of the cabin. The window pane rattled in its frame. Jackson's head whipped toward the door, his compulsions snapping like a taut string. I gasped, staggering as the pressure vanished. The roar was followed by the sound of splintering wood, not from my door but from the main lodge 100 yards away. Then, a voice, amplified by rage and authority, shook the clearing. Jaxon, it was Samuel. He wasn't asleep. And he sounded like the end of the world. Jackson's face transformed from smug control to snarling fury in an instant. He felt that, he hissed, more to himself than to me. He'd used his alpha command, and Samuel, the alpha of this territory, had felt the ripple of foreign power being exerted within his borders. "He's coming," I breathed, a wild, impossible hope flaring in my chest. "Not fast enough," Jaxon snarled. All pretense of a quiet abduction vanished. His hand clamped around my upper arm like a vice of heated iron. "We're leaving, now." He yanked me toward the door. I dug my heels in, grabbing at the doorframe with my free hand. "No, Samuel, help," Jaxon backhanded me. The world exploded into white light and ringing silence. I tasted blood, my head snapping to the side. My grip on the doorframe failed, and I stumbled, my knees buckling. He didn't pause, dragging me bodily across the threshold and out into the cold, rainy night. The storm had lessened to a freezing drizzle. The clearing was dark, but light now blazed from the main lodge. Shadows, huge, swift-moving shadows, were detaching from the tree line, converging on the guest cabin. Blackwood pack wolves, responding to their alpha's call. Jaxon hauled me across the muddy ground toward the dense forest on the opposite side of the clearing from the main lodge. He was preternaturally strong, and I was a rag doll in his grasp, my feet dragging troughs in the wet earth. "Let her go." The voice came from directly ahead of us, calm and deadly. Samuel stepped out from between two towering pines. He was barefoot, wearing only a pair of sweatpants low on his hips, his torso bare and gleaming in the diffuse moonlight. Raindrops slid over the hard planes of his chest, and the intricate, dark tattoos that swirled over his shoulders and down his arms. He wasn't in wolf form, but he seemed larger than he had in the lodge, a primal force contained in human shape. His silver eyes burned with a cold, incandescent fire fixed on Jaxon. Jaxon stopped, pulling me roughly in front of him, an arm locking around my chest. I was a shield. The coppery scent of my blood from my split lip filled the space between us. "Cousin," Jaxon said, his voice dripping with false camaraderie. "You're up late." "You're in my territory," Samuel said, each word a chip of ice. "You violated my borders. You used compulsion under my roof. Release the human. Now." "She's not yours to command," Jaxon replied, his fingers digging into my ribs. I whimpered, the pain sharp. "She's a runaway. I'm just collecting what's mine. A simple domestic matter, no need for pack business." "You made it pack business the moment you crossed my line." Samuel's gaze flicked to me, to the blood on my mouth, and the cold fire in his eyes flared hotter. "She came to me for sanctuary. I granted it for the night. That makes her my responsibility until sunrise. You have no claim here." A low growl rumbled from Jaxon's chest. "Your responsibility? Since when do you care for human strays, Samuel? Since when do you sully your hands with Jaxon's rejects?" He shook me slightly. "She's nothing. A pet that got loose. Let me take her and go, and we can avoid unpleasantness." 4 massive wolves, their fur dark and hackles raised, emerged from the shadows to flank Samuel. Bradley was among them. I recognized his intelligent, wary eyes. They stood silent, waiting for their alpha's word. Samuel didn't even glance at them. His entire being was focused on Jaxon. "You think you can slink onto my lands, attack someone under my protection, and just walk away? You've grown arrogant, Jaxon, or stupid." The air grew thick, charged with a pressure that made my ears pop. It was the feeling of 2 immense powers clashing, silent and invisible. The wolves behind Samuel lowered their heads, lips peeling back from teeth. Jackson's arm tightened until I couldn't breathe. You would start a war over a human. I would finish a war over a principle, Samuel countered, taking a slow, deliberate step forward. You disrespected my territory, my law, that cannot stand. Let her go. The command in his voice was different from Jackson's. It wasn't a compulsion aimed at me. It was a decree of pure alpha authority, a demand for obedience from a subordinate. It shook the trees. Jaxon flinched. It was minute, but I felt it. He was strong, but here, in the heart of Samuel's power, he was at a disadvantage. His eyes darted, calculating. He was outnumbered, and Samuel was blocking his easiest escape route. Fine, Jaxon spat the word venomous. Take your precious principle. He didn't shove me away, he threw me. With a brutal heave, he launched me sideways, directly at Samuel. I flew through the air, a cry torn from my throat. Samuel's focus broke for a split second as he moved to catch me, his arms coming up. It was the distraction Jaxon needed. As Samuel caught me against his chest, the impact knocking the last of my breath away, Jaxon shifted. There was no slow morphing, just a blur of motion and a sound of tearing fabric. Where the man had stood, a massive, sleek black wolf now crouched. It was larger than the Blackwood wolves, its eyes the same burning amber. With a snarl that promised vengeance, it whirled and plunged into the forest, moving with impossible speed. The Blackwood wolves surged forward to give chase, but Samuel's voice stopped them. Hold! They skidded to a halt, quivering with the need to pursue. I was shaking violently, clutched against Samuel. He was immovably solid, radiating a heat that seared through my wet, borrowed clothes. The scent of him, frost, pine, and something fiercely wild, replaced Jackson's cloying aroma. I couldn't stop the tremors that racked my body. Samuel set me on my feet, his hands firm on my shoulders to steady me. His expression was carved from granite as he looked down at me, his eyes scanning my face, the bloody lip. The terror I knew was written in every line of me. Did he mark you? Samuel's voice was rough, the fury still simmering beneath the surface. I shook my head, unable to speak. He tried to take me, he almost did. Samuel's jaw tightened. He looked toward the woods where Jaxon had vanished. He won't come back tonight. He got his message. His gaze returned to me, and the anger in it was now mixed with something colder, assessment. But he was right about one thing. I stared up at him, waiting for the blow. You are a complication, Samuel stated, his voice flat. By claiming my sanctuary, you've drawn a line. He sees you as a challenge now, a trophy to be stolen from me. If I put you out that gate at sunrise, you'll be dead before noon. He'll be waiting. The fragile hope I'd felt curdled into a new, deeper dread. So, what happens at sunrise? My voice was a raw scrape. Samuel was silent for a long moment, the drizzle painting his skin with a sheen of moisture. The wolves watched us, their glowing eyes unblinking. The main lodge lights were like distant, unattainable beacons of safety. Bradley, Samuel said, not taking his eyes off me. The large gray wolf trotted forward, shifting as he came. In moments, Bradley stood there, dressed in simple pants he must have stashed nearby. His expression was carefully neutral. Take her to the main lodge, the west guest room, post 2 guards on the door. Samuel's fingers finally released my shoulders. She stays until I decide what to do with her. Yes, Alpha, Bradley said, nodding. Samuel turned to go, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. His silver eyes pinned me in place. You brought a wolf to my door, Sophia. You don't get to just hide anymore. The game has changed. He walked away, disappearing into the dark toward the main lodge, leaving me standing in the freezing rain with Bradley. Come on, Bradley said, his voice kinder than his Alpha's. He gestured for me to follow. Numb, I stumbled after him, away from the violated guest cabin, toward the bright lights of the main lodge. The west guest room, not a cabin, a room inside his den. Guards on the door. I was no longer a temporary refugee. I was a prisoner of a different kind. And as I climbed the steps to the sprawling lodge, the weight of Samuel's final words settled on me like a physical chain. The game has changed. And from the dark forest at the edge of the clearing, I could have sworn I heard the faintest echo of a howl. The echo of Samuel's words, "He'll be waiting," was a cold stone in my stomach as Bradley led me, not gently, toward the main lodge. My legs were rubber, my mind a frantic, spinning thing replaying the feel of Jackson's hands, the sound of his voice inside my skull. I was no longer just a problem to be removed at dawn. I was bait, a spark in dry tinder. The main lodge was a different beast entirely from the guest cabin. It was built of massive, dark logs, with a wide porch that seemed to watch the clearing. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of pine, wood smoke, and something else, a deep, musky wildness that was undeniably pack. The space was open, dominated by a great stone fireplace, with fur rugs scattered over wide plank floors. It felt ancient and alive, a heart beating in the center of the territory. I was given no tour. Bradley's grip on my arm was firm, a silent warning against any resistance, as he marched me down a shadowy hallway and into a room at the west end. It was spacious, with a large bed, a heavy dresser, and a window that looked out into the dense, night-shrouded woods. A bathroom adjoined it. It was, by any normal measure, a lovely guest room. But the door had a solid, new-looking deadbolt on the outside. "Get some rest," Bradley said, his voice neutral. He didn't meet my eyes. "Alpha's orders. He'll speak with you in the morning." The lock clicked into place with a finality that made me flinch. I was a prisoner in a nicer cage. Rest was impossible. Every rustle of wind in the pines outside the window made me jump, my eyes straining to see a pale wolf shape in the darkness. I paced, the plush rug doing little to muffle the frantic rhythm of my steps. I checked the window. It was locked, and a sheer two-story drop to the ground below. The adrenaline of the attack had faded, leaving a hollow, trembling exhaustion in its wake, but my nerves were live wires. I ended up sitting on the floor, my back against the bed, facing the door. The memory of Jackson's compulsion was a fresh wound. It hadn't been a suggestion. It had been a command, drilled directly into my will, trying to override everything I was. I had fought it, a screaming rebellion in the core of my being, but my body had begun to obey. If Samuel hadn't come. I didn't let myself finish the thought. The night stretched on, silent and heavy. At some point, I must have dozed, because the sound of the deadbolt sliding back jolted me awake, my heart hammering against my ribs. Dawn was just a gray suggestion, at the edges of the window. It wasn't Bradley. Samuel filled the doorway, his broad shoulders blocking most of the light from the hall. He had changed, now wearing a simple dark t-shirt and jeans, but he looked no less imposing. If anything, without the formal jacket, he seemed more raw, more dangerous. He studied me where I sat on the floor, his expression unreadable. "Up," he said, the single word leaving no room for discussion. I scrambled to my feet, my muscles stiff and protesting. He stepped into the room, leaving the door open. His presence seemed to suck all the air out of it. He didn't come closer, just stood there, a silent judge. "You understand the situation you've created," he stated, his voice a low rumble. "I didn't create it," I said, the words coming out in a defensive rush. "Jaxon did. I was just trying to survive." "Your survival," he said, cutting through my protest, "has breached my borders, insulted my authority, and nearly started a war on my land. Jackson's obsession is his own sickness, but you are the carrier. You brought it here." The unfairness of it was a hot coal in my throat. "Grace said you were safe. She said you hated him." "I do hate him," Samuel confirmed, his eyes glinting with a cold fire. "He is everything our kind should not be, a tyrant, a poison. But my hatred for him does not obligate me to you. Grace was a fool to send you here. She traded her own freedom for your entrapment." His words were like a physical blow. "What?" "She knew the risk. She knew what Jaxon is. By sending you to me, she forced a confrontation." He took a single step forward, and I instinctively stepped back, my calves hitting the bed. "Now, because of her gamble, I have you. And Jaxon is not going to leave. He views you as his property and my interference as a theft. He will test my borders. He will send spies." "I'm not property," I whispered, the fear now laced with a spike of anger. To him, you are, and in the eyes of many of our kind, by seeking sanctuary here and having me intervene, you have become complicated. He finally looked away from me, his gaze going to the window to his woods. Expelling you now would be signing your death warrant. He's out there. He won't give you a mile before he takes you. Keeping you makes you a symbol, a challenge he cannot ignore. The full weight of it settled on me, crushing the last of my hope for a simple escape. I was a pawn stuck between two raging kings. So what are you going to do with me? He looked back at me, and for the first time I saw something in his eyes besides cold assessment or simmering anger. It was calculation, mixed with a profound, weary reluctance. For now, you stay, under guard, within the main lodge grounds. You do not leave the perimeter of this house. You do not speak to any pack member unless I or Bradley clear it. You are a guest in name only. For how long? The question was a breath. Until I decide how to resolve this without starting a pack war, he said bluntly. Or until Jaxon forces my hand. He turned to leave. Bradley will bring you breakfast. Do not try his patience. He was almost out the door when I found my voice again. Why? If I'm such a burden, such a risk, why not just give me to him? You said you have no obligation to me. Samuel stopped. He didn't turn around, but his back, tense and broad, was an answer in itself. When he spoke, his voice was quieter, but it carried a finality that vibrated in the floorboards. Because he broke my law, on my land. He used his power to try and steal from under my nose. That is an insult I cannot tolerate. It is not about you, Sophia. It is about the principle. You are the evidence of his disrespect. Then he was gone, the door closing. The lock clicked again, but this time it felt different. I wasn't just locked in for my safety or for his convenience. I was locked in as evidence. A piece of contested territory. Bradley brought food later: eggs, toast, strong coffee. He was polite but distant, his eyes constantly scanning the room, the window, me. He was a soldier on guard duty. Alpha says you can use the small, enclosed garden off the back porch for an hour this afternoon. Under supervision, he informed me. It's within the ward line. Ward line, protections, alarms. Nothing gets in or out without the Alpha knowing. He said it with pride, but it just made my cage feel more sophisticated. The day passed in a blur of tense monotony. I was left alone in the room for most of it, the silence punctuated only by the distant sounds of the pack, a door closing, the low murmur of voices, once a burst of laughter that sounded so normal it ached. I was a ghost in the heart of their home. True to his word, Bradley came for me in the afternoon. He led me downstairs, through the great room, which was empty, and out a back door onto a stone patio. It led to a walled garden, maybe 30 feet square, filled with hardy mountain shrubs and late-blooming flowers. A high wooden fence, topped with intricate lattice, enclosed it. The sky above was a crisp, clear blue. It wasn't freedom, but it was air that wasn't filtered through the scent of my own fear. I sat on a cold stone bench, hugging myself, while Bradley took up a post by the gate, his posture alert. I was watching a bee drone lazily around a patch of lavender when I felt it. A prickle on the back of my neck, a sensation of being watched that had nothing to do with Bradley. My eyes were drawn to the lattice at the top of the fence. There, between the wooden slats, was a pair of eyes, not human eyes, wolf eyes, amber and intelligent, fixed directly on me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't Jaxon. The gaze felt different, curious, assessing, but not predatory in that hungry, possessive way. The wolf was a sleek, gray-brown, its muzzle just visible. It didn't growl. It didn't try to get in, it just watched. Bradley, noticing my stillness, followed my gaze. He tensed. "Lena," he said, his voice sharp. "Back off, Alpha's orders." The wolf, Lena, held her gaze for a moment longer, then with a soft chuff, disappeared from the lattice. A moment later, I heard the faint, almost silent pad of paws moving away through the forest on the other side of the fence. "Who was that?" I asked, my voice unsteady. "Pack member," Bradley said tersely. "She's curious, don't encourage it." But the damage was done. I was no longer an abstract problem locked in a west room. I was a spectacle, a novelty, the human who had caused a standoff between alphas. The encounter left me more unsettled than the solitude. Dinner was a silent affair in my room. As night fell again, the isolation became a physical weight. The memory of those wolf eyes at the fence mixed with the memory of Jaxon's in the dark lodge. I was surrounded by predators, and my only protector was a man who considered me a symbol of insult. I was staring into the darkness beyond my window, trying to make out the shapes of the trees, when a new sound filtered through the night. It wasn't a howl. It was music. Faint, coming from somewhere deeper in the lodge. The raw, melancholic sound of a blues harmonica, followed by the soft, precise plucking of an acoustic guitar. It was a slow, complicated duet, full of longing and a quiet, resilient strength. It was so profoundly, achingly human that tears sprang to my eyes. In this house of wolves and harsh laws, someone was playing the blues. I pressed my ear closer to the door. The music wove through the hallway, a fragile thread of beauty in the tense fortress. I didn't know who was playing, but in that moment, it felt like a secret message. A reminder that not everything here was fang and claw and cold authority. The music played for perhaps 20 minutes, then faded away, leaving the night quieter than before. The brief connection it offered made the ensuing silence even more profound. I finally crawled into the big, empty bed, but sleep remained a distant country. I must have drifted into a shallow, uneasy doze because the sound that woke me was subtle. A faint scrape at the window. My eyes flew open. The room was dark, the moon casting long, skeletal shadows from the trees. The scrape came again. Not a branch, something deliberate. Terror, cold and immediate, shot through me. Jaxon. He'd found a way up. I lay perfectly still, my blood roaring in my ears, waiting for the window to shatter. But instead, a small, dark object arced through the slight gap where the locked window met the frame and landed with a soft tap on the floorboards. It was a pebble, wrapped in a bit of faded cloth. Heart hammering, I slid out of bed and crept to the window. I saw nothing but shifting shadows. I picked up the pebble. Unwrapping the cloth, I found a folded piece of paper. With trembling fingers, I moved to the sliver of moonlight by the window and opened it. The handwriting was elegant, feminine, and hurried. He is not the only one who watches. The pack is divided. Some see a burden, others see a mistake that should be corrected. Trust no one, not even the music. L. Lena, the wolf at the fence. The note fell from my numb fingers. The music, the brief moment of solace, was it a lure, a trick? Samuel had said not to speak to any pack member. Bradley was following orders, but was he an ally? Or just a jailer following the strongest command? And the most chilling line, a mistake that should be corrected. I knew what that meant. It didn't mean throwing me out. It meant making the problem disappear. Permanently. I was not just bait in a war between alphas. I was a target in a silent, shadowy conflict within the very pack that was supposed to be holding me safe. Samuel's control was not absolute, and his protection, which had always been grudging and transactional, now felt like a thin sheet of ice over a dark, rushing river. I stood there, clutching the scrap of cloth, staring into the hostile, watching night, realizing the terrifying truth. The greatest danger might not be waiting outside the ward line. It might already be inside the house. The note lay on the floor like a poison leaf. Trust no one. The words had turned the melancholic blues from a comfort into a potential lure, the walled garden from a respite into a stage for observation. My greatest threat was inside the house. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed, my back against the headboard, staring at the locked door and the window with its reinforced glass, waiting for the correction to come. Dawn arrived not with a gentle light, but with the sound of the key turning in the lock. I flinched, my muscles coiled. It wasn't Samuel. It was Bradley, his expression unreadable as he carried in a breakfast tray. Trust no one. Morning, he said, his voice flat. He set the tray on the small table. Oatmeal, fruit, toast, the same as yesterday. The normality of it was terrifying. "Is there news?" I asked, my voice raspy from disuse and fear. "Alpha's orders stand," he replied, not meeting my eyes. "You have the garden at 10. Someone will collect you." He left, locking the door behind him. I didn't touch the food. I paced, the note from Lena burning a hole in my mind. Was she a friend, or was this another layer of the trap? Was the warning itself the bait? I finally forced myself to eat, each bite tasteless and difficult to swallow. Survival required fuel, even if it might be poisoned. At 10, the lock turned again. It was a different wolf this time, a stern-faced woman with silver streaks in her dark hair. She didn't give her name. "Garden time. Follow me, do not stray from the path." The walk through the lodge was a study in hostile silence. Pack's members I passed in the hallways averted their eyes or stared with open contempt. The air was thick with the scent of pine, fir, and a simmering anger that seemed directed at the walls themselves. I was the splinter festering beneath the skin of Samuel's pack. The walled garden was less a sanctuary today and more a prison yard. The high stone walls, topped with the shimmering, almost invisible energy of the ward lines Samuel had mentioned, felt like they were closing in. The female wolf took a post by the iron gate, arms crossed, watching me with the focus of a hawk. I tried to walk, to feel the weak sun on my face, but every rustle of leaves made my heart stutter. Was Lena out here, watching from some hidden spot? Were the ones who wanted me corrected, waiting for a moment when the guard's attention lapsed? I found myself standing by the same rose bush as yesterday. This time I looked closer. Nestled among the thorns and fading blooms was a single, perfect bud, tightly closed. It felt like a message, or maybe just a cruel joke. Something beautiful, trapped and unable to open. "Your hour is up." The guard's voice made me jump. The walk back to my room was a blur of tense corridors and accusing glances. As the lock clicked shut behind me, the silence of the room was louder than any noise. The afternoon was an eternity. I listened to the sounds of the lodge, muffled voices, footsteps, the distant clang of pots from what I assumed was a kitchen. The blues music did not return. That absence felt like a confirmation of the warning. Had the musician been part of the faction that wanted me gone? Had playing for me been a mark against them? As dusk began to stain the sky purple outside my window, a new sound filtered in. Not music, but raised voices. They were too distant and muffled by thick walls to make out words, but the tone was unmistakable. Anger, frustration, a sharp argument. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the lodge, likely Samuel's study or a common room. The pack was fighting. About me, about Jaxon, about Samuel's authority. The voices rose in a sudden, snarling crescendo, then were cut off by a deafening, thunderous roar of pure alpha command that shook the very floorboards beneath my feet. It wasn't a wolf's howl. It was a human voice weaponized, vibrating with such oppressive power that I clapped my hands over my ears and crouched instinctively. The message in that roar was simple: silence. An immediate, heavy quiet fell. The argument was over, quashed by Samuel's will. But the silence that followed was more dangerous than the noise. It was the silence of pressure building, of resentment forced down a throat. No one brought me dinner. The hunger was a dull ache, but the fear was a sharp blade. Was this the start of it? Isolating me, cutting off basic comforts, making me vulnerable before the correction. I drank water from the bathroom tap and sat in the dark, too anxious to turn on a lamp. It was past midnight when the soft knock came at my door. Not the firm rap of Bradley or the guard, but a hesitant, almost secretive tap tap tap. I froze, my blood turning to ice. This was it. Not an open attack, but a quiet visit in the dead of night. The correction. I backed away from the door, my eyes scanning the room for a weapon. There was nothing. A lamp, too heavy to swing. A pillow. Useless, the knock came again, slightly more insistent. "Who is it?" I whispered, my voice trembling. A slip of paper slid under the door. Then, the sound of swift, retreating footsteps. I stared at the white rectangle on the dark floor. It could be another warning. It could be a threat. It could be nothing. My heart hammered against my ribs. After a full minute, I crept forward, snatched the paper, and retreated to the bathroom, locking myself in before turning on the light. The handwriting was the same elegant script as the first note. The music was a kindness. It was also a risk. He played for you. They didn't like that. The division is real. The alpha's word holds, but his back is turned. Be ready. L. Be ready for what? An attack, an escape. My hands were shaking so badly the paper rattled. He played for you. So the musician was a he, and it had been a genuine, dangerous gesture. And Samuel's back was turned. Was he distracted by the pack's unrest? Was he unable to protect me? The note changed everything and nothing. It confirmed an ally, however shadowy, but it also confirmed the imminent danger was escalating. I flushed the note down the toilet, watching the water swirl it into oblivion. Sleep was impossible. I spent the remaining hours of darkness sitting in a corner, wrapped in a blanket, listening to every creak and sigh of the old lodge. Be ready. Morning came again. Bradley arrived with breakfast, his demeanor even more closed off than before. The tray held only a piece of dry toast and an apple. The message was clear. My status was diminishing. The alpha wishes to see you after you eat, he said, his tone devoid of any inflection. Why? He doesn't share his reasons with me. Bradley left. I forced down the meager food, my mind racing. Samuel wanted to see me. Was this a reassessment? A sentencing? Was I to be handed over to placate his pack? The memory of his roar last night was not comforting. It spoke of an alpha under strain, one who might make a pragmatic, brutal decision. An hour later, Bradley returned and led me through the lodge. We didn't go to the garden wing. We went deeper, towards the section where I'd heard the argument. The air here was different, older wood leather, and the faint, ozone-like scent of power. Samuel's domain. Bradley stopped before a heavy oak door. He knocked once. Enter. Samuel's voice was like gravel. Bradley opened the door for me but did not follow me in. I'll be right outside, he said, and the look he gave me was unreadable. A warning, a promise, trust no one. I stepped into Samuel Blackwood's study. It was a room suited to the man, large, imposing, but not opulent. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves laden with leather-bound volumes dominated one wall. A massive stone fireplace, cold and dark, took up another. In the center was a broad desk of dark wood, scarred and worn. Samuel stood before a large window, his back to me, looking out over his territory. He was dressed in simple, dark clothes, but his presence filled the space, a dense, quiet storm. Sit, he said, without turning. I took the single chair facing the desk. It was hard and unforgiving. He finally turned. In the daylight filtering through the window, he looked tired. Not physically, but in a deeper way. The lines around his eyes and mouth seemed more pronounced, the weight of his authority a visible burden. His dark eyes studied me, and for the first time, I didn't see just suspicion or cold calculation. I saw a simmering, frustrated anger. Your presence is a toxin, he stated, his voice low. It's spreading. My pack hasn't been this divided in a decade. I said nothing. What was there to say? Jackson's little stunt was an insult. Keeping you here, under my protection, is a point of law, a principle. He began to pace slowly behind his desk, a predator in a cage. But principles are cold comfort to a wolf who sees a human as the cause of his alpha's distraction, as a magnet for a rival's aggression. You could let me go, I whispered. His sharp laugh held no humor. Where? Into the woods where Jackson's scouts are undoubtedly waiting. That would be handing him his prize and making a liar of my own law. Or back to your city, where you say a slower death awaits. No, he stopped pacing and pinned me with his gaze. You are here, you are my problem, and problems must be solved. How? The word was a breath. By removing the reason for the division. He leaned forward, his palms flat on the desk. Jaxon wants you because he sees something in you, a spark, a defiance he thinks he can own. He doesn't want a broken toy. He wants the challenge of breaking it himself. A cold dread seeped into my bones. What are you saying? I'm saying the only way to unify my pack and remove Jackson's claimed interest is to remove the thing he's interested in. His eyes held mine, relentless. Not by killing you, by breaking you myself. The world tilted. A breaking me. Proving, to him and to my pack, that you are not a prize. That you are nothing. A scared, helpless human who crumbles under true pressure. If the spirit he covets is extinguished, his obsession becomes meaningless. The threat you pose to my pack's unity vanishes. It was monstrous. It was brilliant. It was a fate worse than Jackson's possession. To be deliberately, systematically shattered, not in a fit of rage, but as a cold, political strategy. You can't, I breathed. I am the alpha, I can, he straightened. The alternative is civil war within my own borders, or a hot war with Jaxon that will get good wolves killed for you. A human. A stranger. He said the words not with cruelty, but with a devastating, logical finality. Your well-being, Sophia, does not outweigh the survival of my pack. The door to the study burst open. Bradley stood there, his face pale. Alpha, perimeter breach. West tree line, it's not a scout, it's him, he's here. Samuel's head snapped up, all fatigue burned away in an instant by blazing fury. Jaxon. He's not attacking. He's waiting, he's calling for you, and for her. Bradley's eyes flicked to me, wide with alarm. He says he's come to collect what's his, and he's brought a witness. The cliffhanger from the note, "Be ready," crashed into this new, immediate crisis. Samuel's brutal solution was now secondary. Jaxon was at the gate. He wasn't sneaking in this time. He was declaring himself. And he'd brought a witness, another alpha, a council elder, someone who would legitimize his claim or escalate the conflict beyond two rival wolves. Samuel's gaze locked onto me, the decision made in a split second. The plan to break me was shelved, overtaken by a more direct threat. A fierce, predatory light ignited in his eyes. "It seems," Samuel said, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous growl that vibrated in my chest, "we will have to demonstrate your worthlessness a little sooner than I planned. Come. You will see what happens to thieves who come to my door." He strode past me, a force of nature unleashed. Bradley moved aside, his expression grim. I had no choice. I stood on trembling legs and followed Samuel Blackwood out of the study, down the hall, and toward the main entrance of the lodge. The pack was gathering, wolves emerging from rooms and corridors, their faces set in masks of war. The division was forgotten, swallowed by a common, external threat. Samuel threw open the heavy front doors. Morning light flooded in. At the edge of the clearing, just outside the ornate iron gate of the main compound, stood Jaxon. He was in human form, dressed impeccably in dark clothes, a smirk playing on his lips. Beside him stood an older man with long silver hair and an air of severe authority, his arms crossed, the witness. And behind them, emerging from the tree line like ghosts, were at least 24 of Jackson's wolves. Samuel stepped out onto the porch, and I was pulled along in his wake, exposed before them all. Jackson's eyes found me instantly, and his smirk widened into a triumphant, possessive grin. Samuel's voice, amplified by his alpha power, rolled across the clearing like a peal of thunder. "You trespass, Jaxon. You bring a force to my gate. You demand what is not yours. This ends now." Jaxon took a step forward, his own power rising to meet Samuel's, a clash of wills that made the air crackle. "I've brought Elder Corvin to observe," Jaxon called out, gesturing to the silver-haired man. His eyes burned into me. "That human bears my mark, she is mine." Elder Corvin's gaze was impassive, judicial. He was here to legitimize a theft. Samuel didn't look at me. He stared down his rival, a king on his battlements. But his next words were for me, spoken so only I and those on the porch could hear, each one a nail in a coffin of hope. "You wanted to know how I would break you, Sophia," he murmured, the sound almost lost in the tense silence. "Watch, and understand your true place in this world." He raised his voice, addressing Jaxon and the elder, sealing my fate with a sentence that left me utterly, completely alone between two raging titans. "The human is not yours, Jaxon," Samuel declared, his voice ringing with absolute, unforgiving finality. She is pack, mine, and we do not give up our own to scavengers. If you want her, you will have to go through me and through every wolf who calls this territory home. A roar of approval erupted from the Blackwood pack at my back. Jackson's face contorted with rage. Elder Corvin's eyebrows rose in interest. And I stood frozen on the porch, Samuel's words echoing in my shattered mind. He hadn't claimed me to protect me. He had claimed me as a flag, a symbol to be defended not for my sake, but for his pride, his law, his war. He had just declared me a member of his pack, to justify a fight, binding me to him in the eyes of their world. I was no longer a human in hiding. I was a contested asset, a catalyst for battle, and the prize for whichever alpha survived. The two forces stared each other down across the sun-dappled clearing, a breath away from violence. And I, the cause of it all, was now trapped squarely in the middle, bound by mistake not just to the wrong alpha, but to a war I could never hope to survive. The roar of Samuel's pack was a physical thing, a wave of sound that hit my back as he dragged me up the porch steps. His pack. He'd said the words, and now the world had cracked open. I wasn't a refugee anymore. I was a flag to be fought over, a spark tossed into a powder keg. The heavy lodge door slammed shut behind us, muting the rising snarls and challenges from the clearing. Samuel didn't stop. His grip on my arm was iron, hauling me through the grand, empty hall, past the cold fireplace and the watching eyes of mounted trophies. He wasn't gentle. I stumbled, my shoes slipping on the polished wood. "Where are you taking me?" I gasped, but he didn't answer. His face was a mask of cold, focused fury. The calculating man from the study was gone, replaced by pure alpha reacting to a threat on his border. He didn't take me back to the west guest room. Instead, he pulled me down a narrow, dimly lit hallway I hadn't seen before, lined with plain doors. He stopped at the last one, fished a key from his pocket, and unlocked it. It wasn't a bedroom. It was a storage room, small and windowless, smelling of old linens and dust. Shelves held folded blankets and spare pillows. He shoved me inside. I caught myself against a shelf, sending a puff of dust into the air. "You stay here. You don't make a sound," he commanded, his voice low and gravelly with the edge of a growl. "This door stays locked. If they breach the lodge, this is the last place they'll look. If you hear fighting inside the walls, you find a way to barricade this door with whatever you can. You're leaving me in a closet." The absurdity of it almost overrode the terror. "I'm securing a liability," he corrected, his eyes glowing faintly in the dark. "My claim is made. If Jaxon takes you now, it's not theft of a stray. It's conquest, it's war already lost, so you will not be taken." He stepped back, pulling the door shut. The lock turned with a final, heavy click. Darkness, thick, complete, and smothering. I stood frozen, listening to my own ragged breath. Then I heard his footsteps recede, quick and sure, back toward the front of the lodge, back toward the brewing storm. For a long time, there was only the silence of the closet and the thunder of my own heart. I slid down the shelf to sit on the cold floor, hugging my knees. His pack. The words echoed in the dark. He didn't mean it. It was a move on a board, a statement to Corvin and Jaxon. But words had power here. He'd said them in front of everyone. What did that make me now? The first sound from outside was a distant, piercing howl. It wasn't a lonely cry, it was a declaration, a blade of sound cutting through the mountain air. Jaxon's. It was answered immediately by a deeper, rolling chorus from multiple throats, Samuel's sentries. The howls crisscrossed, a vocal map of skirmish lines being drawn. Then came the noises closer to the lodge. Muffled shouts. The heavy, rapid thump of running paws, big ones, not dogs, across the hard ground. A snarl so deep it vibrated through the lodge's foundations, followed by a yelp of pain. They were fighting, right outside. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it was useless. I was a prisoner of the sound. Every crash, every roar, painted a brutal picture in the dark. I saw Samuel, shifted into that massive wolf form I'd only glimpsed, locking jaws with one of Jackson's enforcers. I saw Bradley, the kind-faced wolf who brought me clothes, with his throat torn out. I saw the garden trampled, the wards failing. I don't know how long the battle sounds lasted. Time dissolved in the darkness. It could have been minutes or an hour. The clashes seemed to move, surging and receding like a violent tide around the lodge. Then, abruptly, the immediate sounds of combat ceased. The howls became more sporadic, farther off, patrols and challenges in the deeper woods. The silence that settled in their wake was worse. It was the silence of held breath, of wounds being licked, of bodies being dragged away. What did it mean? Had Samuel pushed them back, or was Jaxon regrouping for an assault on the lodge itself? A new sound made me jump, a soft, rhythmic scraping at the base of the door, then a whisper so faint I almost thought I imagined it. Sophia. It was a woman's voice. Lena, my mouth was desert dry, I didn't dare answer. Was this a trick? A trap set by Jaxon or by the faction within the pack that wanted me gone? Sophia, it's Lena, the whisper came again, slightly more urgent. I don't have long. The Alpha has pulled the perimeter guard tight around the main lodge. Jackson's forces have retreated to the tree line, but they're not gone. They're watching. I crawled to the door, pressing my lips close to the narrow crack at the bottom. Why are you here? I whispered back, the words barely audible. Because you need to understand what's happening, she hissed. Samuel's declaration, it worked. For now, it united the pack against the outside threat. The doubters, the ones who wanted you gone, they're snarling at Jackson's wolves now, not at you. But it's temporary. What does that mean for me? It means you're no longer just a human in the wrong place, she said, and I could hear the grimace in her voice. You are now, in the eyes of every wolf out there, the Alpha's contested property. If Samuel wins this standoff, you belong to him. Truly, not as a guest, not as a problem. As pack, a member, albeit the lowest one. If Jaxon wins, he takes what's his. There is no letting you go anymore. The finality of it stole the air from my lungs. I'd gone from a fugitive to a prisoner to a piece on a board, and now to a permanent prize. There was no path back to being just Sophia. What do I do? The question was pathetic, but it was all I had. You survive, Lena said simply. And you hope Samuel's strategy is better than Jackson's rage. But listen, that's not all. Corvin the Elder, he didn't leave with Jaxon. That was news. He's here, in the lodge. Samuel brought him inside after the initial confrontation cooled. They're in the study now. The Alpha is negotiating. Corvin is old tradition. He respects claims, but he abhors full-scale war between major packs. It draws too much attention, wastes too many resources. Samuel will be using you as the reason war is justified, but Corvin will be looking for any way to avoid it. A way like what? I dreaded the answer. Like a concession, Lena whispered. A trade, something else of value to satisfy Jackson's honor without handing you over. Or, she paused. Or a trial, a formal duel for the claim, but that's rare, just be ready. Nothing is decided. The sound of a door opening and heavy footsteps echoed from the main hall. Lena's whisper cut off instantly. I heard the faintest rustle of her moving away, silent as a shadow. I was alone again in the dark, but now my mind was racing. Negotiations, concessions, trials. I was a subject on a diplomatic table. The closet felt less like a refuge and more like a coffin waiting for its verdict. An eternity later, the lock turned. The door swung open, framing Bradley in the dim light of the hallway. He looked exhausted, a long, fresh scratch marring his cheek. His clothes were dusty, and he smelled of pine, sweat, and blood, not his own, I hoped. Come on, he said, his voice flat. Alpha wants you. Is it over? I asked, getting stiffly to my feet. No, he said, not meeting my eyes. It's just getting started. Different kind of fight now. He led me back to Samuel's study. The atmosphere was thick with tension and the scent of two dominant werewolves. Samuel stood behind his massive desk, his posture rigid, his knuckles white where they rested on the wood. Seated in the high-backed chair opposite was Elder Corvin. The old wolf looked unruffled, his hands folded in his lap, but his eyes, sharp and pale, missed nothing. And standing by the fireplace, radiating a fury so intense it heated the air around him, was Jaxon. My blood turned to ice. He was inside. Samuel had let him inside the lodge. Jackson's gaze locked onto me the moment I entered, a predator's focus that made my skin crawl. He looked different here, in Samuel's domain. No less dangerous, but contained, a storm held behind glass. A fresh cut above his eyebrow dripped a single bead of blood, which he ignored. "Sit," Samuel said, not looking at me but at Corvin. He gestured to a hard, straight-backed chair placed to the side, between the two alphas but belonging to neither. I sat, feeling like a specimen on display. Bradley took a post by the door, his presence a guard, but against whom I wasn't sure. "The human is present," Samuel stated. "Now we speak plainly." Corvin inclined his head. "The claim has been made, Samuel Blackwood, before witnesses. You have declared this female, Sophia, as belonging to your pack. Jaxon Blackwood contests this, asserting a prior, unrelinquished claim. This creates an impasse. The old laws are clear on contested property, but they are also bloody. I am here to see if blood can be spared." Jackson's voice was a low growl. "The law is simple, she is mine, he is a thief, thieves are punished, the property is returned." "She entered my territory of her own will," Samuel countered, his tone icy calm. "She asked for and was granted sanctuary. You invaded, you threatened violence under my roof. You attempted theft from my custody. By our laws, that which seeks refuge, and is accepted, even temporarily, falls under the protector's authority. Your claim was voided the moment she passed my gate." "She was never free to seek refuge," Jaxon snapped, taking a step forward. A low warning rumble emanated from Samuel's chest and Bradley shifted his weight. Jaxon stopped, his jaw clenched. "She is bound, a runner, my runner. Her will in the matter is irrelevant." "And yet she sits here," Corvin interjected smoothly, "in Samuel's lodge, not yours. The circumstance is established. Arguing the initial right will lead us in circles and to war." He looked between them. "I propose a resolution that satisfies the honor of both alphas and the letter of the law." Both men fell silent, waiting. The air prickled. "A trial of endurance," Corvin said. Samuel's eyes narrowed. Jackson's flashed with something: interest, calculation. "The contested property," Corvin continued, his gaze settling on me, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature, "is placed in a neutral, contained space. A sacred circle, traditionally. For one full night, from moonrise to moonset. Both claimants may exert their will upon her, through command, through compulsion, through any non-physical means. They may not touch her, nor may their pack members interfere. The one to whom she willingly goes, or whose authority she submits to by the trial's end, has his claim validated by the moon's witness. It is clean, it is decisive." My heart was hammering against my ribs. A trial, on me, their will. I'd felt the edge of Jackson's compulsion, that terrifying pressure to obey. Samuel had used a command on me just hours ago. The idea of being a battleground for their alpha power, trapped between them for an entire night, was a new kind of horror. "And if she submits to neither?" Samuel asked, his voice dangerously quiet. Corvin's expression was impassive. "Then the trial proves the claim is fundamentally flawed. The property is unclaimable. It is destroyed to remove the point of contention." Destroyed. The word hung in the study like a death sentence. Jaxon smiled, a cold, cruel thing. "I accept. Her spirit is strong, but it is mine. She will break to me before the moon sets." Samuel was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the wall behind Corvin. He was weighing it. Weighing me. The risk of losing me to Jaxon in the trial versus the certainty of war if he refused. The option of me being destroyed to end the dispute. Was that a feature or a bug in his calculation? Finally, he shifted his eyes to me. Not to Jaxon, not to Corvin. To me. For a second, I saw the ruthless strategist again, the one who'd talked about breaking my spirit. "The trial requires the consent of the contested," Samuel said, a strange, testing note in his voice. It is an old rule, often forgotten, but it is there. She must enter the circle of her own will. All eyes turned to me. Corvin looked intrigued, Jaxon furious. "Is this true, Elder?" Jaxon demanded. Corvin nodded slowly. "The ancient form of the trial, yes. The property must walk into the circle unbidden, or the moon's witness is void. In modern times, the persuasion to consent is considered part of the trial." He looked at me. "But the word must be given. Do you understand the terms, human?" My throat was sealed shut. I managed a tiny nod. "Then you have a choice," Samuel said, and his voice held no warmth, no reassurance. Only stark reality. Consent to the trial of endurance. Or refuse. If she refuses, Jaxon snarled. "Then we are back where we started," Samuel said, a sharp edge returning to his tone. "With you in my territory demanding what I have claimed, and my pack at my back. Choose, Sophia." It was no choice at all. Refusal meant immediate war, and I would be caught in the very center of it, a casualty in the first minute. The trial was a nightmare, but it was a contained nightmare. A chance, however slim. And Samuel had pointed out the rule about consent. He'd thrown me a line, however thin. He wanted me to choose the trial. Why? Because he thought he could win. Or because it was the cleanest way to be rid of a problem, one way or another. I looked at Jaxon, at his possessive, hungry rage. I looked at Samuel, at his icy, strategic resolve. I was a scrap of flesh between two jaws. I took a shuddering breath. "I consent." The words were barely a whisper, but they echoed in the silent room. Jackson's smile returned triumphant. Samuel gave a single, curt nod. Corvin stood. "Then it is set. Moonrise tonight in the sacred clearing north of the lodge. The circles will be prepared. The witnesses will gather." He looked at each alpha. "May the moon's judgment be clear." As Corvin turned to leave, and Jaxon shot me a final, gloating look before following him out, Samuel spoke, his words for me alone. "Bradley will take you to your room. Eat, rest, you'll need your strength." His eyes held mine, and for a fleeting second I saw not the alpha but something else, a fierce, grim determination. "Remember, Sophia. You walked into my territory of your own will. You consented to this trial of your own will. That will matters. Don't forget it." He turned his back, dismissing me. As Bradley led me back to the now unlocked West Guest room, the full weight of what was to come settled over me. Tonight, I would be placed in a circle under the moon. Two alphas would pour their will upon me, trying to bend me, break me, make me come to them. And if I resisted both, I would be killed for my stubbornness. The door closed behind Bradley, locking once more. I was alone with the coming night. I sat on the bed, staring at my hands. Samuel's last words echoed. "That will matters." Was it advice, or a warning? The sun was already beginning its descent. Moonrise was coming, and I had just agreed to my own personal hell. My consent hung in the air of Samuel's study, a fragile, spoken thing that felt like signing my own death warrant. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the crackle of the fire. I had agreed to be their battleground. Jackson's smile was a slow, predatory stretch. "At moonrise, then, I look forward to our communion, little bird." His gaze felt like hands on my skin. Samuel didn't look at me. "Corvin, you have your terms, the girl consents, the trial proceeds. Now get him out of my lodge." Elder Corvin gave a curt nod, his aged face unreadable. "The sacred clearing, north of the territory line, 1 hour before moonrise. She is to be delivered, unbound and unmarked. The circle will be drawn. The laws will be observed." He turned, placing a firm hand on Jackson's arm. "Come, Alpha, your presence here is now in agitation." Jaxon allowed himself to be guided out, but his eyes remained locked on me until the study door closed behind them. The moment it shut, the air felt thinner, easier to breathe, though the dread remained, a cold stone in my gut. Samuel finally turned his gaze on me. He looked tired, the lines around his eyes deeper. "Bradley." The door opened almost immediately. Bradley must have been waiting right outside. "Alpha. Take her back to the west room. Post 2 guards. No one enters. No one speaks to her. She is to be given food and water, that is all. Understood. Bradley's tone was carefully neutral. He gestured to me. Sophia. I stood, my legs unsteady. I wanted to ask Samuel what I was supposed to do, how I was supposed to endure, but the words wouldn't come. He had already turned his back to me, staring into the fire, a solitary figure silhouetted against the flames. The message was clear, the guidance was over. I was on my own. The walk back through the lodge was a blur. I was aware of pack members stopping in hallways, falling silent as we passed. Their stares were heavy, a mixture of curiosity, resentment, and a grim fascination. I was no longer just a human nuisance. I was the contested prize, the reason their alpha was risking a formal, brutal trial. I kept my eyes on the floor. The West Room felt different when Bradley locked me inside. It was no longer just a cell, it was a waiting room before an execution. The comfortable bed, the simple furniture, it all seemed like a cruel mockery. Moonrise. How many hours away? I had no window to track the sun. I paced, my mind racing in frantic, useless circles. Non-physical compulsion. What did that even mean? Jaxon had used his voice, his presence, to try and bend me before. Samuel had a will like a mountain, silent and immovable. How did you fight against that? How did you endure? The rule was clear: submit to one or be destroyed by both. My consent had been a formality, a piece of legal theater. I had no real choice. A soft knock at the door made me jump. It wasn't the firm rap of a guard. It was tentative. Before I could respond, something slid under the door, a small, folded square of paper. I stared at it, my heart hammering. Lena, it had to be. I snatched it up, unfolding it with trembling fingers. The handwriting was the same, neat and quick. S. The clearing is a place of old power. It listens. The circle will hold the alpha's power in and yours out. They cannot touch you physically, but their wills will be like storms inside your mind. Jaxon will try to seduce, to break you with fear and false promise. Samuel will be a weight, a pressure seeking to grind you down to nothing. You must find a center they cannot reach. Remember who you are. Not their prize, not their property. You are the one who fled. You are the one who chose. Hold on to that. It is your only anchor. The pack is divided. Some are betting on the outcome. Others see only the trouble you bring. Trust no one, not even the guards at your door. They follow orders, not you. Moonrise comes too soon. L. I read it 3 times, then crumpled the note in my fist. An anchor. Remember who you are. Who was I? A terrified woman who had run from one monster only to be offered as a sacrifice to 2. I was Sophia, who loved her friend Grace, who missed the quiet simplicity of a life that was never really simple. Was that enough to hold against a storm? The day bled away in a haze of silent terror. Food was delivered, a tray left just inside the door by a silent guard whose face I never saw. I ate without tasting, my body operating on a dull instinct for survival. I drank water, I paced. I tried to meditate, to find that center Lena spoke of, but my thoughts were a flock of startled birds, impossible to calm. The worst part was the waiting, the not knowing when. The lodge grew quieter as evening approached, a tense, watchful silence. I could feel the gathering energy, the pack mobilizing. This was a spectacle for them, a brutal game with high stakes. Finally, a heavy tread stopped outside my door. Keys rattled. It was Bradley. His expression was grim, professional. It's time. My mouth went dry. Moonrise. Soon, we need to get you to the clearing. He held out a simple, dark cloak. Put this on. I took it, my fingers numb. The fabric was thick, woolen. I swung it over my shoulders, the weight of it feeling like the first shovelful of dirt on a grave. Bradley stepped aside, and I walked out into the hallway. 2 other guards I didn't recognize flanked me. We moved in a tight formation through the now empty lodge, out the main doors, and into the cold night air. The forest at night was a different world. The path was lit by torches held by silent pack members, their faces flickering in and out of shadow as we passed. They lined the route like sentinels, watching me be led to the altar. No one spoke. The only sounds were the crunch of our footsteps on the frost-tinged ground and the distant, mournful call of an owl. We walked north, leaving the main lodge behind, moving beyond the ward line I'd been told about. The trees grew thicker, older. The air grew colder, sharper, and carried a strange, metallic scent, ozone and damp earth. The torches ended at the edge of a large, perfectly circular clearing. The sacred clearing. It was a bowl of packed earth, ringed by massive, ancient stones that stood like crooked teeth against the sky. The center was bare, swept clean. A complex, interlocking pattern was drawn in the dirt with what looked like crushed white chalk or ash, a circle within a circle filled with jagged, runic symbols. It glowed with a faint, eerie luminescence under the starlight. Outside the stone ring, the pack had gathered. Dozens of them, maybe all of them, stood in a wide, silent semicircle. Their eyes reflected the torchlight, glinting like those of the wolves they could become. I searched the faces, looking for Samuel, for Jaxon, for any hint of Lena. I saw none of them. Elder Corvin stood just outside the chalk pattern, dressed in formal robes that seemed out of place in the wild setting. He nodded to Bradley. "Bring her to the center." Bradley's hand on my arm was firm, not unkind. "You have to walk into the circle yourself. We cannot cross the line." I took a shuddering breath, my whole body trembling. This was it, the point of no return. I stepped over the glowing chalk line. The moment my foot touched the earth inside the circle, the air changed. It became still, heavy, charged. The sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the distant owl, muffled, as if I'd stepped into a soundproof room. I could see the pack, see Corvin, see the torches, but it felt like looking through thick glass. I was in the bowl, and they were the audience. "Stand in the center, child," Corvin's voice carried, clear and resonant despite the barrier. I walked to the very middle of the pattern, the symbols curling around my boots. I turned, facing the gathered crowd, feeling utterly exposed. A sacrifice under the open sky. Then, from opposite sides of the clearing, they emerged. Samuel came from the direction of his territory. He wore no cloak, just simple, dark clothes. His expression was carved from granite, his alpha presence a palpable force even from across the circle. He took a position just outside the stones, his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on me with an intensity that felt like a physical push. Jaxon appeared from the deeper forest to the north. He moved with a panther's grace, a slight, confident smile on his lips. He, too, stood just outside the ring of stones, directly opposite Samuel. He winked at me, a grotesque, intimate gesture. The two alphas faced each other over the distance of the clearing, with me as the fulcrum between them. The animosity between them vibrated in the air, a second, violent circle surrounding the first. Elder Corvin raised his hands. The circle is drawn, the claimant alphas are present, the contested soul stands within. By the old laws, we gather at the moon's call to settle this dispute. The trial of endurance begins at true moonrise and ends at dawn. The alphas may use voice, presence, and will. No physical force may cross the circle. The human's will is the field. She submits to an alpha's claim or she is broken by the conflict. A low, collective murmur ran through the pack. Every eye was on me. I stood there, clutching the cloak around me, trying to breathe. "Find a center. Remember who you are." The words felt hollow. I was a mouse between two hawks. A sliver of brilliant silver crested the distant treetops. The moon, true moonrise. As the first direct beam of moonlight touched the center of the clearing, illuminating the chalk symbols so they blazed like white fire, the world exploded into silence. No, not silence, pressure. It started as a whisper in my mind, a tickle at the base of my skull. Then it split, becoming two distinct, overwhelming sensations. From Jackson's direction, it was a pull, a seductive, honeyed voice that wasn't a voice at all. It poured into me, wrapping around my fear and stroking it. "You're so tired, Sophia, so afraid. It doesn't have to be like this. Come to me. I am strength, I am passion. I see the fire in you they want to smother. Submit to me and that fire will be worshipped. You will never be weak or hunted again. You will be a queen. My queen. Just let go images flashed behind my eyes, not of violence but of power, of standing beside Jaxon, feared and respected, of luxury, of never running again. It was a glittering lie, and a part of me, the exhausted, terrified part, wanted to sink into it. Simultaneously from Samuel it was a push. A vast, impersonal weight like the sky itself was pressing down on me. It offered no promises, no seduction. It was pure, uncompromising reality. You are nothing. A burden. A spark of chaos. Your will is a fragile human thing. See how it trembles. See how it fails. You are a problem to be solved. Your resistance is pointless. Submit to order. Submit to law. Be still. Be silent. Cease. It was the crushing weight of inevitability, the voice of every authority that had ever made me feel small. It sought not to tempt, but to annihilate my sense of self entirely, to grind my defiance into dust until surrender was the only relief. I gasped, my knees buckling. I caught myself, swaying in the center of the circle. The two forces warred inside my head, a screaming vortex of temptation and obliteration. The physical world, the clearing, the torches, the watching pack, faded in and out, becoming distant, unreal. I am Sophia, I screamed inside my mind, a silent, desperate mantra against the torrent. I fled. I chose. I am not yours. But the voices were so loud. Jackson's promises became more vivid, more tailored. He whispered of grace, suggesting he'd be merciful if I obeyed, that he'd even let me see her. Samuel's pressure intensified, showing me visions of isolation, of being forever locked away. A forgotten trophy in a silent room, if I dared to resist him. Tears streamed down my face, hot against my cold skin. I wrapped my arms around myself, rocking slightly. The pressure was building, a psychic headache that felt like my skull would crack. I could feel them probing, testing the edges of my will, looking for cracks. An hour passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost all meaning in the storm. I was drenched in a cold sweat, my muscles aching from the tension of simply standing against the dual onslaught. Then, the nature of the assault shifted. Jackson's seduction melted away, replaced by a sharp, lancing fear. The image of him shifting, of teeth and claws, of the violence in the guest lodge, slammed into me with visceral force. The promise became a threat. If you do not come to me willingly, little bird, I will take you anyway, and you will learn what true mastery feels like. Your spirit will be the last thing I break. Feel it, fear it. At the same exact moment, Samuel's pressure localized. It wasn't the whole sky anymore. It was a cold, sharp blade of disdain aimed at the core of my hope. You think your friend is safe. You think your running mattered. You are a delusion. Your courage is a child's fantasy. Look at you. You are alone. You have always been alone. You will die alone in this circle, and no one will mourn. Give up. The 1-2 punch was devastating. Terror from one side, despair from the other. A sob ripped from my throat. I fell to my knees in the dirt, the chalk symbols smearing under my hands. The mental barrage was constant, unrelenting. I couldn't think, couldn't form a coherent thought beyond the raw, animal need for it to stop. Remember who you are. Lena's words were a faint echo, drowned out by the hurricane. Who was I? I was a woman on her knees, breaking. I looked up, my vision blurry. Through the haze, I saw Samuel. He hadn't moved. His face was still a mask of impassive strength. But for a fleeting second, a fraction of a heartbeat, his eyes met mine. There was no comfort there, no kindness. But there was a question, a challenge. It was the same look he'd given me in his study when he invoked the rule of consent. It wasn't guidance. It was a reminder, you chose this. Now choose again. And in that shattered moment I found it. Not a center of peace, but a spark of fury. A last, desperate ember of the self that had grabbed Grace's hand and run. I was not a queen. I was not nothing. I was angry. I was tired of being afraid. I was sick of being a prize. With a ragged scream that was both mental and physical, I pushed back. Not at one alpha, but at the whole concept of the trial. I pushed with the memory of city lights, of Grace's laughter, of the quiet determination that had carried me this far. I pushed with the sheer, stupid, human refusal to be erased. The pressure didn't vanish. It intensified as if both alphas felt the ripple of defiance and redoubled their efforts. The storm inside my mind became agony, but I had found my anchor. It was anger. It was self. It was a tiny, burning coal of no. I don't know how long I knelt there, shaking, silently screaming my defiance into the psychic maelstrom. The moon climbed higher, bathing the clearing in its cold, judgmental light. Just when I thought the pain would dissolve me completely, a new element pierced the chaos. A sound. A real, physical sound from outside the circle. It was faint, distorted by the barrier, but unmistakable. The long, deep, baleful howl of a wolf, but not from the pack surrounding the clearing. This came from far away, from the deep forest beyond Jaxon's side of the clearing. And it was answered, not by one voice but by several. A chorus of howls, rising from the darkness, getting closer. Jaxon's compulsion stuttered for a heartbeat, a flicker of surprise and something else, alarm, breaking his concentration. Samuel's head snapped up, his gaze shooting past Jaxon into the black woods. Every member of the Blackwood pack tensed, a ripple of movement going through them. Elder Corvin stepped forward, his face etched with sudden severity. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice cutting through the ritual's focus. The howls came again, closer now, right at the edge of the tree line. They were not the howls of Samuel's pack. They were stranger, wilder, tinged with a mocking edge. And then, figures emerged from the shadows behind Jaxon. Not his betas. These were wolves in human form, but unlike any I'd seen. They wore scraps of leather and fur, their faces painted with dark streaks. They moved with a feral, unsettling grace, and their eyes held no allegiance to the formal laws of the clearing. One of them, a tall man with matted hair and a cruel smile, stepped forward, ignoring the sacred circle entirely. He looked past Jaxon, past me, directly at Samuel. "Well, well," he said, his voice a rough growl that carried easily. "A trial of endurance, how quaint." His smile widened, showing sharp teeth. "We heard there was contested prey. We've come to collect the spoils." The cliffhanger revelation. A third, unknown pack of feral werewolves has arrived at the sacred clearing, interrupting the trial and claiming their own right to me as spoils. The feral pack's laughter was a physical thing, a wave of sound that hit the sacred clearing and shattered the suffocating pressure of the trial. I gasped, the sudden release from Jaxon's seductive terror and Samuel's crushing while making my knees buckle. I caught myself on the cold earth, my palms scraping on stone, the world swimming back into focus not as a psychic battleground, but as a very real, very crowded one. They emerged from the tree line like shadows given flesh and malice. There were maybe a dozen of them, men and women, dressed in ragged leathers and pelts, their skin marked with crude Ashandoker paint. They didn't move with the disciplined formation of Samuel's pack or the arrogant swagger of Jaxon's entourage. They slunk, they prowled, their eyes gleaming with a hunger that had nothing to do with tradition or law. The leader, the tall man with the matted hair and cruel smile, stood ahead of the rest, his gaze sweeping over the assembled wolves with open contempt before landing on me. "Spoils," he repeated, the word a guttural purr. "You dress up your theft in pretty words and old rituals. We see it for what it is. A fight over a juicy piece of meat." A low, unified growl rippled through both Samuel's and Jaxon's ranks. The standoff, which had been a tense line drawn between 2 points, now warped into an unstable triangle. I pushed myself up to my knees, then shakily to my feet. My body felt hollowed out, my mind still ringing from the alpha assault, but this new threat was brutally simple. It required no psychic interpretation. Elder Corvin stepped forward, his staff held upright. "This ground is sanctified for the trial of endurance," he intoned, his voice carrying an authority that had, until this moment, held sway. "You trespass on sacred law. Leave now, and your disrespect may be forgot." The feral leader threw his head back and laughed, a sharp barking sound. "Sacred law, your laws are fences for sheep. We run beyond the fences." He pointed a claw-tipped finger directly at me. "That one smells of conflict. Of 2 alphas claim, That makes her contested. And contested prey, he grinned, his teeth too sharp, too long, is free for the taking by those strong enough to hold it. Jaxon took a step forward, his composure cracking into raw fury. You dare? She is mine. This is a formal dispute overseen by the council's representative. Your rabble has no standing here. Standing, the feral leader sneered. We have teeth, that is all the standing we need. It was Samuel who moved next, but not toward the ferals. In a blur of motion, almost too fast to follow, he was beside me. His hand clamped around my upper arm, not painfully, but with an absolute, unbreakable firmness. He yanked me backward, putting himself and a line of his warriors between me and the new arrivals. The message was clear. My asset. Corvin, Samuel said, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in my bones. Your sacred trial is polluted. This farce is over. The trial is suspended due to external interference, Corvin declared, though he looked shaken, his eyes darting between the three factions. The claim remains unresolved, but the process cannot continue under these conditions. Unresolved, Jaxon spat. I felt her breaking. The trial was moments from completion. You felt nothing but your own arrogance, Samuel shot back, his gaze still on the ferals. She was standing when your interruption arrived. His grip on my arm tightened marginally. I realized he was using me as a point of proof. I was still here, still on my feet. In the twisted logic of this world, that mattered. The feral leader watched the exchange with delight, as if they were puppies squabbling over a bone he already considered his. Argue all you want. It changes nothing. The little human is a prize, we'll take her. You can fight us for her, or you can watch us leave with her. Either way promises more fun than listening to you debate rules. A tense silence descended, broken only by the shifting of feet on gravel and the low, continuous growls from the werewolves. The two alphas were locked in a new calculus. They hated each other. They wanted me for their own reasons. Jaxon for possession, Samuel for principle and war. But now they faced a common enemy that threatened to simply steal the object of their dispute and make fools of them both. I saw the moment of unspoken communication pass between them. It wasn't agreement. It was a temporary, furious alignment of interests. Their eyes met across the clearing, and something flickered, a recognition of mutual humiliation. The human stays within my territory, Samuel stated, his voice leaving no room for argument. She is under my protection until the council can reconvene under secure circumstances. She is evidence in my claim, Jaxon countered, but his anger was now directed more at the ferals. She does not leave this area. She's not going anywhere with you, the feral leader chuckled. He took a step forward, his pack echoing the movement, tightening the noose around the clearing. We're here now, we're not leaving empty-handed. Samuel finally looked down at me, his eyes were chips of glacial ice. You will be silent. It wasn't a request, it was an alpha command, layered with the compulsion I'd felt earlier. My muscles locked in place, a puppet with its strings pulled taut. I could breathe, I could see, but I couldn't speak or run. He had turned me into a statue, a piece of furniture in the unfolding battle. He shoved me backward, not gently, into the waiting arms of Bradley, who had materialized from the ranks. Take her to the lodge, the west room, guard the door. If anything but me or my direct order tries to enter, kill it. Bradley's face was grim, his nod sharp. He pulled me, my legs moving stiffly under Samuel's compulsion, away from the clearing and toward the tree line that led back to the main lodge. The last thing I saw was the three groups of werewolves beginning to circle each other, the air thickening with the promise of violence, and the feral leader's grinning face watching me be hauled away. The walk back was a blur of forced motion and panic. Samuel's command held me, a cage of invisible wire. I couldn't even turn my head to look back. I could only listen as the first snarls and crashes of conflict erupted behind us, the sounds of the sacred clearing devolving into a brutal brawl. Bradley didn't speak. He moved with efficient urgency, half dragging, half guiding my unresponsive body. We broke from the trees, the main lodge looming ahead like a dark fortress. He didn't take me to the front entrance. Instead, he veered around the side to a heavy, reinforced service door, fumbled with a key, and shoved me inside into a dim, cold hallway. He didn't take me upstairs to the west guest room. He pulled me down the hall to a different door, a supply closet, from the smell of cleaning solvents and old wood. He opened it, pushed me into the absolute darkness within, and shut the door. I heard the key turn in the lock, then the sound of his footsteps hurrying away. The compulsion snapped. I slumped against the wall, my knees giving way, and slid to the floor amidst buckets and mops. The darkness was total, smothering. I drew in ragged, noisy breaths, the silence of the closet a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Samuel hadn't ordered Bradley to put me in the west room. He'd ordered him to take me to the lodge and guard a door. Bradley had chosen this, a hidden, windowless hole. Was this for my safety? Or was this the correction Lena's note had warned about? Time lost meaning. I sat in the dark, listening to the distant, muffled sounds of the fight, or what I imagined was the fight. Roars, howls, the occasional crash that vibrated through the lodge's foundations. I thought of the feral pack's hungry eyes. I thought of Jackson's possessive rage. I thought of Samuel's cold, strategic grip. In this dark closet, I was nothing. A prize, a symbol, a problem, to all of them. The sounds from outside gradually died away. An eerie quiet settled over the lodge, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. Then new sounds, footsteps in the hallway moving quickly. Voices, tense and low. I pressed my ear to the door. Secured the perimeter. The ferals retreated back into the deep wood. Took a few bites out of them, but they're like roaches, they'll be back. And Blackwood, Jaxon. Still here, Corvin is trying to mediate. Samuel's wounded, but not badly. Jaxon lost 2 of his, it's a stalemate. The ferals spoiled everything. The voices faded. I slumped back, a stalemate. So the battle was over, but the war was frozen. And I was in a supply closet. I don't know how much longer I sat there. Long enough for the cold from the floor to seep into my bones, for my fear to harden into a numb, brittle thing. Then, the key turned in the lock again. The door opened, framing Bradley in the dim light of the hallway. His shirt was torn, a long, shallow scratch bleeding on his cheek. He looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Come on," he said, his voice flat. "Alpha wants you." He didn't offer a hand. I pushed myself up, limbs stiff and protesting, and followed him out of the closet. He led me not to Samuel's study, but to the great room. It was a scene of controlled aftermath. Several pack members were present, some sporting fresh injuries, their faces grim. Samuel stood by the large fireplace, one arm held slightly stiffly. A bloody gash ran across his bicep, but he ignored it. Jaxon was there too, on the opposite side of the room, his clothes ripped, a furious snarl barely contained on his lips. Elder Corvin stood between them, looking older and wearier than before. And there, near the hallway, leaning against the wall with an air of detached observation, was Lena. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second. Her gaze was sharp, assessing. Then she looked away. Samuel's eyes found me as I entered. They were like a winter storm. "The trial is void," he announced, the words meant for everyone. The sanctity of the clearing was violated. The formal process is concluded with no outcome. No outcome, Jaxon took a step forward. She is mine. The trial was a courtesy to your precious traditions. The claim remains. Your claim is worthless here, Samuel said, his voice dropping to a deadly calm. You brought an elder to witness a theft. You then failed to protect the proceedings from wild dogs. You have no honor and therefore no standing. Corvin's voice cracked through the room like a whip. He looked between them, his face etched with deep frustration. The trial of endurance cannot be completed. The interruption was an act of chaos that invalidates the ritual. However, he paused, his gaze settling on me with a weight that made my skin crawl. The underlying dispute over the human property remains. Then let us finish it now, Jaxon growled. Right here to the death, the winner takes her. A ripple went through Samuel's pack. Samuel's smile was thin and without humor, An interesting proposal, but you are in my lodge. A death here would be murder, not a duel. He looked at the elder. The situation is untenable. The human is a beacon for chaos. She has drawn a feral pack to sacred ground. I wanted to scream. I was a risk. I had drawn them. I was the one locked in closets. Corvin nodded slowly, reluctantly. The point has merit. The human's presence has escalated tensions beyond a simple interpack dispute. It has attracted elements that disregard all law. I felt a new kind of dread, cold and slick. They were talking about me like I was a disease, a catalyst, something to be removed. Then give her to me, Jaxon said, a triumphant gleam in his eye. Remove the catalyst. I will take her far from your borders, and your peace will be restored. You mistake me, Samuel said, and now his full attention was on me. It was a predatory, calculating look. The catalyst is not the problem. The contention is. The fact that two alphas claim her is what draws the chaos. The feral pack did not come for her. They came for a fight over a prize. To end the chaos, the contention must end. There must be one, clear, undisputed owner. The room went very still. Jackson's triumphant look faded into confusion, then dawning suspicion. Samuel continued, his voice filling the silent space. The council's formal process has failed. The traditional trial was desecrated. We are left with older laws, laws of possession. He turned fully to face Jaxon. You claim she is yours because you had her first. I claim she is mine because she sought refuge on my land, and I have taken her in. Our claims are in conflict, and that conflict is a wound. Get to your point, Samuel, Jaxon snarled. My point is this, Samuel said, his gaze finally leaving me to lock with Jaxon's. We settle it, not with a trial for her endurance, but with a challenge for our strength. A direct challenge, alpha to alpha. Here and now, before Corvin and our packs. A fight to submission. The winner's claim becomes absolute. The loser forfeits all right to her and leaves this territory, his honor in tatters. The silence that followed was profound. Even the crackling of the fire seemed to hold its breath. A direct alpha challenge. It was primitive, brutal, and bypassed all ceremony. It was the law of the tooth and claw laid bare. Jackson's eyes burned with a fierce, eager light. He wanted this. He craved the violence of it. Yes, he hissed. Yes, I accept your challenge, Samuel. I will break you, and I will take what is mine. Samuel gave a single, slow nod. He looked at Elder Corvin. You will witness. You will uphold the outcome. The human becomes the uncontested property of the victor. No further dispute. No council appeals. This ends it. Corvin looked deeply troubled, but he also looked exhausted by the night's chaos. He saw a path to a definitive conclusion, a way to close the wound Samuel had described. He nodded, gravely. I will witness. The terms are set. The challenge is to submission only. Not to the death. The victor's claim to the human is absolute and final. Samuel turned his head, his eyes finding me once more in the crowd. They held no reassurance, no warmth, only a stark, brutal certainty. Lock her in the West Room. Let her listen. She should know the sound of the fight that decides her fate. Bradley moved toward me again. This time, as he took my arm to lead me away, I saw Lena, still by the wall. She wasn't looking at the alphas. She was looking at me. And as our eyes met again, she gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head. A warning, or a gesture of pity. I was dragged from the great room, the voices of the two alphas beginning to rise in pre-fight snarls behind me. As Bradley marched me up the stairs, the first roar of transformation echoed through the lodge, a sound of tearing cloth and cracking bone. He shoved me into the west guest room, the door locking solidly behind me. I stood alone in the familiar, luxurious prison. From below, through the floorboards, I could hear it all. The guttural growls, the snarls of two massive beasts, the crashing of furniture, the shouts of the packs, Elder Corvin's voice trying to maintain order. I wrapped my arms around myself, sinking to the floor against the door. I was to listen, to know the sound of the fight that decided my fate, the absolute, final property of the victor. But as I sat there, Listening to the violence unfold beneath me, Lena's silent headshake echoed in my mind. It wasn't over. The challenge would produce a winner. A single, undisputed owner. But as the most horrific crash yet shook the room, a cold, clear realization cut through my terror. The winner would own me, but the loser would have nothing left to lose. The sounds of the fight were a symphony of my doom. It was a brutal, wet, percussive music from the great room below, snarls that vibrated the floorboards, impacts that shuddered the walls, the occasional crash of splintering wood. I sat on the bed in the west guest room, my knees drawn to my chest, my arms wrapped around them so tightly my muscles ached. I was a prisoner waiting for a verdict, and the trial was being decided by tooth and claw. Lena had given me one last, unreadable look, part pity, part warning, before Bradley had locked the door. Her silent headshake echoed in the stillness between the roars from below. Absolute and final property. The words were a cold brand on my soul. Samuel had said them with such finality. This wasn't about sanctuary anymore, or even about principle. It was about possession. The winner would own me. The loser would have no claim. Elder Corvin would witness it, and that would be the end of all debate. I was the spoil of a war reduced to a single, violent match. A particularly loud crash made me flinch. A pained, guttural yell followed. I couldn't tell whose. It didn't matter. The outcome was all that mattered, and both outcomes were a prison. Jackson's obsession was a gilded cage of madness. Samuel's cold calculation was a stone cell of utility. One wanted to break my spirit for the pleasure of it. The other would use my existence as a flag planted in the dirt, a symbol of his victory. Neither saw me. The fight seemed to go on forever. Time stretched and snapped with each thud. I found myself straining to listen, trying to decipher the narrative from the noise. Was that the sound of a body hitting the wall? Was that a whimper of pain or a growl of triumph? My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic counterrhythm to the violence below. Then, abruptly, the sounds changed. The snarls died into heavy, ragged breathing. The impacts ceased. There was a long, tense silence, broken only by the low, threatening rumble of a single voice. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable: dominance. A final, sharp command echoed up the stairwell. It was Samuel's voice, cold and clear, though thick with exertion. "It's done." A chorus of growls, the pack's acknowledgement, answered him. There was no cheering, just a low, unified sound of assent. My blood turned to ice. It was Samuel. Jaxon had lost. The lock on my door turned. I scrambled off the bed, standing in the center of the room, my back straight, my hands clenched at my sides. I would not cower, not anymore. The door opened. Samuel stood in the frame. He was a mess. His shirt was torn, one sleeve hanging by a thread. A long, angry scratch ran from his temple down his jawline, beating with blood. His knuckles were raw and swollen. He held himself with that same imposing stillness, but there was a new rawness to his energy, a predatory heat still radiating off him from the fight. His eyes, that impossible silver, found me immediately and pinned me in place. He didn't speak. He just looked at me, as if assessing the state of his newly acquired asset. Behind him, in the hallway, I saw a glimpse of Jaxon being half-dragged, half-carried by two of his own men. His face was a mask of blood and fury, one eye swollen shut. But his good eye found me, too, burning with a promise of undying hatred before he was hauled around the corner and out of sight. Elder Corvin stood further back, his expression grave and unreadable. He gave a slow, solemn nod to Samuel's back, then turned and followed Jackson's retinue out. "Bradley," Samuel said, his voice a rough gravel. "Post 2 guards on this door. No one enters without my express command. That includes Pack." "Yes, Alpha," Bradley's voice came from the side. He sounded subdued. Samuel finally stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. The click of the latch was deafening. We were alone. The air was charged with the aftermath of violence and the stark reality of his victory. "You heard," he stated. It wasn't a question. I heard enough, I said, my own voice surprisingly steady. You won. I did. He took a step closer, not threateningly, but with the deliberate motion of a man surveying what was now indisputably his. The challenge is settled. Corvin has witnessed. Jackson's claim is void. By our laws, the contention is over. And I am your uncontested property, I finished for him, the words tasting like ash. His gaze sharpened. You are a member of the Blackwood pack, my pack. Your safety and your conduct are my responsibility. It was the same cold, political reframing. He would never call me property to my face. He would use words like member and responsibility. But the lock on the door, the guards outside, the fight that had just happened, they all told the true story. What does that mean now? I asked. Now that you've secured me, he studied me for a long moment. It means you are no longer a magnet for chaos. Jaxon cannot legally move against you without challenging me again, and he will not. The feral scum saw the price of interference. Your presence here is now a settled fact. So I get to leave this room. The question was a challenge. In time, he said, evasive. After the pack has adjusted, after I am certain the lesson of today has been absorbed by all parties. I'm a prisoner. You are under protection, he corrected, his tone hardening a fraction. The world outside this territory is not safe for you, Sophia. Jackson's obsession may be illegal now, but it is not gone. And there are other dangers. The ferals today proved that. Here you are behind ward lines. Here you are under my authority. Where I have no rights, I whispered. He moved then, so fast I barely registered it, stopping only a foot away. I caught the scent of pine, iron, and sweat. You have the right to my protection, he said, his voice low. You have the right to food, shelter, and safety from your enemies. That is more than you had when you stumbled through my gate. Do not mistake the nature of this arrangement. I'm not mistaking anything, I fired back, a spark of my old defiance igniting. I know exactly what this is. I'm a trophy, a symbol. You didn't fight for me. You fought because he challenged you on your own land. I was just the thing you were arguing over. A muscle ticked in his jaw. For a second, I thought I saw something flash in his eyes, anger, or maybe something else, something more complicated. But it was gone as quickly as it came, smoothed over by that infuriating alpha control. Your perspective is noted, he said, his voice returning to its cool, detached tone. It is also irrelevant. The reality is what it is. You will remain here tonight. Tomorrow, we will begin to establish a routine. You will be given tasks. You will contribute. Tasks, the word was so mundane it was horrifying. This is a pack, not a hotel. Everyone contributes. He turned and walked to the door, his movements still carrying the lethal grace of a predator, even wounded. He paused with his hand on the knob. Get some rest. The chaos ends now. Your new life begins tomorrow. He left without another look, locking the door behind him. I stood there, shaking, not with fear but with a volatile mix of rage and despair. My new life. A life of assigned tasks and guarded rooms, owned by a man who saw me as a resolved political problem. I was no longer a mistake. I was a settled fact. It felt infinitely worse. The hours dragged. Food was brought by a silent, wary pack member I didn't recognize, a simple stew and bread. I ate because I had to, tasting nothing. The sounds of the lodge settled into an uneasy quiet. The adrenaline of the day bled away, leaving a hollow, numb exhaustion. Sleep was a fractured thing, filled with echoes of snarls and the sensation of falling. I woke often, each time to the oppressive silence of the locked room and the weight of my new reality. When morning light finally filtered through the curtains, it brought no relief. The door unlocked and Bradley entered, his expression carefully neutral. Alpha Samuel requests your presence in the kitchen, he said, to assist with breakfast cleanup. So it began, my first task. I followed him downstairs, acutely aware of the eyes on me. The pack members in the great room, fewer than usual, watched me pass. Their looks were different now. Before, there had been curiosity, suspicion, hostility. Now there was a grim acceptance. I was no longer a disputed intruder. I was the Alpha's possession. Their stares held a new kind of ownership, as if Samuel's victory had made me communal pack property by extension. The kitchen was warm and steamy, dominated by a large, formidable-looking woman named Mara who barely glanced at me. Pots need scrubbing, rack over there, be thorough. Her tone was all business, no welcome. I spent the next hour elbow-deep in soapy water, scrubbing enormous cauldrons that had held oatmeal. The work was mindless and physically demanding. Mara barked an order now and then, but otherwise ignored me. It was a different kind of isolation. I was among them, but utterly separate, a tool to be used. After the kitchen, Bradley escorted me to a small, sunlit room off the main hall that served as a sort of sewing and mending space. An older woman, introduced as Alara, silently handed me a basket of torn garments and a needle and thread. "Fix what you can," was all she said. The quiet, precise work was a strange contrast to the violence of the previous day. As I sewed a torn sleeve on a flannel shirt, I wondered if it belonged to one of the wolves who had watched me be fought over. The domestic normality of it was surreal. I was returned to my room for a midday meal, then fetched again in the afternoon, this time to help sort and store root vegetables in a cold cellar beneath the lodge. The pattern was set. I was kept busy, supervised, and utterly isolated from any meaningful interaction. No one spoke to me beyond issuing instructions. Lena was nowhere to be seen. Days fell into this bleak rhythm. Wake up, be escorted to a chore, work in silence, be returned to my room. The guards on my door were a constant. Samuel was a distant presence. I saw him sometimes, moving through the lodge or speaking with his betas on the porch, but he never approached me. I was a piece of furniture he had acquired, now being dusted and used appropriately. The pack's attitude towards me solidified into a uniform, chilly indifference. I was part of the landscape, uncontested property. The drama was over, and I was the boring aftermath. It was on the fourth day of this routine that something shifted. My afternoon task was gathering fallen branches from the walled garden for kindling. It was the first time I'd been allowed outside since the trial, though Bradley watched from the garden's entrance, a silent sentinel. The air was crisp, the sky a pale gray. I worked mechanically, the simple act of being under an open sky a small, painful pleasure. As I bent to pick up a particularly thick branch, my fingers brushed against something that wasn't wood or leaf. It was a small, smooth stone, deliberately placed at the base of the old oak tree. And nestled beside it was a tightly folded square of paper. My heart stuttered. I glanced swiftly at Bradley. He was looking out towards the tree line, his back mostly to me. With a movement I hoped looked natural, I palmed the stone and the paper, shoving them deep into the pocket of my borrowed trousers. The rest of the hour in the garden passed in a blur of anxious tension. When Bradley finally called time and escorted me back inside, the note in my pocket felt like a live coal. Back in the solitude of my room, with the door locked, I finally pulled it out. The paper was the same as before. The handwriting was Lena's. "The claim is settled, but the game isn't over. You're not just property now. You're a symbol of his strength. That makes you a target in a different way. Watch for the cracks. Not everyone here is happy with a human stain on the Alpha's victory. The ones who wanted you gone before, they're quieter now. That makes them more dangerous. Don't trust the quiet. And remember, even settled things can be unsettled. Jaxon is healing, and he doesn't forgive." I read it twice, then carefully tore the paper into tiny pieces, flushing them down the small bathroom toilet. The stone, a simple gray river rock, I kept, hiding it under my mattress. A token, a connection. Lena's words swirled in my head. A target in a different way. Don't trust the quiet. The oppressive, orderly routine of the past few days now seemed sinister, a calm surface hiding currents I couldn't see. The pack's indifference might not be indifference at all. It might be a waiting. That evening, my dinner was brought not by the usual silent wolf, but by Bradley himself. He set the tray down on the small table. "Alpha Samuel wishes to see you after you eat," he said, his voice flat. A cold dread pooled in my stomach. Why? He didn't say, I'll return in 20 minutes to escort you. He left, locking the door. I couldn't eat. The food sat there, growing cold as my mind raced with possibilities. Was this about the note? Had I been seen? Or was this simply the next step in my new life, some new decree, some new restriction? When Bradley returned, I followed him on numb legs. He didn't lead me to the great room or the study. Instead, he took me down a hallway I'd never been through to a door at the very back of the lodge. He knocked once, then opened it. It was a private sitting room, smaller and less formal than the study. A fire crackled in a stone hearth. Samuel stood before it, silhouetted by the flames. He had changed into a clean, dark shirt, the scratches on his face already fading to thin pink lines, werewolf healing at work. Leave us, he said to Bradley without turning around. The door closed softly behind me. I was alone with him, the fire popping between us. Sit, he said, gesturing to a worn leather armchair. I remained standing. What do you want? He finally turned to look at me. In the firelight, his silver eyes seemed to glow. You've been here a week under the new arrangement. You've been compliant. I've been following orders, I corrected. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched his lips. As you should. He paused, studying me. The pack is adjusting. The situation is stable. Because of that, I am altering your conditions. My breath caught. Was he going to let me go? The foolish hope was extinguished instantly. Your continued confinement to the lodge is no longer necessary for security, he continued. Starting tomorrow, your assigned tasks will extend to the outer cabins. You will help with laundry, cleaning of vacant units. You will be under guard, but you will have more mobility. It was not freedom, it was a slightly larger cage. But after days in the same few rooms, the thought of seeing more of the territory, even under guard, sent a treacherous thread of relief through me. Why? I asked, suspicious. Because a useful asset is less likely to become a restless one, he said bluntly. And because it is the logical next step. You are pack. You will learn the pack's territory. The way he said pack still felt like a lie. Is that all? No, he took a step closer. The firelight danced across the sharp planes of his face. There is a gathering tomorrow night, a pack run. The full moon is waning, but the energy remains. It is a tradition. All members attend. A chill that had nothing to do with the room crept down my spine. I'm not a werewolf. You are a member of this pack, he repeated, his tone leaving no room for argument. You will attend. You will observe. You will be present at the fire after the run. It is important that you are seen. Seen, always about being seen. A symbol at a ceremony. I wanted to refuse, to scream that I wouldn't be paraded around like a prize. But the lock on the door, the guards, the sheer weight of his will in the room pressed down on me. Refusal was not an option. It would only lead to worse confinement. I understand, I forced out. He nodded, as if my compliance was a foregone conclusion. Good, Bradley will provide you with appropriate clothing, do not be late. He turned back to the fire, a clear dismissal. You may go. Bradley was waiting outside to lead me back to my cell. As I walked, the dread solidified into a hard, cold knot in my stomach. A pack run. A gathering of werewolves in their power under the moon. And I, the human trophy, would be made to sit and watch. The next day passed in a haze of anxious anticipation. My new tasks took me to a cluster of cabins near the tree line. The work was simple, sweeping, airing out beds. But being outside the main lodge felt strangely significant. The forest loomed closer, a dark living wall. My guard, a young wolf named Kieran, watched me with an alertness that felt different from Bradley's stoic observation. He seemed almost nervous. As evening approached, Bradley arrived at my room with a bundle of clothes. A simple, long dress of dark, sturdy wool and a thick cloak. For the gathering, he said, avoiding my eyes. I changed, the fabric feeling alien and heavy. When it was time, Kieran came to escort me. He led me not to the main lodge, but down a path that wound into the woods behind it. The sounds of the forest at dusk were overwhelming. Crickets, distant owls, the rustle of unseen creatures. The path opened into a massive, natural clearing I had never seen before. It was breathtaking and terrifying. A huge bonfire roared in the center, painting the surrounding trees in flickering shades of orange and black. Dozens of pack members were already there, some in human form, many already shifted into magnificent, powerful wolves that lounged by the fire or paced at the tree line. The air thrummed with a raw, wild energy that made my skin prickle. Samuel stood near the fire, speaking with a few of his betas. He was dressed simply, but he commanded the space, an anchor of calm authority in the swirling, primal scene. He saw me the moment I entered the clearing. His gaze held mine for a long second across the distance, an unspoken command to stay put. Kieran guided me to a log placed a respectful distance from the central fire, close enough to see, far enough to be separate. "Remain here," he instructed, then melted into the crowd. I sat, pulling the cloak tightly around me, feeling impossibly small and human. The pack continued to gather. I saw Mara from the kitchen, Ilara from the mending room. I saw Lena, standing with a group of younger females. She glanced my way once, her expression unreadable before looking away. Then Samuel raised his hand. The murmurs and growls died instantly. Every eye, human and wolf, turned to him. "The moon remembers our strength," he said, his voice carrying easily through the clearing without seeming to shout. "The forest welcomes our hunt. We run as one, we are Blackwood." A unified, low howl rose from the throats of the wolves, echoed by the humans. It was a sound of unity and ferocity that vibrated in my bones. As one, they began to strip off their clothes, folding them neatly at the clearing's edge. There was no modesty, only a practical, unself-conscious transformation. I looked away, my face heating, but the sounds forced me to look back. The shifting was not the dramatic, bone-breaking horror of stories. It was fluid, powerful, a ripple of muscle and a shimmer of fur. Within moments, where there had been people, there was a pack of enormous wolves. Samuel's wolf was the largest, a massive beast of midnight black and silver-tipped fur, his eyes the same piercing silver. He threw back his head and unleashed a howl that split the night. The pack answered, a chorus that shook the leaves from the trees. Then, as if on a silent signal, they surged forward, a river of fur and muscle flowing into the dark forest. The ground trembled with their passing. In seconds, the clearing was empty save for the roaring fire, the piles of discarded clothing and me. The silence they left behind was profound, broken only by the crackle of flames. I was utterly alone. The weight of the wilderness, the depth of the darkness beyond the firelight, pressed in on me. This was their world. I was a spectator, a fragile two-legged creature left behind by the tide. I don't know how long I sat there, staring into the flames, listening to the distant, fading echoes of howls. The fire began to burn lower. The night grew colder. A twig snapped behind me. I turned, thinking it was Kieran or another guard left behind. But the figure that stepped from the tree line into the flickering firelight wasn't a guard. It was a man I didn't recognize, tall and lean, with sharp features and eyes that reflected the fire like an animal's. He wasn't from Samuel's pack. His clothes were rough, his smile slow and unpleasant as his gaze landed on me, alone on the log. "Well, well," he said, his voice a sly whisper that carried across the empty clearing. "The Alpha's new little pet, left all by herself." He took a step closer, his eyes gleaming. He really shouldn't have done that. The man stepped from the tree line, his eyes fixed on me. They weren't the gold of a shifted wolf, but something feral and human, glinting with a predator's intent in the firelight. My breath hitched, the roar of the departing pack still echoing in my ears, leaving a vacuum of silence that his presence filled with dread. I took a stumbling step back, the heat of the bonfire suddenly oppressive against my spine. He was tall and lean, dressed in worn leather and dark cloth that blended with the shadows. His hair was a matted, dark mane, and his smile revealed teeth that seemed just a little too sharp. "Left all alone," he said, his voice a rough scrape. "The Alpha's new prize, untasted and undefended, An oversight. My heart hammered against my ribs. I scanned the clearing desperately, but the forest was a wall of darkness, the last sounds of the hunt fading into the distance. Kieran, my guard, was gone, transformed and running with the others. Samuel's order for me to attend had been about display, not protection. He'd shown me off, a living trophy by his fire, and then left me as bait. "I'm not alone," I said, forcing the words out. "The Alpha is miles away by now, chasing the scent of deer, not interlopers," the man finished, taking another casual step forward. He moved with a loose-limbed grace that was utterly predatory. We watched. We always watch. A pack that leaves its valuables unattended doesn't deserve to keep them. We, the feral pack. Lena's warning screamed in my mind. You are a symbol of his strength. That makes you a target. He was between me and the path back to the lodge. The forest at my back was an unknown terror. My options were a sprint into darkness or a confrontation I couldn't win. "Samuel will kill you," I said, my voice trembling despite my effort to steady it. "Maybe," the man shrugged, still advancing. "But he'd have to find me first, and he'd have to want you back badly enough to chase. Is a broken tool worth a war in the deep woods?" His gaze raked over me, dismissive and hungry all at once. "We don't play by his rules. Contested prey is free prey, and you, little human, are very contested." He was close enough now that I could smell him, damp earth, pine, and the metallic scent of old blood. My muscles coiled, ready to run even if it was futile. I looked for a weapon, a burning branch, a rock, but everything was out of reach. "Come quietly," he said, his voice dropping to a persuasive purr that made my skin crawl. "It'll go easier. We're not all monsters. We just take what the structured packs are too arrogant to guard." His hand shot out, fast as a snake. I jerked backward, but his fingers closed around my wrist like an iron manacle. His grip was cold and impossibly strong. A yelp of pain escaped me as he yanked me forward, off balance. "No," I shouted, the sound pitifully small against the vast night. I dug my heels into the dirt, pulling back with all my weight. It was like trying to move a tree. He laughed, a low, grating sound. "Spirit. I heard you had spirit. Jackson's prize, Samuel Trophy. Let's see what you are when you're ours." He began to drag me toward the trees. I thrashed, my free hand clawing at his arm, but my nails scraped uselessly against the tough leather of his vambrace. Panic, white and blinding, surged through me. This was it. Not a formal trial, not a claim dispute, but a brutal snatch from the darkness. I opened my mouth to scream again, knowing it was hopeless. A snarl ripped through the air, not from the forest, but from the edge of the clearing behind the man. He froze, his head whipping around. His grip on me tightened convulsively. Another wolf stood there, having emerged from the shadows without a sound. It wasn't one of the massive, sleek forms that had departed with the pack. This one was smaller, its coat a mix of gray and brown, almost mottled. It stood low to the ground, lips peeled back from gleaming teeth, a deep, continuous growl vibrating in its chest. My captor's cruel smile returned. A lone sentry, the Alpha left a pup to guard his treasure. He shoved me behind him, putting himself between me and the wolf. "Run along, little one. This doesn't concern you." The wolf didn't run. It took a step forward, then another, its growl intensifying. Its eyes, a pale, intelligent yellow, were fixed on the man, but I had the uncanny sense it was aware of every inch of my position. "Stupid beast," the man spat. He shifted his stance, his own body seeming to loosen and prepare for a transformation of his own. The air crackled with the promise of violence. The gray wolf moved. It wasn't the blinding charge I expected. It darted in, fast and low, jaws snapping at the man's leg. The man kicked out, but the wolf was already gone, circling to the side. It was harrying him, like a shepherd dog driving a predator, not engaging directly. Its movements were sharp, tactical. The man snarled in frustration, turning to keep the wolf in view. His distraction was momentary, but it was enough. His grip on my wrist slackened a fraction. Instinct took over. I wrenched my arm with all my strength, and this time I slipped free. I didn't think. I ran not into the forest but across the clearing toward the lodge trail. My legs pumped, fear lending them a speed I didn't know I possessed. I heard a furious roar behind me, the sound of a brief scuffle, a yelp that was more canine than human, a thud, and then the pounding of footsteps. He was coming after me. "You can't outrun me, human," his voice bellowed, much closer than I'd hoped. The lodge lights were a distant, mocking cluster of pinpricks. I wouldn't make it. The footsteps grew louder, a rhythmic drum of death at my back. Then a gray blur shot past me from the side. The wolf, my wolf, raced ahead and spun, planting itself squarely on the path between me and my pursuer. It stood its ground, a small, fierce barrier. I stumbled to a halt, chest heaving, staring at its back. The man skidded to a stop a few yards away, his expression now a mask of pure rage. A long, bleeding scratch ran down his forearm. "You will die for this," he promised the wolf, his voice guttural. The wolf just growled, a sound of absolute defiance. A new sound cut through the night, a distant, answering howl, then another, and another. A chorus, turning back, getting closer. The man's head snapped up. He looked from the wolf to me, to the dark woods from which the howls were rapidly approaching. Cursing viciously, he took a step back. "This isn't over," he hissed, his eyes locking on mine with a promise that chilled my blood. Then he melted into the forest, disappearing as quickly as he had come. I sank to my knees, my legs giving out. The adrenaline drained away, leaving me shaking and cold. The gray wolf turned and trotted back to me. It didn't approach too closely, just sat on its haunches a few feet away, watching me with those calm yellow eyes. Its sides were heaving slightly. Up close, I could see it wasn't a pup, but a fully grown, if modestly sized, wolf. There was a familiarity in the set of its eyes, a knowingness that was unnerving. "Thank you," I whispered, my voice raw. The wolf dipped its head once, a strangely deliberate gesture. Then it looked past me, ears pricked. The howls were very close now. A moment later, the clearing erupted with returning wolves. They poured from the trees, a river of fur and muscle, led by a massive, midnight black wolf, Samuel. He shifted as he reached the firelight, his human form coalescing from the beast in a seamless, terrifying flow. He was naked, covered in a fine sheen of sweat and forest detritus, his expression thunderous. His eyes swept the clearing, missing nothing. My kneeling, trembling form, the gray wolf sitting placidly nearby, the absence of my guard. He stalked toward me, the other wolves fanning out, some still in form, some shifting back. The air hummed with tension. "Report," Samuel's voice was a whip crack, but it wasn't directed at me. The gray wolf stood, and in a shimmer of light and sound that made me flinch, shifted. The form that straightened was familiar, draped in a simple tunic that had been tied at its waist. Lena. She met Samuel's gaze steadily. An intruder from the feral band approached Sophia at the fire after the run commenced. He attempted to take her. I intervened and delayed him until the pack's return scared him off. Samuel's jaw tightened. His gaze burned into me. Kieran, a young man, looking horrified and still half-shifted, was pushed forward from the crowd. It was Kieran, my guard. "Alpha," the call to run was strong. "I thought she was safe by the fire, You left your post," Samuel said, his voice dangerously quiet. "You left contested pack property unguarded during a full moon, knowing there are factions who would see it stolen or destroyed. You are relieved of all duties. Confine yourself to the barracks." Kieran paled, nodding mutely before being led away. Samuel finally looked down at me. "Get up." I forced my trembling legs to obey, pushing myself to my feet. I couldn't stop shaking. He said to Lena, "why were you not on the run?" "I had a stomach ache, Alpha," she said, her voice flat. "I stayed behind. I was in the trees when I saw the intruder approach. I acted to protect pack property." There wasn't a hint of emotion in her words. She had saved me, but she was framing it in the coldest possible terms. Samuel studied her for a long moment, then gave a curt nod. "Your intervention preserved an asset, you will be noted." His attention returned to me, a weight that felt physical. "And you are unharmed," I nodded, unable to speak. He turned to address the gathered pack, his voice rising to fill the clearing. This ends now. The feral ones have moved from watching to acting. They have trespassed and attempted theft on a night of sacred run. His eyes found mine again, and in them, I saw no concern for my terror, only a cold calculation. The symbol of our strength was challenged. A low, approving growl rippled through the pack. From this moment, Samuel declared, Sophia does not leave the main lodge. Not for chores, not for air. She is to be under constant guard inside the wards. She is not a tool to be used. She is a standard to be defended. Her safety is now directly tied to the honor of this pack. Do you understand? The pack roared its agreement. The sound was not comforting. It was possessive, violent. Samuel looked at Lena. You found her, you guard her, first shift, take her inside. Lena nodded. She walked over to me, her expression still unreadable. Come, she said, not unkindly. I followed her numb, back toward the lodge. The pack watched us go, their eyes glowing in the firelight. As we reached the tree line, I glanced back. Samuel stood by the bonfire, a dark silhouette against the flames, already issuing quiet, sharp orders to his inner circle. He was planning a response. The fragile routine of my existence had shattered. I was no longer just a symbol. I was a casus belli. Lena didn't speak until we were inside the heavy doors of the main lodge, the wards humming faintly around us. She led me not to the west guest room, but to a smaller interior room near the kitchen, a pantry or a linen closet, converted into a makeshift cell with a cot and a bucket. There were no windows. Here, she said, until he decides otherwise. I finally found my voice. You saved me, thank you. She leaned against the closed door, her arms crossed. Don't thank me, I didn't do it for you. Then why? She was silent for so long I thought she wouldn't answer. Because letting Jaxon or some feral scavenger have you would be a worse outcome for this pack, she said finally. Samuel, winning you was a statement. Losing you would be a humiliation we can't afford. It's about pack strength. She pushed off the door. Get some sleep. The real guard will be here soon. She paused, her hand on the latch. What I said out there was true. You're an asset, a standard, but standards get burned if the wind turns against them. She left, locking the door behind her. I sat on the hard cot, the events of the night replaying in a frantic loop. The feral man's grip, the gleam in his eyes, the gray wolf's fearless intervention, Samuel's cold, strategic fury. I was a catalyst, a spark that was about to ignite a conflict I barely understood. Hours later, the lock clicked. It wasn't Lena or a guard with food. It was Samuel. He had dressed in dark pants and a simple shirt, but he still carried the wild energy of the run and the confrontation. He filled the small room. He didn't speak at first, just looked at me as if assessing damage on a piece of equipment. The feral leader has been identified, he said abruptly. His name is Ricker. He leads a band of outcasts and exiles who live beyond the treaty lines. They have no honor, but they are cunning. His attempt tonight was a probe, to test our vigilance, to test my commitment to keeping you. I stayed silent, waiting. He failed on both counts, Samuel continued, a grim satisfaction in his tone. But he has forced my hand. I cannot let this stand. A response is required, a visible, unequivocal response. A cold knot formed in my stomach. What are you going to do? A faint, ruthless smile touched his lips. I am going to give them exactly what they want. A target, a prize left seemingly vulnerable. His eyes pinned me. You. I stared at him, disbelief washing over me. You're using me as bait. I am using you as the focal point of a lesson, he corrected, his voice hard. They think you are a weakness. I will show them you are the reason for their annihilation. In 3 nights, there will be a gathering at the Northern Watchtower. A supply exchange with a neutral trader. You will be there publicly with a minimal guard. The information will leak. You're insane, I breathed. He almost took me tonight. Tonight, you were an opportunity. In 3 nights, you will be a trap, and I will be the jaws. He took a step closer, his presence overwhelming. This is not a negotiation. This is your purpose now. You exist to draw the venom to the surface so it can be cut out. Your survival is incidental to that goal, but it is preferable. Do you understand? I understood perfectly. I was no longer just property or a symbol. I was live bait, dangled before a predator to lure it into a killing strike. My value was measured solely by my ability to attract death. Samuel watched the realization dawn on my face. He gave a single, slow nod. Good, rest, you'll need your strength. He turned to leave, then glanced back. And Sophia, pray that my aim is true. Because if Ricker's teeth reach you before mine reach him, your suffering will make Jackson's obsession seem like a gentle courtship. He left, locking the door once more. I sat in the silent, windowless dark, the walls feeling like they were closing in. The fear of the feral man's grip was gone, replaced by a deeper, more profound terror. I was no longer caught between two alphas. I was the center of a battlefield, and the war was about to begin with my body as the first line drawn in the dirt. Live bait. The words echoed in the silence of my new cell, a windowless pantry near the kitchen that smelled of dried herbs and dust. I was no longer a symbol. I was a piece of meat on a hook, and Samuel was going to dangle me over a pit of wolves. 3 nights. That was the countdown to my role as the centerpiece of his trap. The door opened, and Mara stood there, a bowl of stew in her hands. Her expression was, as always, unreadable granite. Eat, she said, placing it on the floor just inside the door. You're to stay here unless escorted. Alpha's orders. For how long? My voice was flat. Until he says otherwise. She looked at me, and for a flicker I thought I saw something in her eyes, not pity but a kind of weary understanding. Don't make trouble, it's safer in here. Safer, a joke. Nowhere was safe. Being Samuel's property meant being his tool, and tools got used until they broke. The door closed and the lock clicked. I ate the stew, tasting nothing. The confinement was absolute. No window meant no sense of time, just the faint sounds of the lodge moving around me. Footsteps, distant voices, the clatter of pans. Guards changed outside my door every few hours. I heard the low murmur of their exchanges. On the second day of my imprisonment, the door opened to reveal Lena. She carried a bundle of linens. Change these, she said, her tone businesslike. As she handed me the sheets, her fingers brushed mine, and a small, folded square of paper was pressed into my palm. My heart hammered. I palmed it instantly, tucking it into the waistband of my pants as I took the linens. She gave no other sign, just watched as I stripped the narrow cot and remade it. Her eyes scanned the room, the door, then came back to me. The watch rotation has been doubled, she said, her voice just above a whisper. No one gets in or out of the lodge without the Alpha's direct word. He's called scouts back from the borders. Everyone is tightening. For the ambush, I whispered back. She gave a sharp, almost imperceptible nod. It's all anyone talks about. The plan is aggressive. Some think it's a provocation that will bring more than just Ricker's pack down on us. She stepped closer, pretending to adjust a corner of the sheet. The note, burn it after, don't trust the quiet. Then she was gone, the lock turning again. I waited until the footsteps receded, then retreated to the far corner, my back to the door. My hands trembled as I unfolded the tiny paper. The tower is a death sentence. He knows it. You are the spark for the war he wants. Ricker is not the only enemy watching. Jackson's spies are in the trees. Choose a side or you will be torn apart between them. There is no neutral ground. Zell. I stared at the words until they blurred. Choose a side. What side did I have? Samuel's, where I was bait. Jackson's, where I was a possession to be broken. Or Ricker's, where I was spoils. I chewed the corner of the paper, then swallowed it, the pulp bitter on my tongue. Burn it, she said. This was safer. The hours bled together. I slept fitfully, haunted by dreams of falling from a high tower, with Samuel and Jaxon and a man with matted hair all watching from below. I was woken not by light, but by the door opening again. It was Samuel. He filled the doorway, his presence sucking the air from the small room. He looked at me, curled on the cot, and his gaze was analytical, like a general assessing a piece of terrain. Up, he said. You need air. And you need to be seen. I pushed myself to my feet, my legs stiff. Seen. The pack needs to remember what we're defending, and our enemies need to see that our standard is still held high. He stepped aside, revealing Bradley and another large wolf I didn't know standing in the hall. You have 15 minutes in the walled garden. They will be with you. It wasn't an offer, it was a directive. I walked out, flanked by the two guards. Samuel watched us go, then turned and strode away toward the sound of raised voices coming from the great room. The walled garden was a small, sad patch of autumn-brown plants and a stone bench, enclosed by the lodge's high wooden walls. The sky above was a pale, cold gray. The air was sharp with the promise of frost. I sat on the bench, drawing my thin sweater around me. Bradley and the other guard, Gareth, I heard Bradley call him, took positions at either end of the garden, their eyes constantly moving. This was my life now. A brief, guarded respite between confinements, all part of the display. I saw a flicker of movement along the top of the wall. A squirrel, perhaps. But then a face appeared, peering through a gap in the wooden slats. It was there for only a second, pale, sharp-featured, with eyes that held a feral gleam, before it vanished. My breath caught. I didn't move, didn't react. I just stared at the spot where it had been. Ricker's pack, or Jackson's spy. They were already inside the wards. They were watching. The 15 minutes ended with brutal punctuality. Bradley touched my shoulder. Time's up. Back through the lodge, the atmosphere was a taut wire. Werewolves moved with purpose, their faces set. I saw weapons being checked, not just claws but knives and a few with modern rifles. The pack was preparing for a fight. I was returned to my pantry cell, the door locked. The silence pressed in again, heavier now. The third day, the day before the tower, passed in a strange, suspended anxiety. My meals came. I was escorted to a bathroom twice, always under dual guard. No one spoke to me. I was a ghost moving through a camp on the eve of battle. That evening, as a deep darkness settled, the door opened to Samuel once more. He was alone. Come, he said. He didn't lead me to the garden. He led me upstairs to his study. The fire was lit, casting long, dancing shadows. He closed the door and leaned against his desk, arms crossed, looking at me. Tomorrow night, he said, his voice low. You understand your role. To stand there and be taken, I said, the words ash in my mouth. To stand there, he corrected, a cold emphasis in his tone. The taking will be prevented. My wolves will be hidden in the trees around the tower. The moment Ricker or any of his mongrels show themselves to claim you, they will be eliminated. And if they get to me first, then you will have failed in your only purpose, he said, without a hint of remorse. But I don't expect you to fail. You're stubborn. You have a will to live. Use it. Stay alive until my wolves can finish their job. He pushed off the desk and walked to the window, looking out into the blackness. This is the only way to end the threat. A clean, decisive strike. They've broken the peace by entering my territory and laying hands on what is mine. This is the response. What is mine? I was never Sophia to him. I was a key to a strategic objective. What happens after? I asked, my voice barely audible. If your ambush works, he glanced back at me. Then the feral pack is broken, their threat is removed, and you, he considered. You will have proven your value, you will remain with the pack. Under guard until the next threat emerges. A permanent asset, a permanent prisoner. There was a sharp rap on the door. Alpha, it was Bradley's voice tense. Enter. Bradley stepped in, his face grim. A report from the southern tree line. We found traces. More than one set of prints, coming right up to the ward line and then fading. They're probing, Samuel. Testing the perimeter. Samuel's jaw tightened. They're getting impatient. Good. Let them smell the bait. Everything is set for the tower. Yes, Alpha, positions are assigned. They'll be in place an hour before moonrise. Samuel nodded, dismissing him. When the door closed again, he looked at me. You should sleep. You'll need your strength tomorrow to look the part. He escorted me back to my cell himself. At the door, he paused. Do not try anything foolish. There are wolves watching you that even you cannot see. Your only path to survival is through the plan. The lock turned. I was alone with the crushing dark and the ticking clock in my head. Sleep was impossible. I lay on the cot, staring at the black ceiling, listening to the lodge settle into an uneasy quiet. The night deepened. Then I heard it, a sound that didn't belong. A faint, rhythmic scraping, like claws on wood, coming from the other side of the interior wall. My blood went cold. I sat up slowly, pressing my ear to the cool plaster. The scraping stopped. Then, a whisper, so faint I thought I imagined it at first. It seeped through the wall, a sibilant, taunting sound. "A little bait, we see you, we are coming." I jerked back from the wall, my hand clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. They were here, inside the lodge. How? I scrambled off the cot, backing toward the door. I raised a fist to pound on it, to scream for the guard, but froze. What if the guard was gone? What if the voice on the other side of the wall was the guard? The scraping came again, followed by a low, guttural chuckle. Then, silence. I stood there shaking for what felt like hours, until a sliver of gray light announced dawn under the door. The night was over. The day of the trap had arrived. My final day passed in a blur of dread. My escort to the bathroom was two new wolves, their eyes hard and scanning every shadow. The usual lodge sounds were muted, replaced by a focused, lethal quiet. When Mara brought my noon meal, she didn't meet my eyes. "Eat it all," was all she said. As afternoon faded toward evening, Samuel came for me. He was dressed for war, dark, durable clothes, knives at his belt. His expression was carved from ice. "It's time." He led me not to the front door, but through a back passage I hadn't seen before, a narrow servants' corridor that exited near the kitchen gardens. A small, armed group waited there, Bradley, Gareth, and 3 others. All were armed, all were tense. "The tower is a 20-minute walk north," Samuel said to me. "You will walk in the center, you will not run, you will not speak, you will look ahead. Do you understand?" I nodded, my throat too tight for words. We moved out, slipping into the tree line behind the lodge. The forest was a tapestry of deep shadows and last golden light. We walked in silence, the only sounds the crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant call of a crow. The guard's eyes never stopped moving, scanning the dense woods around us. I felt 1,000 hidden eyes upon me. The weight of the plan, of Samuel's expectations, of Ricker's hunger, and Jackson's unseen gaze pressed down on me until I could barely breathe. We reached the tower as the last light was bleeding from the sky. It was an old, stone structure, maybe a lookout from a different age, nestled on a rocky rise. A narrow staircase wound around the outside to a small platform at the top. A single, flickering torch was bracketed by the door at the base. "Up," Samuel commanded, his voice a low growl. I climbed. The stairs were uneven, the stone cold under my hands. The higher I went, the more exposed I felt. The forest spread out below, a sea of darkness. I reached the platform. It was bare, about 10 feet across, with a low stone parapet. The wind up here was biting, whipping my hair around my face. Samuel and his wolves did not follow me up. They melted into the trees below, vanishing as if they had never been. I was alone. The bait dangling, moonrise was close. The sky was a deep violet. I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering from cold and fear. I looked out at the forest, trying to see the hidden wolves, but saw nothing. The world was still and silent, holding its breath. Then a new sound, not from the forest below, but from the stairs behind me. A slow, deliberate footstep on stone. My breath hitched. I turned, backing against the parapet. A figure emerged from the stairwell onto the platform. It wasn't Ricker. It wasn't any feral wolf I'd seen. It was Kieran, the young guard who had been punished for leaving me alone at the bonfire. His face was pale, his eyes wide and frantic in the torchlight from below. He held a knife, and it trembled in his hand. "I'm sorry," he whispered, the words torn from him. "I'm so sorry, Sophia. They have my sister. They said they'd give her back if I brought you down. off the tower, away from the ambush. He took a step toward me, the knife pointing shakily in my direction. His eyes were filled with a terror that mirrored my own. "Please, don't make me hurt you. Just come with me, please." The trap wasn't just for Ricker. It had been sprung from within. And as Kieran took another desperate step forward, I realized the true, horrifying cliff I was on. Samuel's wolves were hidden in the trees, waiting for an external attack. They weren't watching the tower stairs. No one was coming to save me from the enemy already here. Kieran's knife didn't point at me. It trembled in his hand, aimed at the empty space between us, a pathetic barrier against the choice he'd been forced to make. His eyes were wide, glistening with a terror that mirrored my own. "Please," he whispered again, the words scraping raw from his throat. "They have my sister." The cold stone of the parapet bit into my back. I had no room to retreat. Below, the forest was a silent, dark sea. Samuel's warriors were out there, hidden, waiting for Ricker's pack to take the bait. Me. They weren't waiting for one of their own to crack. "Kieran," I said, my voice shockingly steady, "Samuel will kill you." "He'll never know," the whisper was frantic. "I'm supposed to be up here with you, guarding you. I can say you overpowered me. I can say I fought. They'll believe it. They have to. My sister is in a hole somewhere, Soph, please." He used my name. It was a small, desperate intimacy that made my stomach clench. The wind whipped across the tower top, carrying the distant, metallic scent of coming rain and the faint, ever-present musk of wolf. I could see the calculations racing behind his eyes. He wasn't a born traitor. He was a scared kid who'd been given an impossible test. Lena's note flashed in my mind. "You are the spark." Samuel wanted his war. Ricker wanted his prize. Jackson's spies wanted who knew what. And now Kieran wanted his sister back. Everyone wanted a piece of me, and I was supposed to just splinter apart to satisfy them all. "If I go with you," I said slowly. "Where to Ricker? You think he'll just let your sister go and hand me a thank you note? He'll kill you the second he has me, or keep her to make you do something else." His face crumpled. He knew I was right. The knife hand drooped slightly. "I don't have a choice." "There's always a choice," I said, and the words felt hollow even as I said them. My choices had been stripped away one by one since I'd stumbled through Samuel's gate. "But going with you isn't a choice for me. It's a death sentence. You heard what Samuel said, I'm bait. If I disappear from this tower before Ricker shows, his whole plan fails. He'll hunt us both. He'll raise the forest to find me." A low, guttural sound escaped him, half whimper, half growl. The conflict was tearing him apart. I could use that. I had to use that. "Give me the knife, Kieran." He stared at me, uncomprehending. "Give it to me," I insisted, holding out my hand. It didn't shake. A strange, cold clarity had settled over me. "You came up here to get me. You failed." "I took your knife. I held you off until the ambush was sprung. That's your story. It saves your life with Samuel. It might even save your sister if Ricker thinks you tried and failed." His eyes darted from my face to my outstretched hand to the dark tree line. "He'll still hurt her." "Maybe, but if you deliver me, you're both dead anyway. You know it. This way, there's a chance. Samuel wins tonight, he gets his war. Your sister might just be collateral he's willing to trade for later." I was making it up as I went along, weaving a thread of hope from pure speculation. But it was all I had. The knife clattered onto the stone flags between us. He hadn't placed it in my hand. He dropped it, relinquishing the burden. I crouched, never taking my eyes off him, and picked it up. The hilt was warm from his grip. The blade was short, sharp, meant for utility, not ceremony. It felt heavy with consequence. "Now what?" he breathed. "Now we wait for the real attack," I said, "and you play your part." We didn't have to wait long. It began not with a roar but with a silence that deepened. The night insects ceased their chirping. The wind died. The world held its breath. Then, from the forest due north, a howl ripped through the stillness. It was not the disciplined, resonant call of a Blackwood hunter. It was a ragged, multi-throated scream of hunger and fury, the feral pack. Answering howls erupted from the woods to the east and west of the tower, Samuel's hidden forces revealing themselves. The trap was acknowledging the prey. Kieran flinched at the sounds, his body coiling. "They're here. Get behind me," I ordered, shifting to put the bulk of the central parapet at my back, facing the stairwell entrance. "Look like you're trying to get to me." He moved awkwardly, his hands up in a semblance of struggle. The charade was pitiful, but in the chaos it might pass. Shapes burst from the tree line below, lean, fast, moving on 2 legs and 4, a chaotic wave of leather and fur and painted skin. They flowed toward the tower base like a dark tide. Mid-sprint, several of them shifted, bones cracking audibly even from this height, becoming massive, distorted wolves that leaped onto the lower stones, claws finding purchase where none should exist. They began to scale the tower. At the same time, Blackwood wolves poured from the forest edges, intercepting. The night exploded into violence. Snarls, shrieks of pain, the wet thud of impacts. It was a whirlwind of teeth and shadow at the base of my stone island. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was the plan. Let them come to the tower. Let them commit. Then Samuel's warriors would close the jaws. A feral wolf, mostly human but with elongated arms and dagger-like claws, crested the parapet to my left. Its eyes, yellow and intelligent, locked onto me. It grinned, saliva dripping from pointed teeth. Kieran let out a genuine cry of alarm and shoved me sideways, putting himself between me and the creature. The movement was too instinctive, too protective. It ruined our staged struggle. The feral wolf lunged. Kieran met it, not with trained skill but with desperate human clumsiness. They grappled, a tangle of limbs against the stone edge. I saw the flash of claws, heard Kieran's grunt of pain. He was going to be killed, and it would be my fault for this stupid, half-formed plan. I didn't think, I just moved. The knife in my hand felt insignificant. I drove it into the feral wolf's side, aiming for the space between its ribs. The resistance was tougher than I expected, a sickening pop and give of muscle and hide. The creature howled, not in pain but in outrage. It backhanded me, a casual swipe of incredible force. The world spun. I hit the parapet wall, my vision swimming with stars. The taste of copper filled my mouth. I slumped, dazed, seeing Kieran wrestling with the wounded beast, both of them perilously close to the edge. Then, a new shadow filled the stairwell entrance. He was taller than the others, moving with a predatory grace the scrambling ferals lacked. His hair was a dark, matted mane, his face sharp and cruel under smears of ash and ochre. Ricker. He didn't look at the struggle with Kieran. He looked only at me. "The little bait mouse," he purred, his voice a rough scrape, squeaking and drawing all the cats. He took a step onto the tower top. The sounds of the battle below seemed to fade, contained within the circle of his presence. Kieran, seeing him, froze. The injured feral took advantage, sinking its teeth into Kieran's shoulder. He screamed. Ricker flicked a glance at them. "Noisy." He gestured with his chin, and 2 more ferals clambered over the parapet, seizing Kieran and dragging the wounded one off him. They hauled Kieran, kicking and bleeding, toward the stairwell. "He's nothing," I spat, pushing myself upright, my head throbbing. "He failed. He didn't deliver me." "I know," Ricker said, taking another step closer. The moon chose that moment to break from behind a cloud, bathing the tower in cold silver light. It gleamed off his canines. "His usefulness ended when he got you up here alone. The boy's sister has been dead for 2 days. We just didn't tell him." The bottom dropped out of my stomach. Kieran's agonized wail from the stairwell was a sound of pure, soul-shattering despair. It was cut short with a sharp, final crack. Ricker smiled. "Sentiment is a weakness. Samuel thinks to use your weakness as bait. I think to simply take what is weakly held." He was within arm's reach now. I still clutched the knife, but it felt like a toy. His eyes held a hunter's flat certainty. "You are a symbol. Symbols are powerful, but they are also fragile. I don't need you intact, human. I just need you to be seen as mine." He reached for me. A black shape, moving faster than sight, slammed into him from the side. The impact was like a boulder colliding. Ricker was thrown across the tower, crashing into the opposite parapet with a crunch of stone. Standing between him and me, still in human form but radiating a violence so potent it vibrated the air, was Samuel. He was bare-chested, wearing only loose fighting pants. His skin gleamed with a sheen of sweat and blood not his own. His eyes were pure, burning amber, fixed on Ricker. He didn't look at me, not once. "You trespass," Samuel said, the words not loud but carrying over the din below. "You steal. You think the old ways mean no law. You are wrong. My law is the only one that matters here." Ricker pushed himself up, laughing, a crackle of broken bone in the sound. "Your law is a fence, Blackwood. We live in the wild beyond it." He shifted. It wasn't like the others. It was a fluid, terrifying unmaking of humanity. His body expanded, contorted, fur erupting in a patchy, mangy pelt. He became a monstrous wolf, larger than any I'd seen, but wrong, one shoulder higher than the other, a jaw that seemed to unhinge too wide, claws like curved sickles. Samuel shifted in answer. His transformation was a controlled explosion of power, a symphony of realigning strength. Where Ricker was a creature of ruin, Samuel was a creature of perfected, lethal purpose. A massive, jet-black wolf with those same glowing amber eyes. They circled on the confined space of the tower top. The two ferals who had taken Kieran, cowered by the stairwell, forgotten. I pressed myself into the stone, trying to become invisible. Ricker struck first, a lightning-fast lunge aimed at Samuel's throat. Samuel met him not with evasion, but with a brutal, direct counter. He didn't try to outmaneuver, he overpowered. Their bodies collided with a sound that shook the tower. Snarls were not sounds of rage, but of intense, focused effort. Teeth snapped, seeking purchase. Claws scored deep furrows in stone. It was a raw display of dominance, stripped of any ritual or rule. This was the alpha challenge, but writ in feral, immediate terms. Samuel fought with a chilling, efficient fury. He took a raking blow across his flank that drew a line of dark blood, but used the proximity to clamp his jaws on Ricker's foreleg. I heard the bones snap. Ricker howled, a sound of shock as much as pain. He twisted, his malformed body giving him a strange flexibility, and slammed Samuel against the parapet near me. The impact was so close I felt the vibration in my teeth. Samuel's amber eye, right beside me, flicked toward my face. For a fraction of a second, it held not the focus of the fight, but a different, searing intensity. A question, a command. It was gone instantly as he surged back into the fight. But in that look I understood. The knife, he'd seen it in my hand. Ricker, favoring his broken leg, was driving Samuel back toward the unprotected edge of the tower, using his weight and wild, unpredictable swipes. Samuel was giving ground, strategically, letting the feral alpha believe he was winning. I saw my moment. As Ricker reared up for a final, crushing blow, his exposed underbelly a tapestry of scar tissue and matted fur, I didn't hesitate. I didn't leap, I didn't scream. I simply stepped forward, as if moving through deep water, and plunged Kieran's small utility knife up and into the soft space below Ricker's ribcage. It was not a killing blow. The blade was too short. But it was a shock, a sting, a profound insult. Ricker's massive head whipped around, those yellow eyes wide with incredulous fury. A human, the distraction was a heartbeat. Less. It was all Samuel needed. In that heartbeat of stunned outrage, Samuel moved. He ducked under the stalled killing blow, came up inside Ricker's guard, and locked his jaws on the feral alpha's throat. There was no dramatic shake. No prolonged struggle. One powerful, wrenching twist, a wet, final crack. Ricker's body went rigid, then limp. The light died in his eyes. Samuel held the pose for a long second, a black monument of victory over his slain rival, before opening his jaws and letting the corpse slump to the stones. The sounds of battle below were dying. The ferals, seeing their leader dead on the tower, began to break, their howls turning to panicked yelps as the Blackwood pack hunted them down. Samuel shifted back. He stood over Ricker's body, breathing heavily, blood streaking his chest and arms, some his, most not. Slowly, he turned to me. I still held the knife, now slick with dark, clotting blood. I was trembling, a full-body shudder I couldn't control. He looked from the knife to my face. His expression was unreadable, carved from stone and shadow. You interfered in an alpha challenge. The words were an accusation. I couldn't speak. I just stared. He took a step toward me, then another. He didn't stop until he was right in front of me. The heat and scent of battle rolled off him. He reached out and I flinched. But his hand didn't strike me. It closed around the hand that held the knife. His grip was iron, smearing Ricker's blood between our skin. That, he said, his voice low and rough, is a killing offense. By the oldest laws, to interfere is to claim the right of the contest for yourself. He pried the knife from my numb fingers. He held it up between us, the bloody blade catching the moonlight. "Do you understand what you've done, Sophia?" he asked. And for the first time, his voice held something other than cold authority or strategic calculation. It held a dark, dawning wonder. "You haven't just helped me win a battle. By the laws my kind still whisper about, the laws that predate councils and treaties." He leaned closer, his amber eyes holding mine captive. "You've just claimed the kill for yourself. The oldest laws." The words hung in the air between Samuel and me, thick as the scent of blood and rain. I stared at the knife in my hand, Ricker's dark blood stark against my pale fingers. I hadn't thought. I'd just seen an opening and taken it, a desperate lunge to end the nightmare on the tower. Now, Samuel's gaze wasn't angry. It was something far more unsettling, a dark, dawning wonder, as if I'd just turned a key in a lock he'd forgotten existed. "What does that mean?" My voice was a rasp. Around us, his warriors were securing the tower, checking the bodies of the fallen feral wolves. The storm had broken, leaving a cold, clean silence in its wake. Samuel didn't answer immediately. He looked from me to Ricker's corpse and back again. "It means the situation has become interesting," he finally said, the word laden with implication. "Clean this up," he ordered the nearest warrior, a sharp gesture encompassing the dead. Then his eyes pinned me. "You with me." He didn't touch me. He simply turned and walked toward the tower stairs, expecting obedience. I stumbled after him, my legs trembling, the knife still clutched uselessly in my hand. The descent was a blur of cold stone and the murmurs of the pack below. They parted for Samuel, their eyes flicking from their alpha to me, covered in grime and another alpha's blood. The looks weren't of hatred or even indifference now. They were of sheer, unadulterated confusion. He led me not to the interior cell or the west guest room, but to his study. The fire was low. He gestured to a chair opposite his desk. "Sit," I did, the knife feeling like a burning brand. I finally let it clatter onto the rug at my feet. Samuel paced behind his desk, a controlled energy in his movements. The challenge was mine. The kill was mine to make. By intervening with a weapon, a human weapon, you inserted yourself into the sacred space of an alpha duel. Under the oldest codes, the ones that predate councils and treaties, the one who lands the killing blow in a contested challenge claims the victory. And the spoils. "Spoils," I repeated numbly. "You mean me, I claimed myself." A faint, grim twist of his lips. "In a manner of speaking, you complicated a clear-cut resolution. Ricker was my challenge, my kill. Your interference muddies the waters of possession. It doesn't make you free, it makes you a claimant, an irregularity. So what happens now?" The initial shock was receding, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. I had traded one set of chains for another, more convoluted set. "Now," Samuel said, stopping to lean on his desk, his face inches from mine. The intensity in his gray eyes was overwhelming. "Now, Elder Corvin will have an aneurysm. Jaxon will hear of this, and will see it as a grotesque loophole to exploit. And my pack will need to understand that the human bait they were guarding has, through an act of primal violence, invoked a law even most wolves have forgotten." "I didn't know," I whispered. "That is the only reason you're not dead where you stand," he said bluntly. "Ignorance and utility. You have inadvertently cemented your position as a symbol, but the symbol has changed." You are no longer just a trophy I won from Jaxon. You are a wild card that played itself in an alpha's fight. That commands a different kind of attention, a more dangerous kind. He straightened. You will be returned to the West guest room. You will not leave it. You will speak to no one. Is that clear? I could only nod. The walk back was under heavier guard. Two wolves I didn't recognize flanking me so closely I could feel the heat from their bodies. The West guest room felt different when I was locked inside. It wasn't a cage anymore. It was a vault. I was the volatile asset inside. The silence lasted 2 days. I was fed, left clean clothes, but no one met my eyes. Bradley didn't come. I saw Lena once, crossing the courtyard below my window, but she didn't look up. The pack was in a state of suspended animation, waiting for their alpha's command. On the third morning, the door opened without a knock. Samuel entered alone. He carried a bundle of dark cloths. "Put this on," he said, tossing it onto the bed. It was a dress, simple but well-made, of a deep charcoal gray. "We have a pack gathering. You will attend." "Why?" The word was out before I could stop it. "Because you are the irregularity," he said, as if explaining to a child. "The pack needs to see you. They need to understand the new context. Changing your status from bait to claimant requires a public acknowledgement. Dress. You have 10 minutes." The dress fit, which was unsettling. It was modest, with long sleeves and a high neck, but the fabric moved with me. It felt like a uniform. When I emerged, Samuel looked me over, gave a curt nod, and led me out. The great room was full. Every member of the Blackwood pack seemed to be there, standing in a loose semicircle. The air was tense, silent. All eyes were on Samuel as he walked to the hearth, and then, inevitably, on me as I stopped a few paces behind him. I saw Mara the cook, her arms crossed. Ilara the mender watching with sharp eyes. Bradley stood near the front, his expression unreadable. And Lena near the back, her gaze fixed on the floor. Samuel didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The feral threat is ended. Ricker is dead, his pack is broken. A low, approving rumble went through the room. The matter of the human, Sophia, is now settled under our law. He paused, letting the silence build. Her actions on the tower, though born of human ignorance, fell under the purview of the oldest codes. By intervention, she invoked a claim. This does not grant her freedom. It does not grant her pack rights. But it alters her standing. She is no longer simple property. She is a contested claimant under my protection. This makes her my responsibility in a new way. He was rewriting the story, framing my desperate stab not as a mistake, but as an invocation of a deeper, more brutal law that served him. It was a masterstroke. He was using the old law to fortify his own position, making me an even stronger symbol of his authority, now backed by ancient tradition. "She will remain among us," Samuel continued. "She will contribute, and she will be under the protection of the pack, not as a guest, but as a claimed asset. Any harm to her is a dilution of the claim, a disrespect to the law I have upheld. Is this understood?" A chorus of yes, Alpha, echoed, unified but with a strange undercurrent. They were accepting it, but I could feel the confusion, the simmering questions. Samuel's eyes swept the crowd. "Good, return to your duties." The gathering broke up with a low murmur. As people began to filter out, Samuel turned to me. "Walk with me," he said, not a request. He led me not into the gardens, but through a side door into a part of the lodge I hadn't seen, a long, wood-paneled hallway lined with old portraits and maps. It felt administrative, old. "You handled that well," he said, his voice low. "I didn't do anything," I said. "Precisely. Silence was the correct choice. Now you understand the shape of your cage. It has more ornate bars, but it is still a cage. Your survival depends on the strength of my claim. Your value is now tied to the inviolability of an ancient law. If Jaxon wants you, he must now not just defeat me, but overturn a precedent. It raises the stakes for him considerably." "And for you?" I dared to ask. He stopped walking and looked at me. "For me, it consolidates power. It turns a problem into a principle. You are living proof that my authority extends even to the forgotten laws. It's efficient. It was always about efficiency. About power. I was a tool, and he had just found a more prestigious use for me. You will have more freedom within the lodge, he said as we resumed walking. The interior cell is no longer appropriate, but you will have an escort for any task outside this wing. That escort will be Bradley. My head snapped up. A Bradley. He is steady, he follows orders, and he has shown you a baseline of kindness that is useful. You are less likely to do something stupid with him than with a stranger. Do not mistake his kindness for allegiance. His allegiance is to me. We had reached the end of the hallway, a dead end with a large window overlooking the northern woods. Samuel stood looking out. Jaxon will make a move. Soon, Corvin's report will have reached him. This new development will either make him more cautious or more reckless. We will be ready. What do you want me to do? The question felt hollow. Stay alive, be seen. And remember, he said, finally turning from the window to fix me with that penetrating stare, you are a claimant only because I allow that interpretation to stand. Do not get any ideas of autonomy. The knife changed the legal fiction. It did not change the reality. You are mine. He left me there, by the window, with those words hanging in the air. I was his, but now under a more complex, more dangerous title. The new routine began. Bradley came for me after breakfast. His demeanor was professional, a little more distant than before but not unkind. He escorted me to the kitchen, where Mara assigned me less grueling tasks, preparing vegetables, not scrubbing pots. He took me to the walled garden for air. The constant surveillance was stifling, but with Bradley, it was at least quiet. It was during one of these garden walks, 3 days after the gathering, that it happened. Bradley was standing by the gate, giving me a semblance of privacy as I sat on a stone bench. The sun was weak but welcome. A small, smooth stone landed in my lap. I flinched, looking around. Bradley hadn't moved. My eyes scanned the high walls, the windows of the lodge, then I saw her. Lena, at a third-floor window, her face a pale oval. She held up a single finger to her lips, then pointed downward at me, before vanishing from view. My heart hammered. I palmed the stone. It was warm. On one side, a tiny, crude L was scratched. On the other, a folded slip of paper was wedged into a crack. I waited until Bradley's back was turned, then pried it loose and unfolded it under the cover of my skirt. The handwriting was the same, tight and hurried. The old law is a double-edged sword. It protects you as a claim, but it also marks you as a worthy target. A claim can be disputed by challenge to the alpha, but also by eliminating the claimed object. You are a symbol of his power. Symbols can be shattered. There are those here who believe the old law is a stain, a regression. They preferred you as simple bait. They are quieter now. That makes them more dangerous. Watch Bradley, trust no one. I crumpled the note in my fist, my blood running cold. I had traded one kind of danger for a labyrinth of it. Samuel's protection was a shield made of ice, solid but terrifyingly cold, and liable to shatter under the right pressure. That evening, as Bradley escorted me back to my room, I studied him. His calm face, his steady gait. Was he just a loyal guard, or was he one of the ones who thought the old law was a stain? Could he be a spy for Jaxon? Lena's warning echoed, watch Bradley, trust no one. He left me at my door with a polite nod. Rest well, Sophia. The moment the lock clicked, I leaned against the door, sliding to the floor. The note felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket. I was a claimant, a symbol, a target, and a potential spark for internal rebellion. Samuel's cold calculus had placed me at the exact center of a converging storm. A soft scraping sound came from the wall near my bed. I froze, my breath catching. It was the same sound I'd heard weeks ago, the sound that had presaged the feral pack's infiltration. It was faint, deliberate, not an animal. Someone was on the other side of the lodge wall. Scrape. Pause. Scrape, scrape. It was a signal. My eyes darted to the door, locked from the outside. To the window, too high to jump. I was trapped in here with what, a friend, another traitor like Kieran, or something else entirely. The scraping stopped. Then a new sound, a faint, rhythmic tapping. It was code. I didn't understand it. But someone was trying to communicate with me from within the walls of Samuel's own lodge, and they knew exactly where my room was. Subscribe to never miss a chapter of Sophia's treacherous journey. What do you think the tapping in the wall means? Share your theories in the comments. The silence after the last, deliberate scrape against the wall was absolute. I sat frozen on the bed, my eyes locked on the wood paneling, my breath a shallow, panicked flutter in my chest. It hadn't been the wind. It had been an answer. The knowledge was a cold stone in my gut. Someone was in the walls, or behind them, and they knew I was here. They knew I'd heard them. My new status as a claimant hadn't made me safer. It had painted a target on my back in a color only my enemies could see. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old lodge, every sigh of the mountain wind, felt like a prelude to another signal. I spent the night curled in a chair, facing the wall, a heavy ceramic water pitcher gripped in my hand like a club. The dawn light, when it finally seeped through the high window, felt like a reprieve. It brought no warmth, only the clarity of a new kind of prison. My cage now had a second, invisible occupant. Bradley arrived with breakfast as usual, his expression its familiar, steady mask. "Morning, Sophia. The Alpha has requested you join him in the map room after you eat." The normalcy of it was jarring. "Did you hear anything last night?" I asked, my voice raspy from lack of sleep. He paused, tray in hand. "Hear what?" "Scraping from the wall." I gestured weakly. He looked at the paneling, then back at me, his brow furrowing slightly. "Old lodge, Sophia, it settles, timber contracts in the cold." His explanation was smooth, practiced. Too smooth. Was this the steadiness Samuel valued, or was it the calm of a man hiding something? Lena's warning about not trusting anyone, especially Bradley, echoed in my mind. I ate without tasting, the food like ash. Bradley escorted me through the administrative hallway. The portraits of past alphas seemed to watch with a new, knowing contempt. The map room was a smaller chamber off the main hall, dominated by a large, scarred table spread with topographic maps. Samuel stood over them, his fingers resting on a marked location, the northern watchtower. He didn't look up as I entered. "Close the door, Bradley. Wait outside." The door clicked shut, leaving me alone with him. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and pine resin. "You look terrible," he stated, finally lifting his gaze. It was an observation, not a concern. "I didn't sleep. Nightmares are a luxury you can't afford." He tapped the map. "Ricker's pack is broken, scattered, but broken things can be vengeful. They'll be leaderless, desperate, more unpredictable." "Is that why someone was signaling to me through my wall last night?" The words burst out of me, sharp with frayed nerves. Samuel went very still. His eyes, which had been on the maps, snapped to mine. All pretense of distraction vanished. "Explain." I told him about the scrapes, the pattern, the feeling of being watched and answered. He listened without interruption, his expression hardening into something grim and calculating. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment. Then he let out a slow breath. "The lodge is warded against direct supernatural intrusion, but wards are for magic, for forced entry. They don't stop a member of the pack from walking the service corridors." Service corridors. "Between the walls, for maintenance. Access is restricted." He walked around the table, his movements predatory. "You're saying one of my own pack is using them to stalk you?" "Inside my stronghold." He said it not with disbelief, but with a cold, furious acceptance. It confirmed my deepest fear. The threat wasn't just outside. It was woven into the very fabric of the place that was supposed to be my fortress. "Lena warned me," I said quietly, watching him. "She said the ones who opposed me before have gone quiet, that they're more dangerous now." Samuel's jaw tightened. "Lena has a habit of seeing shadows. But shadows can still hold knives." He paced a short, tight line. "This changes the calculus. An internal threat compromises the entire territory's security. It means Jackson's spies aren't just at the borders, they're in my house. What are you going to do? What I always do. He stopped pacing and fixed me with that relentless stare. Use the threat to my advantage. You are bait, Sophia, that hasn't changed. But now the bait is being nibbled from inside the trap. We need to identify the rat. A cold dread settled over me. How? By giving them a better opportunity. He pointed back to the map, to a different location, a cluster of symbols denoting cabins near the southeastern tree line. You'll resume your chores today. Bradley will take you to the outer cabins to clean and inventory stored supplies. It's more isolated than the garden. More opportunity for someone to make a move. You're using me as a canary in a coal mine, I whispered, the horror of it stark and simple. I'm using you as the asset you are, he corrected, his voice devoid of malice, full of a brutal pragmatism. Your survival is still incidental to the security of the pack. If we can expose a traitor because they come for you, your value increases. You will be guarded. By Bradley, I couldn't keep the suspicion from my voice. Samuel's eyes narrowed. You have a concern about Bradley. Lena said not to trust anyone, especially him. He gave a short, humorless bark of laughter. Lena is playing her own game, but your caution isn't entirely misplaced. Trust is a vulnerability, you won't be alone with him. Kieran's replacement, Gareth, will be the second guard. They are both under orders to keep you in sight at all times. And I will be watching. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of tense routine. Mara in the kitchen gave me a pile of linens to fold, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Alara had me sorting buttons, a mindless task that left my own mind too free to race. Every pack member I passed in the halls seemed to look at me differently now. Was that curiosity, hostility, or the guilty knowledge of the one who scraped at my wall? After lunch, Bradley and Gareth collected me. Gareth was a broad, silent man with a permanent squint. He carried a crossbow, a stark reminder that the threats were considered physical. We walked out of the main lodge, across the central clearing, and toward the ring of outer cabins. The air was crisp, the pine scent strong. The relative freedom of being outside the lodge's thick walls was overshadowed by the exposed vulnerability of it. The cabin we worked in was dusty and cold, filled with old furniture and crates of hunting gear. My task was to wipe down shelves and list contents. Bradley stood by the door, Gareth outside, visible through the window as he patrolled the perimeter. The silence was heavy, broken only by the soft rasp of my cloth and the rustle of paper. I was hyper-aware of every sound, my back to the wall so I could see the entire room and the door. You're jumpy today, Bradley observed from his post. I have reasons to be. He nodded slowly. The Alpha told me about the disturbance. I checked the service panel in the hallway outside your room this morning. It was locked, has been for weeks, according to the dust. So it was just the wind then. I couldn't keep the bitterness out. I didn't say that. His voice was low. I said the panel was locked, from the outside. Someone with a key or someone who never entered from that point could still be inside the network. His words were meant to be reassuring, but they only deepened the chill. A traitor with access. I turned back to my work, my fingers trembling as I noted down 6 wool blankets moth-eaten. Then I heard it. A faint, rhythmic tap-tap-tap. Not from the walls here. It was metallic, distant, coming from outside. I froze, looking at Bradley. He'd heard it too, his head cocked. He held up a hand for silence and moved to the window, glancing out beside Gareth, who had also stopped, his crossbow half raised. The tapping stopped. What is it? I breathed. Probably a woodpecker, Gareth grunted from outside, his voice muffled through the glass. But Bradley's expression was tense. He shook his head slightly at Gareth, then pointed 2 fingers at his own eyes and swept them toward the dense tree line south of the cabins. Gareth nodded, melting into a crouch and moving stealthily along the cabin wall. Stay here, Bradley murmured to me. Do not come out, do not make a sound. He slipped out the door, closing it softly behind him. I was alone in the dusty cabin. The silence pressed in, louder than before. Tap, tap, tap. It came again, clearer now. It wasn't random. It was a pattern, 3 quick, 2 slow, a signal. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. The opportunity Samuel had engineered. And I was the bait, sitting alone in the trap. I backed into the corner, clutching my inventory clipboard like a shield. My eyes darted to the window. I couldn't see Bradley or Gareth. The clearing outside was empty, sun-dappled and still. A floorboard creaked overhead. I sucked in a breath, my gaze shooting to the ceiling. The cabin had a loft. I'd been told it was empty, used for storage. The creak came again, the soft, deliberate weight of a footstep. Someone was upstairs. They hadn't come from outside. They'd been here all along, waiting. The tapping had been a distraction, to pull my guards away. Panic, cold and sharp, sliced through me. I looked at the door. If I ran, I'd be exposed in the clearing. And the person upstairs would hear me. I was trapped. Another creak, closer to the loft ladder. A shadow fell across the square opening in the ceiling. Move, I had to move. Not toward the door. There was a narrow space behind a large, sheet-draped wardrobe. I scrambled for it, squeezing into the gap just as a boot appeared on the top rung of the ladder. I held my breath, peering through a slit between the wardrobe and the wall. The man who climbed down was lean, dressed in dark, nondescript work clothes like any pack member. But his movements were too fluid, too silent. He wasn't here to clean. He scanned the room, his eyes passing over my hiding place. It was the man from the pack run. The one with the sharp, animal-like eyes. He didn't call out, he didn't search the crates. He walked directly to the shelf I had been cleaning and picked up the clipboard I dropped. He looked at my notes, then dropped it. His attention turned to the door, listening. Hearing nothing, he moved toward the back of the cabin, to a small, hinged panel low on the wall. A service access, just like Samuel had described. He pulled a key from his pocket, unlocked it, and swung the small door open. It revealed a dark, cobweb-dusted space just big enough to crawl into. The network between the walls. This was how he'd gotten to my room. This was how he moved unseen. He crouched, preparing to slip inside. To disappear back into the veins of the lodge, his mission, whatever it was, unfulfilled but his presence confirmed. A different kind of fear then, not just of him, but of his escape. If he got away, Samuel would know the trap was sprung, but the rat would remain unknown, still in the walls, still scraping at night. I would go back to that room, knowing he could come for me at any time. Without thinking, acting on a surge of desperate adrenaline, I shoved the heavy wardrobe with all my strength. It was far heavier than I expected. It didn't topple, but it scraped sideways with a deafening screech of wood on wood, exposing me and blocking the path between the intruder and the service panel. He whirled, his eyes wide with shock, then narrowing into instant, predatory focus. He hadn't expected me to be here. He'd expected me to flee out the door. We stared at each other for a fractured second. I saw no recognition in his face, only a cold calculation. I was a complication, not a person. He took a step toward me, not toward the panel. His hand went to his belt, and a short, wicked-looking hunting knife gleamed in the dusty light. "You should have run," he whispered, his voice a rough scratch. The door to the cabin burst open. Bradley filled the doorway, crossbow leveled. "Drop it, down on the ground." The intruder didn't hesitate. He threw himself not at me but sideways toward the open service panel. Bradley's crossbow twanged. The bolt thudded into the wall where the man's head had been a split second before as he vanished into the dark opening. Gareth appeared behind Bradley, but it was too late. The man was gone, the small door swinging shut. "He's in the walls," I gasped, pointing. Bradley rushed to the panel, yanking it open. Only darkness and the smell of dust greeted him. He cursed viciously. "Gareth, secure Sophia. I'm going after him." "You can't fit in there," Gareth said, his voice tight. "I don't have to. I know where he's going." Bradley's face was set in grim lines. "The network has limited exits in the occupied wing. He'll be heading for the one near the laundry. Cut him off." He was already moving, barking orders into a small handheld radio as he ran from the cabin. Gareth ushered me outside, his crossbow sweeping the tree line. I stood in the sunlight, trembling, the image of the man's cold eyes and the gleam of his knife burned into my mind. Within minutes, the lodge was a hive of silent, urgent activity. Pack members moved with purpose, sealing off corridors. Samuel emerged onto the main porch, his expression a storm cloud. He listened as Gareth gave a terse report, his eyes finding me across the clearing. He didn't come to me. He simply turned and went back inside, the hunt now internal. I was taken not to my room, but to the kitchen, the most central, heavily occupied place in the lodge. Mara put a cup of strong tea in front of me and stood guard with a rolling pin, her mouth a thin line. The weight was agonizing. The scrape of claws in the walls seemed to echo in my imagination. An hour later, Bradley returned. He was dusty, a long scratch on his cheek. He walked straight to the kitchen, his eyes finding me. "Well," Mara demanded. "We didn't catch him," Bradley said, his voice flat. "But we identified him. Corbin, a perimeter scout. He's been with the pack for 3 years." "Where is he now?" I asked, my voice small. Bradley's gaze was heavy. "Gone. He used an old, collapsed tunnel section we thought was sealed to exit the network outside the ward line. He's in the forest." He paused. "But we found his nest. In a hollow space near the administrative wing. He'd been living there off and on for weeks. A scout, living in the walls. The horror of it was absolute." "What did he want?" Mara asked, voicing the question clawing at my throat. Bradley looked directly at me. "In his nest, we found notes, maps of the lodge, schedules, and a list." He took a slow breath. "It was a list of names, Mara. Pack members with assessments. Loyal to Alpha, discontent, potential recruit." My blood ran cold. "Jaxon." Bradley nodded. "It gets worse. We also found a separate sheet. Just one name with times, routines, guard rotations noted around it." He didn't look away. "It was your name, Sophia. It wasn't just reconnaissance. He was studying you. Planning the scrapes last night. They weren't just to frighten you. They were a test, to see if you were listening, to see if you'd react." The room seemed to tilt. It had all been deliberate, stalking, not just spying. "The plan?" Mara asked, her knuckles white on the rolling pin. "Samuel is mobilizing a hunt. Corbin can't have gotten far. He'll be running for the border to report to Jaxon." Bradley finally broke his gaze from me. "But he's left something behind, the list. Samuel is with the senior members now, reviewing it. Anyone on that discontent or potential recruit list is being summoned." The implication hung in the air, thick and poisonous. The traitor had fled, but he had sown seeds of distrust that would now be reaped. The pack was about to turn on itself. Samuel appeared in the kitchen doorway then. His eyes swept over us, lingering on me for a moment, a look of cold appraisal, not comfort. The bait had worked. It had drawn out a viper. And now the whole den was infected. "Bradley, with me," Samuel ordered. "We have questioning to do." He turned to leave, then paused, speaking over his shoulder to no one in particular, but the words were for me. "The asset will remain in the kitchen, under guard, until further notice." As he left, the first raised voice echoed from down the hall, a shout of protest, quickly cut off. The purge had begun. I sat at the kitchen table, the tea gone cold in front of me, surrounded by the sounds of a pack beginning to tear itself apart from the inside. The cliffhanger of the scraping in the wall had resolved into a nightmare far wider than I'd imagined. The enemy wasn't just at the gate, or in the walls. He was in the heart of the pack. And because of me, Samuel was now forced to rip that heart open to find him. The kitchen was a tomb of quiet industry. Mara chopped vegetables with a rhythmic, punishing force. I scrubbed a pot, the scrape of my brush the only sound I could control. My mind was a loop of that list, of names divided into columns. Loyal, discontent, target, my name in the last one. Samuel was hunting his own people now because of me, because I was here. 3 days had passed since the purge began. I saw it in the empty places at the evening meal. In the tight, closed-off expressions of the pack members who remained. In the way Bradley's eyes would scan the hall, not resting on anyone for too long. The air in the main lodge was thick with a silence that was worse than any accusation. It was the silence of a wound being cleaned with salt, of trust being cut out with a knife. I was no longer just bait for external enemies. I had become the litmus test for internal loyalty, the spark that had ignited Samuel's controlled burn of his own pack. He hadn't spoken to me since the map room. My world had shrunk to the kitchen, the mending room under Alara's hawk-like gaze, and my locked guest room. The wall was silent now. Either the service corridors were empty, or whoever, had been there knew better than to signal with Samuel's hunters sniffing through the walls. On the fourth morning, Bradley entered the kitchen as I was finishing the breakfast pans. His usual steady demeanor was edged with a new tension, a weariness around his eyes. "Sophia, Alpha wants you in the study. Now." Mara didn't look up from her stove, but her chopping paused for a half-second. A silent judgment. I wiped my hands on my apron, my heart doing a slow, heavy roll in my chest. Summons were never good. Samuel's study felt different. The fire was low, and the room was dominated by a large, hand-drawn map spread across his desk, weighted down with stone paperweights. He stood over it, not looking up as I entered. Bradley remained by the door. "The hunt for Corbin failed," Samuel said, his voice flat, devoid of the cold fury I'd expected. "He crossed out of my territory into the gray zones. He'll be back with Jaxon by now with everything he learned." I said nothing. There was nothing to say. "The internal review," he continued, finally lifting his gaze to me. His eyes were like chips of flint. "Is ongoing. Several individuals named on the discontent list have been detained for questioning. Their loyalties are being clarified. Clarified. A clean, brutal word for whatever was happening in the cells below the lodge. I thought of Lena's note about quiet, dangerous dissent. This was Samuel's answer to it. "This leaves me with a diminished pack, a known spy reporting to my enemy, and you." He leaned on the desk, his palms flat on the map. "The situation is unstable. Jaxon now has detailed intelligence on my security, my routines, and the fractures within my ranks. He will act on it. So I go back in the vault?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "No," a sharp, definitive syllable. "Hiding you now would be an admission of weakness. It would tell Jaxon his tactic worked. It would validate the fear in my own pack." He tapped a spot on the map. It showed the lodge, the territory, and beyond its borders, a shaded area marked gray zone. "We are proceeding with a planned border patrol, a show of strength. You will be part of it." I stared at him. "You're taking me outside the gates, after everything. You will be under heavy guard." His tone brooked no argument. "It serves multiple purposes. It projects control. It allows me to assess the morale and discipline of my remaining wolves in a controlled field setting." And his eyes pinned me. "It presents a calculated risk. If Jaxon is watching, and he is, he will see his prize being paraded along the very edge of my domain. It might provoke a reaction." It was the tower strategy all over again, but on a mobile, larger scale. I was the standard, the bait, the symbol. My safety was, as always, incidental to the larger objective. "What if his reaction isn't controlled?" I asked. "Then we fight," Samuel said simply. "And you will witness the consequence of his obsession firsthand. Pack, get her ready." The last words were to Bradley. Ready meant sturdy boots from storage and a thick, nondescript jacket over my clothes. I was given a canteen of water and a small pack with nothing in it but a first aid kit, a morbid formality. An hour later, I stood in the main courtyard as Samuel addressed a group of 8 wolves, including Bradley and Gareth. They were all armed, faces set in grim lines. "We walk the northern tree line," Samuel commanded, his voice carrying easily in the cold air. "Standard sweep formation. Eyes on the perimeter, ears on the gray. She stays in the center. Any contact, you fold to her position and defend. Any sign of Jaxon's forces, you do not engage unless I give the order. We are showing our teeth, not starting a war. Understood?" A low chorus of "Yes," Alpha rumbled back. And then we were moving. passing through the ornate iron gate that felt like the mouth of a cage I was both escaping and being thrust from. The forest beyond the cleared grounds was dense, the air sharp with the scent of pine and decaying leaves. The pack moved with a silent, predatory grace, fanning out slightly. I was kept in the middle, with Samuel ahead and Bradley just behind my right shoulder. For the first 20 minutes, there was only the sound of our footsteps and the distant call of birds. The tension was a live wire strung between every member of the patrol. Every rustle in the underbrush made hands go to weapons. Every shift in the wind brought noses lifting to scent the air. Samuel set a punishing pace, not through speed, but through relentless, steady progress over rough terrain. I focused on placing my feet, on breathing, on not being the one to stumble or cry out. This was his show of strength, and my only role was to not be a visible weakness. We reached a high ridge that looked out over a mist-shrouded valley. Samuel held up a fist and the patrol halted. He moved to the edge, looking down. "Gray zone starts at the base of this slope," he said, not turning. "Unofficial territory. No alpha's law holds there. A good place for an ambush or a meeting." He was talking for Jaxon's benefit, I realized. For anyone who might be listening from the shadows below. He was announcing our presence, daring them. We moved along the ridge for another hour. The silence of the patrol grew heavier, more strained. Then Gareth on the left flank stiffened. He made a low, clicking sound with his tongue. Samuel turned. Gareth pointed down the slope, into a particularly thick patch of mist-wreathed pines. Movement. 4, maybe 5 figures, not trying hard to hide. Samuel's lips drew back from his teeth in something that wasn't a smile. "Jackson's scouts, or Ricker's remnants, hold position." We all froze. I could see nothing but trees and fog. But the pack around me saw or scented what I could not. Their postures changed, coiling tight. Samuel watched the tree line, his expression calculating. "They're shadowing us," Bradley murmured from beside me, "testing our response." "Let them test," Samuel said, his voice low. "Continue the patrol. Slow turn, we'll head back along the high path. Let them see us leaving, confident and unhurried." It was a performance. Every step back along the ridge was an act of supreme arrogance. "We see you, and we don't care." My skin crawled. I felt exposed, a painted target on a stage. The feeling of being watched was so intense it was like a physical pressure between my shoulder blades. We were perhaps halfway back, toward the distant safety of the gate, when the performance shattered. It started with a scream. Not a human scream, but the raw, agonized shriek of a horse in terror. It came from ahead of us, from the direction of the lodge. Samuel's head snapped around. Every wolf in the patrol froze. Then came the shouts. Muffled by distance, but unmistakably voices raised in alarm. A deep, resonant boom that shook the ground under our feet, not thunder, but something heavy and deliberate. "The lodge," Bradley breathed, his face pale. Samuel's composure cracked for one single, terrifying instant. Pure, unadulterated rage flashed across his features, followed by a dawning, icy horror. He wasn't looking at the gray zone anymore. He was looking home. "A diversion," he snarled, the words ripped from his throat. "He wasn't out here, he's there." He didn't give orders. He simply moved, breaking into a ground-eating lope that was halfway to a run, back toward the lodge. The patrol erupted into motion around him, their discipline forgotten in the face of an attack on the den. I was suddenly running too, Bradley's hand clamped on my arm, hauling me along over roots and rocks. The serene, controlled show of strength had vanished, replaced by a desperate, scrambling retreat. The sounds from the lodge grew as we crashed through the forest. More shouts. The sharp, percussive crack of gunfire, a human weapon, not common among wolves. A rising chorus of snarls and howls that spoke of close-quarters fighting. We burst from the tree line into the cleared grounds. The scene before the main lodge was chaos. One of the supply wagons was overturned, its wheel shattered, the source of the boom. The horse that had been tethered nearby was gone, bolted. 3 figures I didn't recognize, lean, wild-looking men wearing scraps of leather and fur, were engaged in a vicious, swirling fight with 4 of Samuel's pack members near the stables. I saw Lena, a knife in her hand, ducking under a swinging claw. I saw Mara, of all people, wielding an iron skillet like a club, bringing it down on a feral's shoulder with a sickening crunch. But the focus, the heart of the attack, was not the skirmish. It was the main porch. Jaxon stood there. He looked different than in the gloomy clearing or the guest lodge. In the harsh afternoon light, he seemed larger, more solid. He wore dark, tailored clothes that were now dust-streaked. He wasn't fighting. He stood calmly, as if waiting for a guest, while 2 of his massive, brutish-looking enforcers held a struggling figure between them on the steps below him. It was Alara, the old seamstress. One of her arms was twisted at a bad angle. Her face was bloody. And standing before Jaxon, on the porch itself, was a single Blackwood pack warrior, a young man I'd seen but never named. He was bleeding from a gash on his temple, his body trembling with the effort to hold his shifted form, claws extended, standing between Jaxon and the lodge door. Jackson's voice cut through the din, smooth and venomous. "I told you, pup, I'm not here for a war today. I'm here to collect what's mine. Stand aside." "Alpha is not here," the young warrior gritted out, his voice a distorted growl. "I know," Jaxon said, and he smiled. It was a terrible sight. "That's the point." He looked past the trembling guard, his eyes sweeping the clearing. "They found us, our group stumbling to a halt at the edge of the trees. They found Samuel, who had gone perfectly still, a statue of fury. And they found me." Jackson's smile widened. He raised his voice, projecting it so every combatant, every hidden watcher could hear. "Samuel, you're late. I was just admiring your hospitality." He gestured idly at Alara, who whimpered as his enforcer shook her. "But since you're here, let's conclude our business. You took something of mine. I've taken something of yours." He nodded to the old woman. "A trade, the human for the elder, simple." It was a trap within a trap. The scouts in the gray zone, the feint to draw Samuel out, it was all to get him away from the lodge, to leave it vulnerable just long enough for Jaxon to walk in and take a hostage. Not to steal me back by force, but to barter for me. To humiliate Samuel by forcing an exchange on his own porch. Samuel took a step forward, his growl vibrating the air. "You violate my territory, you harm my pack. There will be no trade, there will be your blood on my land." "Kill her then," Jaxon said with a shrug, as if discussing the weather. The enforcer holding Alara's good arm raised a clawed hand to her throat. "See how your pack responds when you let an elder die for the sake of a human stray. See how your law holds then." The young guard on the porch looked desperately from Samuel to Alara, his resolve crumbling. Samuel was caught. To attack was to sign Alara's death warrant. To comply was an unthinkable surrender. Jackson's eyes locked on me again over the distance. "Come here, Sophia," he called, his voice dropping into that compelling, oily tone that had once filled my nightmares. "End this. Be a good girl and come home. No one else has to get hurt because of your stubbornness." The pull of his voice was a physical thing, a hook in my gut. I took an involuntary step forward. Bradley's grip on my arm tightened like a vice. "Don't," he hissed. Samuel was staring at Jaxon, but I saw his attention was split. He was assessing the field, the positions of Jackson's men, his own scattered forces. The calculation in his eyes was frantic. Jaxon saw my hesitation, saw Samuel's conflict. His smile turned cruel. "Time's up, Samuel, your move." He nodded to his enforcer. The enforcer's claws pressed into Alara's throat. A thin line of red welled up. "Stop," the word wasn't from Samuel, it was from me. It tore from my throat, raw and loud. All movement in the clearing seemed to freeze. Every eye turned to me. I shook off Bradley's grip. I took another step, out from the shadow of the trees, into the open ground between the patrol and the lodge. "Let her go," I said, my voice trembling but clear. "You want to trade? Fine, let her go and I'll come." "Sophia, no." It was Lena's voice, sharp from near the stables. Samuel's head whipped toward me. His expression was unreadable, a mask of shock and fury. Jaxon laughed, a sound of pure, triumphant delight. There she is, the spirit I remember, always so noble. He waved a hand. The enforcer removed his claws from Alara's throat, but kept hold of her. Send her over. Once I have my property safely in hand, I'll release yours. No, Samuel growled the word final. You will release her first, then we will discuss terms. I don't think you're in a position to set terms, little brother, Jaxon sneered. I was walking now. My legs felt like wood, but they carried me forward, across the scarred earth, past the overturned wagon. I was aware of Samuel's gaze burning into my back, of the stunned silence of his pack. I was aware of Jackson's victorious smile growing wider with every step I took. I was halfway there, the porch looming, Alara's terrified eyes meeting mine. This was it, the end of the running. I would go back to my monster to save an old woman who had never been anything but sternly kind to me. It was a choice, finally. A terrible, clear choice. I reached the bottom of the porch steps. I looked up at Jaxon. He extended a hand down to me like a king offering favor to a subject. Welcome back, he purred. I looked past him to the enforcer holding Alara. Let her go, now. Jaxon nodded, magnanimous in his victory. The enforcer shoved Alara forward. She stumbled down the 2 steps, falling to her knees on the gravel path with a cry. The young pack warrior darted from the porch to help her, dragging her away from the center of the conflict. Jackson's hand was still outstretched, waiting. I looked back over my shoulder. Samuel stood rigid, his entire body radiating a lethal, contained violence. But he was too far away. The geometry of the trap was perfect. I turned back to Jaxon. I placed my foot on the first step. And from the deep shadow of the open lodge doorway behind Jaxon, a figure moved. It was fast, a blur of motion. Not an attack, but a placement. Something small and dark was thrust into the space between the doorframe and the wall, something that hadn't been there a second before. Jaxon, focused entirely on me, didn't see it. But I did. It was a folded piece of paper, wedged into a crack in the wood. And pinned to it, holding it in place, was a single, familiar sewing needle, one of Alara's own. The note was pinned to the doorframe by a single, silver sewing needle. My fingers brushed it as I passed, the tiny scroll of paper coming free into my palm as I stepped onto the porch, into Jackson's shadow. I didn't look at it. I just closed my fist around it, the paper crinkling, a secret swallowed whole as I surrendered myself. Alara's choked sob was the only sound. Samuel stood frozen at the foot of the steps, a statue of thwarted rage. His pack, bloodied and panting from their rush back from the ridge, formed a tense, silent semicircle behind him. Jackson's smile was a blade. Wise, he purred, his hand closing around my upper arm. His grip was like heated iron. He didn't pull me to him, just held me there, a trophy on display. See, Samuel, even your stolen trinket knows its true place. He nodded to the warrior holding Alara. The man released her, giving her a shove toward the steps. She stumbled, her old legs buckling, but Bradley was there, catching her and pulling her swiftly back behind the line of Samuel's wolves. The exchange was complete. The terms are satisfied, Jaxon announced, his voice carrying across the clearing. The property has been returned to its rightful owner. Any further aggression will be seen as an act of war against my pack and our allied interests. The council will be informed. He was laying it all out, making it legal, making it clean. He'd won. He'd outthought Samuel, used his own protective instincts against him, and now he was walking away with me in broad daylight. Move, Jaxon said, his voice dropping to a tone meant only for me. It was a command that vibrated in my bones, an alpha's compulsion. My feet started moving before my mind could protest, descending the porch steps on the side opposite Samuel. Jaxon kept a firm, possessive hold on my arm, steering me past the glaring faces of the Blackwood pack. I kept my eyes on the ground, on the trampled grass. I couldn't look at Samuel. I couldn't bear to see the calculation I knew would be there, the reassessment of a lost asset. We walked toward the tree line where his warriors melted out of the shadows. There were more of them than I'd seen before. This hadn't just been a raiding party. It was a small army he'd hidden in Samuel's territory. The arrogance of it was breathtaking. We didn't go far, just deep enough into the woods to be shielded from direct view of the lodge. A temporary camp had been established in a small, rocky hollow. There were no tents, just bedrolls and packs leaned against trees. The air smelled of pine, cold earth, and wolf. Jaxon finally released me, shoving me toward the base of a large fir tree. "Sit, don't move." I sank down, my back against the rough bark, the note a burning lump in my clenched fist. I tucked my hand under my thigh, hiding it. His warriors moved around us with quiet efficiency, breaking camp. They avoided looking directly at me, but I felt their attention like physical touches. I was the prize they'd come to retrieve. Jaxon stood over me, blocking the weak sunlight. He studied me with a critical, hungry eye. "You look tired, Sophia. Samuel's hospitality lacked comfort, I see. No matter. You'll rest soon enough." "Where's Grace?" The question tore out of me, raw and immediate. His smile returned, thinner now. "Safe, awaiting your return. She'll be so pleased to see you. She's been fretful." He was lying, I knew it in my gut. The way his eyes flickered, the too smooth delivery. Grace was never fretful. She was furious or strategic, never fretful. A cold dread, separate from my fear of him, began to pool inside me. He crouched suddenly, bringing his face level with mine. His scent, sandalwood and sharp dominance, overwhelmed the forest smells. "You caused me a great deal of trouble, little bird, flitting from one cage to another, but the game is over. The chase is done. You are mine. That fact will be carved into your understanding until it's the only truth you know." I said nothing. I just stared past his shoulder at a knot in the tree opposite. He seemed to expect my silence. He stood, brushing invisible dirt from his trousers. "We move in 5 minutes. We'll be across the treaty line and into my territory by nightfall. Once we're there, we'll have a proper reunion." He walked away to speak with a subordinate, issuing low, curt orders. This was my moment. With my hand still tucked, I carefully unclenched my fist. Keeping my movements small, my head down, I unfurled the tiny scroll. Lena's handwriting was a rushed, sharp scrawl. "He doesn't have her. Grace is not with him. She escaped his hold weeks ago. He's lying. He needs you to believe you have something to go back to. You don't. His territory is a prison. Your only chance is the chaos here. Stall. Do not cross the line." The words blurred. Grace was free. The relief was so violent it felt like nausea. She'd gotten out. She wasn't waiting in some gilded cell, she was gone, and Jaxon was using her as a phantom lure. Stall, do not cross the line. How I was surrounded by his warriors in the middle of the woods. Samuel had let me go, the trade was done. My only chance was the chaos here, but the chaos was packing up and leaving. Think, stall. An idea, desperate and fragile, formed. It relied on Jackson's own perception of me, on the narrative he'd built. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. I looked up, seeking him out. He was checking a map with 2 others. "Alpha Jaxon," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't look up. I cleared my throat, forced volume into it. "Alpha Jaxon." This time he glanced over, a flicker of impatience in his gaze. "What? I need to." I let my voice tremble. I wrapped my arms around myself, making my body look small. "Before we go, I left something in the lodge." He stared at me, his expression unreadable. "What could you possibly have left that matters?" "A token," I whispered, layering shame into the word. From before, from my old life. It's foolish, I know." I was weaving Samuel's narrative of me as a pathetic refugee with a thread of my own invention. "It was hidden in my room, in the floorboards. Please, it's just a small thing." I let my eyes well up, not quite letting tears fall. The picture of a broken, sentimental human clinging to a trinket. He watched me for a long, tense moment. His warriors had stopped their work, listening. I could see the calculation in his eyes. Denying me would be a show of petty cruelty in front of his men, when he'd just won such a grand victory. Granting the request would be a magnanimous gesture from a confident alpha to his subdued property. It would reinforce his control, prove he could afford to be indulgent. A token, he repeated, his tone dripping with amused contempt. Of your human sentimentality, very well, he straightened. Marcus, take her back to the edge of the clearing. She can point out the window. You will retrieve this trinket. Be quick, we do not linger. A large warrior with a scar across his brow, Marcus nodded. He strode over and hauled me to my feet, not roughly, but with impersonal efficiency. Move. I stumbled alongside him, back the way we'd come. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This was it. I was going back toward the lodge, if only for a moment. Stall. We reached the tree line. The lodge stood across the clearing, its porch empty now. The bodies were gone, but the signs of struggle, trampled flower beds, a broken chair were still visible. Samuel and his pack were nowhere to be seen. They had withdrawn inside, licking their wounds. The place looked deserted, defeated. Which window? Marcus grunted. That one, I said, pointing to the west wing. The second from the left, that was my room. It was true, the west guest room. The floorboards near the head of the bed did have a slight give to one of them. There was nothing there, of course. But he would have to go in, search, buy time. Marcus eyed the distance. Stay here. If you move, I will break your legs and carry you back. The Alpha would understand. I nodded, shrinking into myself. He gave me a final, warning glare, then shifted. His clothes tore as his body expanded, bones cracking, fur erupting. In seconds, a massive, gray-brown wolf stood where the man had been. He shook himself, then shot across the clearing in a blur of speed, a silent predator. He leaped onto the porch, nudged the main door open with his head, and slipped inside. I was alone at the tree line. Stall. I took a step back, deeper into the shadows of the trees, then another. I wasn't running. I was just moving, putting a few more feet of forest between me and the clearing. I could hear the sounds of Jaxon's camp breaking down behind me, the soft clinks of gear, the murmur of voices. They weren't watching. They thought I was under Marcus's eye. A minute passed. Then two. How long would it take him to search the room? To realize there was nothing. A low branch snagged my hair. I reached up to free it, my fingers clumsy. As I did, I looked up and my breath caught. High in the branches of the oak tree I stood beneath, nearly invisible in the dappled light, was a figure. Crouched on a thick limb, perfectly still, was Lena. Her eyes were locked on me. She held a single finger to her lips. Then, with her other hand, she pointed. Not toward Jaxon's camp, not toward the lodge, but east, along a barely visible game trail that skirted the clearing. My pulse skyrocketed. This was the chaos. This was the chance. A furious, guttural snarl erupted from the lodge. Marcus. He'd found nothing. He knew he'd been tricked. The sound was a trigger. From the lodge's roof, a howl ripped through the afternoon quiet, a signal. It was answered instantly by howls from the woods to the north and south of Jaxon's position. Samuel's pack. They hadn't withdrawn. They'd flanked the camp. Chaos erupted. Jaxon's shout of rage was swallowed by the sounds of crashing in the undergrowth, snarls, and the sharp cries of combat. The trap hadn't been sprung to save me during the trade. Samuel had let that play out to lure Jaxon into a false sense of security, to make him think he'd won and could leave at his leisure. Now, with his camp in the process of moving, Samuel was striking. I didn't wait. I ran. I plunged onto the eastern game trail, my feet slipping on pine needles. Behind me, the sounds of the battle intensified, a symphony of violence. I didn't look back. Lena dropped from the tree ahead of me, landing in a silent crouch. This way, she hissed, and sprinted down the trail. I followed, my lungs burning. She was faster, but she glanced back constantly, making sure I was keeping up. We ran for what felt like an eternity, the battle sounds fading behind us, replaced by the rush of my own blood and our pounding footsteps. Finally, she veered off the trail, pushing through a thicket of brambles into a hidden, mossy gully with a small stream trickling through it. Here, she gasped, leaning against a rock listening. The forest was quiet, for now. I bent over, hands on my knees, sucking in air. Lena, why? Not for you, she said bluntly, her eyes scanning the gully's rim. For the pack. Letting him walk out with you after that humiliation would have broken something in them. Samuel knew it. This attack isn't about retrieving you. It's about salvaging pride. She finally looked at me. But it also means you're in even more danger. Both sides are now fully engaged. If Jackson's warriors break through, they'll hunt you. If Samuel's wolves find you, they'll drag you back to the lodge as a recovered asset. The note, Grace, is true. She's gone. No one knows where. Jackson's been hunting her too. Lena straightened. I can't stay with you. My absence will be noted. You need to keep moving east. Follow this stream. It will lead to an old logging road. From there, you're on your own. Find a human town. Disappear. She was giving me an escape route. A real one, not a different cage but an exit. Thank you, I breathed. Don't thank me. I'm covering my own tracks. If you're gone, truly gone, you cease to be a symbol. The conflict loses its focal point. Maybe then the bleeding stops. She pulled a small, wrapped bundle from inside her jacket and tossed it to me. Food, a knife, go, now. She turned to leave. Lena, I called softly. She paused. The thing in the walls, the taps, before the purge, was that you? A strange, almost sad smile touched her lips. No, she said. That wasn't me. Before I could ask what she meant, she melted back into the forest, silent as a ghost. I was alone, truly alone. For the first time since I'd fled the city, I was outside any alpha's immediate grasp. The bundle in my hands felt like a promise. The stream babbled, pointing the way. I took a step east, then another. Freedom was a cold, terrifying path through unknown woods. I started to run, following the water, leaving the howls and the hatred behind. I ran until my legs shook, until the gully opened up and the stream joined a wider, rocky creek. The logging road had to be close. The sun was dipping lower, casting long, skeletal shadows through the trees. I allowed myself a moment of hope, a desperate, fragile thing. That's when I heard it. Not a howl, not a snarl. A whistle, a specific two-toned bird call. It came from the trees ahead of me to the right of the creek. I froze, my blood turning to ice. It was a signal. A human signal. From the shadows of a giant cedar, a figure stepped onto the bank of the creek, blocking my path. He was lean, dressed in dark, practical clothing that wasn't leather and fur, but modern tactical gear. He held no weapon, but his stance was that of a hunter. And his eyes, they weren't the glowing gold of a shifted wolf. They were sharp, calculating, and utterly, chillingly human. He smiled, a cold, professional expression that held no warmth. Sophia, he said, his voice calm and clear. We've been looking for you. Your sister sends her regards. The man's hand was a vice on my arm. I froze, the sound of the creek and the whisper of the pines fading into a high-pitched hum in my ears. He'd said my sister was looking for me. Grace was free, according to Lena. But this man, this hunter, he wasn't talking about Grace. Let go of me, I said, the words thin and brittle. He didn't tighten his grip, but he didn't release it either. His eyes, a flat, assessing gray, scanned the trees behind me, then returned to my face. You're a hard person to find, Sophia. Your trail goes cold in the strangest places. A city apartment, a werewolf lodge, nowhere in between, he tilted his head. Until now. My heart was a trapped bird against my ribs. Who are you? A messenger. He finally released my arm, but the space he occupied felt just as confining. He took a deliberate step back, giving me the illusion of room. It was a practiced move. Your sister, Evelyn, hired my organization to locate you. She's been looking for months. Evelyn, the name was a physical blow. My older sister, who told me I was paranoid, who'd called the police on me when I tried to explain the things I'd seen, the feeling of being watched. She'd signed the paperwork for the voluntary wellness check that had almost landed me in a system I'd never have escaped. She was the reason I'd run to Grace in the first place. That's a lie, I whispered, backing up until my heels met the damp bank of the creek. Evelyn thinks I'm insane. She wanted me locked up. The hunter's expression didn't change. She does think you're unwell. She believes you're in the grip of a shared psychosis with your friend Grace. She's concerned. And she has resources. When you and Grace vanished, she used them, she found us. Who is us? People who find things. People who navigate complexities. His gaze flickered over my worn clothes, the pack Lena had given me. Like the complexities of human women who become entangled with werewolf pack disputes. We're not affiliated with any shifter faction. We're a private service. A mercenary, a human bounty hunter who tracked supernatural quarries. The world tilted again. I'd thought I was escaping from one cage into potential freedom. Now, the human world I'd fled had sent its own leash, armed with knowledge and my sister's money. I'm not going back to her, I said, with more force than I felt. You can tell her I'm dead. My contract isn't to retrieve you, he said, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something impatience in his eyes. It's to confirm your status and location and to deliver a message. Retrieval is a separate and more expensive package, one she has not yet authorized. The cold professionalism of it was worse than anger. I was a job, a file, a set of coordinates to be verified. What's the message? The words tasted like ash. He reached into a pocket on his tactical vest, not with the slow caution one uses for a weapon, but with the efficiency of retrieving a business card. It was a small, sealed envelope, pristine and white, glaringly out of place in the mossy, damp forest. He held it out. I stared at it. A letter, from Evelyn, delivered by a mercenary in the woods after a werewolf war. The absurdity was so profound it circled back to horror. Take it, he said. Read it. My primary task is complete upon delivery. What you do after is not my concern, unless my client issues new orders. Slowly, my fingers numb, I took the envelope. My name was written on the front in Evelyn's precise, elegant handwriting. A sob threatened to claw its way up my throat. I crushed it down. How did you find me here, now? A faint, humorless smile touched his lips. We monitor communications, radio chatter. We have informants in border towns who notice unusual pack movements. A large-scale skirmish between two Blackwood factions, with rumors of a human prize at the center, it creates ripples. We followed the ripples. He looked at me, and his gaze was like being scanned by a machine. I didn't answer, I just clutched the envelope. My advice, he said, turning to melt back into the trees as smoothly as he'd appeared. Decide what you are, a sister in need of family intervention, or a prize to be fought over by beasts. You can't be both for long. One world will consume the other. And then he was gone. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of branches. One moment he was there, a solid anomaly in the forest, the next he was just absent. I stood there shaking for what felt like an hour. The sounds of the distant battle had ceased. An eerie, ringing silence had settled over the woods. Samuel's ambush was over. Jaxon was either dead, retreating, or victorious. And I was alone with a letter from a ghost. My hands trembled so badly I nearly tore the paper. I slid a finger under the flap and broke the seal. Sophia. I know you won't believe I'm writing this out of love. You'll think it's about control, or appearances, or some other motive you've assigned to me. That's the illness talking, the paranoia that you and Grace fed each other. But I am writing because I am your sister. Because mother is gone and father is gone and that leaves only us. Whatever you believe is happening, whatever fantasy you've constructed about being pursued, it is a symptom. You are sick. Grace is sick. You need help, not a life on the run. The man who delivers this works for a firm that specializes in delicate situations. They are discreet. They can bring you home to professionals who can actually help you. Not the state hospital, Sophia, a private clinic. Somewhere quiet and safe where you can heal. This can end. You can come home. You can have a life again, a normal one. All you have to do is say yes. Please say yes. With hope, Evelyn. The paper blurred. Tears of sheer, furious frustration burned my eyes. A symptom, a fantasy, a private clinic. She had woven a perfect, sensible narrative. One where she was the heroic, resourceful sister saving the poor, mad girl from herself. It was airtight. It explained everything in a way the truth never could. And the worst part, the part that felt like a betrayal of my own mind, was the tiny, weak sliver of me that wondered if she was right. Had I imagined the sharpness in Jackson's smile that first night? Had I misinterpreted Samuel's brutal calculus as something more sinister than simple pack politics? Was I just a hysterical human seeing monsters in the dark? No, the memory of the storage closet, of the cold stone of the watchtower, of Kieran's blood on the stones, it was too vivid, too visceral. It smelled of wet earth and iron, not the sterile scent of delusion. I had the scars, both seen and unseen. This was real. But Evelyn's version of reality was a gilded cage, and she was holding the door open. A private clinic, not a war zone, not a trophy room, not a bait steak. I looked down at the backpack Lena had given me. It contained a little food, a water bottle, a knife, and a crude map drawn on the back of a pack inventory sheet. Freedom. The kind that was cold, hungry, and utterly uncertain. I had a choice. Not the false choices between alphas, but a real one. I could follow Lena's map, try to disappear into the human world, always looking over my shoulder for hunters of both the human and werewolf kind. Or I could use the hunter's offer, let myself be found, and taken to Evelyn's quiet, safe clinic, where the doors would lock from the outside, and the truth would be treated as a symptom to be medicated away. My legs gave out. I sat down hard on the creek bank, the letter crumpling in my fist. I was so tired. Tired of running, tired of being a symbol, tired of fighting for a survival that felt less like living every day. A twig snapped. My head jerked up. Across the creek, about 50 yards upstream, a figure emerged from the tree line. It wasn't the hunter. He was gone. This figure moved with a heavy, limping gait. Moonlight caught on dark, matted fur and the glint of an eye. A wolf, but not in full form. A hulking, bipedal shape caught between man and beast. One arm hung at an odd angle. It was from the feral pack, one of Ricker's stragglers, wounded and separated from the ambush. It hadn't seen me yet. It was sniffing the air, its head swinging low. It was following a trail, my trail. Panic, clean and sharp, severed my paralysis. The map, the clinic, none of it mattered if I was dead. I shoved the letter into my pocket, scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't follow Lena's map east toward the logging road. That would take me parallel to the creek, in the open. I went north, away from the water, plunging into the thicker undergrowth, hoping to break my scent line. The pack bounced against my back, the contents jangling. I ran until my lungs screamed, then forced myself to a fast, silent walk, listening. I heard it behind me, a low, pained growl, then the sound of splashing as it crossed the creek. It had my scent again. Think, Sophia, think. I was human, slower, weaker. My only advantages were the dense brush and my smaller size. I ducked under a fallen log, crawled through a thicket of brambles that tore at my clothes and skin, and emerged into a small, rocky gully. And I ran straight into a broad, leather-clad back. I stumbled back with a gasp. The man turned. It was another of the feral pack. This one was fully human in form, his face painted with muddy streaks, a crude knife in his hand. His eyes widened, then narrowed with predatory recognition. The prize, he breathed, a hungry smile splitting his face. The little bait thing, all alone. The one from the creek was crashing through the brush behind me. I was trapped in the gully. The man in front of me lunged. I didn't think. I swung the backpack off my shoulder and threw it at his face with all my strength. The heavy water bottle inside connected with a satisfying thunk. He grunted, staggered. I spun, looking for an escape. The gully wall was too steep. The wounded beast was now at the gully's entrance, blocking my way back. It saw its packmate and let out a wet, chuffing sound. They were going to converge on me. Then a new sound. A whistle, sharp and piercing, cutting through the forest gloom. It came from above, from the rim of the gully. Both feral pack members froze, looking up. Samuel Blackwood stood on the edge, silhouetted against the night sky. He was in human form, blood streaked across his temple and staining his shirt. In his hand was a long, heavy hunting rifle, its barrel pointed at the ground. His expression was utterly calm, utterly cold. "Mine," he said, the word not a shout but a flat, carrying statement. The feral pack-man with the knife snarled. She's contested spoils. Your fight is with Blackwood, not us. You are on my land. You are pursuing my property. Samuel's voice didn't rise. That makes it my fight. Leave now, and I will consider your trespass a result of confusion from the skirmish. Touch her, and I will remove your hands before I remove your head. The wounded werbeast growled, taking a step forward. Samuel moved the rifle, a smooth, effortless motion. The shot was deafening in the confined space. A spray of rock exploded at the beast's feet. It yelped and scrambled back. The next one is between your eyes, Samuel said, his gaze shifting to the knife wielder. Your leader is dead. Your pack is scattered. Your claim is dust. Go. The two men exchanged a look filled with fury and fear. The logic of strength, the only logic they truly respected, had been asserted. With a final, hateful glare at me, they turned and melted back into the trees, the wounded one limping badly. Silence descended, thick and heavy, broken only by the ringing in my ears from the gunshot. I stood in the center of the gully, trembling, staring up at Samuel. He lowered the rifle, slinging it over his shoulder. He didn't offer a hand. He just looked down at me, his eyes assessing, taking in my torn clothes, the fresh scratches, the sheer terror that I knew was plain on my face. Lena's plan lacked an exit strategy, he said finally. She is good at tactics, not logistics. I couldn't speak. My throat was locked shut. You led the stragglers on a merry chase, he continued, his tone conversational as if discussing the weather. Clever, using the thicket, foolish, entering a dead end. You were following me, I managed to croak. I was tracking the remnants of Ricker's pack. You were a convenient point of convergence. He jumped down from the gully rim, landing lightly in front of me. He was close enough that I could smell the blood, gunpowder, and pine scent that clung to him. The ambush was a success. Jaxon was wounded, not mortally. He retreated with his core warriors. The feral pack is broken. You didn't do it to save me, I whispered, repeating Lena's words. You did it for pack pride. Yes, he didn't deny it. His eyes held mine. But a tool that is lost or damaged is a waste of resources. And you, Sophia, have just become a more interesting tool. He reached out, not for me, but toward the pocket of my jeans where the crumpled edge of Evelyn's letter peeked out. With 2 fingers, he extracted it. I was too stunned to stop him. He smoothed the paper, his eyes scanning the contents. His expression didn't change, but the air around him seemed to grow colder. He finished reading and looked back at me. Your sister, he said. She seeks to reclaim you. She thinks I'm insane. She is wrong. He stated it as a simple fact. But her error creates a new vector, a human vector, one with resources and a legal claim that operates outside our laws. He folded the letter neatly and handed it back to me. This changes the board. What board? I said, frustration giving me a shred of courage. I'm not a piece in your game. You are the central piece, he corrected, his voice dropping, becoming almost thoughtful. Jaxon wants you as a trophy of conquest. I hold you as a symbol of upheld law and a claimed asset. Your sister wants you as a patient to be cured. And now, he paused, his gaze intense. Now there is a human faction with tracking skills, who knows of our world and who has a financial interest in you. He took a step closer. I forced myself not to retreat. You cannot run to them, Sophia. Their clinic would be a cage of a different kind, and from it you would have no value, no leverage. You would simply cease to be. Here you exist. Here you have weight. The weight of a prize, I spat. Of bait. Of a claimant, he said, and the word held a new, sharper edge. The old law you invoked on the tower still stands. It is a thread, but it is a thread you hold. No one else. That gives you a status, however fragile. In the human world, you have none. You are only your sister's problem. He was right. It was a horrifying, grotesque form of being right. In this brutal world, I had a defined, if terrible, place. In Evelyn's world, I would be erased. What do you want? My voice was a broken thing. I want the board stabilized. Jaxon is wounded but will return. The human hunters are a new variable. Your presence is the catalyst for all of it. He looked toward the gully entrance, then back at me. You will return to the lodge. Not as simple bait, not merely as property, you will return as the contested claimant, and you will learn. Learn what? How to be more than a piece, he said, and for the first time, I saw something in his eyes that wasn't calculation or cold authority. It was a dark, relentless curiosity. How to wield the weight you carry. Because if you are only ever the thing fought over, you will be broken when the fight ends, regardless of the winner. But if you can become part of the fight itself, he let the sentence hang. He was offering me a terrible education, not in how to escape, but in how to survive within the nightmare. To learn the rules of the game so I might, one day, not just be moved across the board, but move myself. It was the most frightening proposition I had ever heard. Come, he said, turning. The woods are not clear yet, and we have much to discuss. He began to walk out of the gully, expecting me to follow. I stood rooted, the letter crumpled in my sweaty palm, the echoes of the gunshot and the hunter's words and my sister's pleading script all colliding in my head. I looked at Samuel's retreating back. I looked at the dark forest path that led away, following Lena's map toward an unknown freedom stalked by hunters. With a shuddering breath that felt like my last as the person I used to be, I took a step. And I followed the alpha. The silence after his proposition was absolute, broken only by the creak and the ragged sound of my own breathing. I had followed him, one foot in front of the other, back through the trees toward the lodge, my mind a riot of impossible choices. A gilded clinic, a monster's obsession, or a wolf's brutal tutelage. I had chosen the devil I knew, because he was the only one offering a weapon, however double-edged. The walk back was a grim procession. Samuel moved ahead, a shadow among the pines, not looking back. He didn't need to. I was tethered to him now by a chain of my own forging. The lodge, when it came into view, didn't look like a sanctuary or a prison. It looked like a fortress that had weathered a storm. The air still smelled of smoke and blood. Warriors moved with a new, grim purpose, clearing debris from the porch, their eyes sliding over me as Samuel led me inside. I was no longer just the bait. I was the student who had returned to the master. He didn't take me to the west guest room or the interior cell. He led me to his study, a room I'd only seen once before, when he'd laid out his first cold plan for me. The heavy oak desk was strewn with maps, one of which was marked with fresh, angry red lines near the northern ridge. He didn't sit. The first lesson, he said, his voice devoid of its earlier strategic warmth. It was back to the flat, commanding alpha tone. Your status is a weapon. You understand it as a burden. Your enemies see it as a vulnerability. You must learn to see it as they do and then twist it. I stood just inside the door, my clothes still damp from the creek. See it how? As a prize, a symbol. As a point of pressure, he corrected, turning those glacier eyes on me. Jaxon used Alara, a pack elder, to apply pressure to me. He forced a choice that weakened my standing. You, by the oldest laws, are a claimant. That is a point of pressure on him. It is a legal thorn, a challenge to his authority that he cannot simply ignore. He must either break you publicly to nullify it, or kill me to absorb you. Your very existence, under that law, is an act of aggression against his claim. You are not a passive prize. The concept was so alien it made my head spin. I didn't ask for that. I stabbed Ricker to stop him from killing you. Intent is irrelevant under the old laws. Consequence is all. You drew blood in an alpha challenge. He leaned forward, palms flat on the map. So, you will learn to wield it. You will learn our customs, our hierarchies, the unspoken rules. You will learn what an alpha's pride costs and where it bends. And what's the price of these lessons? I asked, my voice quiet. The price is your obedience, absolute, and your presence. You will attend pack functions. You will observe. You will not speak unless given leave. You are an apprentice to a war you did not choose, and your tuition is paid in compliance. He straightened. Bradley will attend you. He will be your escort and, to a point, your instructor in basic protocol. You will listen to him. It was a reinstatement of my old routine, but with a terrifying new layer. I wasn't just doing chores to be useful. I was being taken to school. The next few days passed in a surreal blur. Bradley collected me each morning after a silent breakfast brought to my room, the West guest room again, but the lock now felt different. It wasn't just to keep me in. It was to keep others out. He was solemn, professional, and careful not to meet my eyes for too long. Our first lesson was a walk to the walled garden. Observation, Bradley said quietly. Watch how pack members interact. Note who defers to who stands close, who avoids touch. Distance and posture are a language here. I watched. I saw the subtle dip of a chin from a younger warrior to an older one. The wide berth given to a hulking man named Garrick, who seemed to radiate a silent fury. The way Lena, when she crossed the courtyard, was met with respectful nods, but no one approached her. She didn't look at me. Garrick lost 2 of his hunt brothers in the ambush on the ridge, Bradley murmured, following my gaze. He blames the diversion that drew them out. He blames the cause of that diversion. Me, I whispered. Bradley didn't confirm it. He didn't need to. Later, I was taken to the kitchen, not to scrub pots, but to stand in the corner and watch Mara direct the flow of food preparation. Bradley whispered as we stood by the pantry door. She doesn't raise her voice. She expects obedience, and she gets it because her authority in this domain is absolute. An alpha's power is not monolithic. It is a network of these smaller authorities. Mara glanced at us once, her gaze lingering on me with an unreadable expression. Not the previous irritation, but a sharp, assessing look. She gave a single, curt nod to Bradley before turning back to the stew pot. In the evenings, I was sometimes brought to the edge of the great room during pack gatherings. I wasn't allowed to sit with them, but stood near the doorway with Bradley, a ghost at the feast. I listened to the reports from patrols, the low discussions of territory. I heard Samuel's voice, cutting through the murmur, issuing commands. I watched the pack's reaction, the unified nods, the few clenched jaws, the way everyone's attention was like iron filings drawn to the magnet of his presence. Lena's warning echoed in my head. The ones who wanted you gone are quiet now. That makes them more dangerous. I looked for signs of that quiet danger in the respectful faces, but I saw nothing. That was the most frightening part. One afternoon, Bradley took me not to a common area but to the armory, a long, low building behind the lodge. The air smelled of oil, leather, and cold steel. Weapons lined the walls. Knives, axes, things that looked like short spears. You don't need to learn to use them, Bradley said, seeing my wide eyes. You need to learn to recognize them, to know what an insult is. If a warrior cleans his blade in your presence, it is a threat. If he offers you a hilt to hold, it is a sign of provisional trust. If he turns his back on you while armed, it is a calculated statement of either contempt or supreme confidence. He pointed to a vicious-looking curved knife. This is a skinning blade. It is also used in a ritual challenge for minor grievances. Its appearance in a non-hunting context is a message. I felt overwhelmed. The world was a minefield of hidden meanings, every gesture a potential sentence. How am I supposed to remember all this? You remember by surviving the first time you get it wrong, he said, not unkindly. The consequences will be instructive. It was after the armory lesson, as Bradley was walking me back to the lodge, that I saw her. Lena was coming from the direction of the healing rooms, a bundle of herbs in her hands. Our paths converged near the main steps. Bradley slowed, giving a respectful nod. Lena. She nodded back, her eyes flicking to me. For a second, they held mine. Then her hand brushed against mine as she passed, and something small and stiff was pressed into my palm. The movement was so smooth, so casual, that Bradley, a few steps ahead, didn't turn. My fingers closed around it, a folded piece of paper. My heart hammered against my ribs. I kept walking, my hand buried in the pocket of the borrowed trousers I wore. Back in the solitude of my room, the lock turning behind me, I unfolded the note with trembling hands. The lessons are a leash. He is teaching you to see the cage so you won't rattle the bars. The human hunter was not a coincidence. Your sister's reach is long, and her money buys good information. They know you are here. They are waiting. Jaxon is healing. He is not idle. The quiet ones in the pack are waiting for Samuel to falter. You are the proof of his strength. If you stumble, you become the proof of his weakness. The wall tapping was not me. Someone else was in the corridors. They may still be. Trust no one, not even the steady hand, especially not the steady hand. L. The steady hand, Bradley. The note slipped from my fingers, fluttering to the rug. The room, with its familiar furniture and locked door, suddenly felt porous, infested. Samuel was teaching me to navigate a world of wolves, but Lena was showing me that the ground beneath my feet was honeycombed with tunnels, and in every tunnel something waited. The next day the lesson changed. Samuel himself summoned me to the map room. He stood before the large table, Bradley a silent presence by the door. "You've observed," Samuel stated. "Now analysis, Jackson's move with Alara. What was its primary objective?" I swallowed, my mouth dry. I thought of the terror on Alara's face, the cruel triumph in Jackson's. "To get me." Wrong. The word was a slap. Getting you was a secondary objective, a desirable spoil. His primary objective was to humiliate me in front of my pack, to demonstrate that I could be forced to sacrifice a member's safety for a piece of contested property. He wanted to crack my authority. He succeeded. The frank admission stunned me. Why tell me that? Because you must understand the battlefield is not just physical, it is reputational. My standing is your shelter. When it is damaged, the walls of this lodge grow thinner. Now, what was my countermove? I remembered the sudden violence, the ambush from the trees as we marched away. The ambush, you attacked as we left. A partial counter. It salvaged some pride, demonstrated strength, and wounded him, but it was reactive. It did not regain the initiative. He pointed a finger at me. You provided the seed of a proactive move. Your status as a claimant, that is a lingering poison in his side. Our next move will be to turn the screw. A cold dread settled in my stomach. How? You will be seen, publicly, not as cowed property but as a claimant under my protection, learning my ways. We will host a gathering. A minor moon festival in 3 nights' time. Neighboring packs will send envoys. You will be present. I'm a human. They'll see me as a pet at best, an abomination at worst. They will see what I show them, he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. A human who invoked the old law. A complication. A living testament that my power is sufficient to hold even such a complication secure. You will wear pack colors. You will stand where I place you. You will say nothing. Your mere presence will be a message to Jaxon and to any others who are quietly waiting. The festival, a stage. I was to be a prop in a play of power. Lena's words screamed in my mind. If you stumble, you become the proof of his weakness. The next 2 days were a whirlwind of preparation that I was mostly insulated from. New clothes appeared in my room, a simple dress in deep forest green, the color of the Blackwood pack. It was finely made, but it felt like a costume. Bradley drilled me on simple things. Where to stand, how to hold my hands, to keep my eyes lowered but not timidly, to never turn my back on the alpha's seat. The evening of the festival arrived. The great hall was transformed. Fires blazed in the hearths and long tables groaned with food. The air was thick with the smell of roast meat, pine boughs, and the potent, earthy scent of many werewolves. I stood near the high table, slightly behind and to the left of Samuel's empty chair, as instructed. I wore the green dress. My skin crawled. Pack members filled the hall, their chatter a low roar. I saw faces I recognized and many I did not. Then the doors opened and the envoys arrived. They came in small groups, each with a distinct bearing. A pair from a pack to the east, dressed in gray and silver, their eyes sharp as they scanned the room. A solitary, older woman from the north, her hair braided with bones, who moved with a predatory grace that made the room subtly part for her. And then a group of 3 from a southern pack. My breath hitched. Among them was a man who looked startlingly like Jaxon, similar build, similar arrogant set to his jaw, though younger. A brother, perhaps. His gaze swept the room and landed on me. He didn't stare, but a slow, insolent smile spread across his face before he turned to accept a drink from a pack server. Samuel entered last, and the room's noise dipped into a respectful hush. He took his seat at the high table, not looking at me. The feast began. I stood. My legs began to ache. I focused on breathing, on keeping my face a calm, empty mask. The bone-braided woman from the north approached the high table to offer formal greetings. Her ancient eyes passed over Samuel and settled on me. She didn't address me, but spoke to Samuel, her voice like dry leaves. "So this is the complication I have heard whispers of, the human who bleeds into alpha challenges." "She stands under the old law," Samuel replied, his tone neutral. The woman's gaze was a physical weight. "Law is a thread, it can bind or it can strangle." She gave a slight, cryptic nod and moved away. Time stretched. I caught the younger Jaxon lookalike watching me several times, his smile never reaching his eyes. The noise, the heat, the press of predatory attention became a suffocating blanket. I followed my instructions. I didn't move, I didn't speak. Then, during a lull as a musician played a haunting strain on a wooden flute, a server approached the high table to refill Samuel's cup. It was a young man I'd seen in the kitchens. As he leaned forward with the pitcher, his foot seemed to catch on the leg of my chair, the empty chair beside me. He stumbled, lurching into my space. The pitcher of dark wine tipped. Not toward Samuel, but toward me. A cascade of cold, red liquid splashed across the front of my green dress, a shocking, bloody stain against the forest fabric. The server gasped, righting himself, his face pale. "Forgive me, Alpha, I am so clumsy." The music faltered. Dozens of eyes snapped to me, to the vivid stains spreading over my torso. A murmur rippled through the hall. It wasn't concern, it was interest. A hungry, silent assessment. In that frozen moment, I saw the young Southern envoy's smile widen. I saw Garrick, the grieving warrior, watching from the shadows, his expression stone. I saw Lena, across the room, her face carefully blank. Samuel turned his head slowly, looking first at the terrified server, then at the stain on my dress, and finally at my face. His own was unreadable, but his eyes were chips of winter ice. This was no accident. This was a message, delivered in the most public way possible. A humiliation, subtle but profound, a staining of the symbol. My cheeks burned. The wet fabric clung to me, cold and accusing. The entire hall waited, a collective breath held, to see what the Alpha would do, to see what the human claimant would do. Samuel's voice, when it came, was quiet, but it cut through the silence like a knife. "It seems," he said, his gaze still locked on mine, "the lesson has moved from theory to practice." He didn't address the server, he didn't order me to leave, he simply watched me, waiting. This was the test. This was the stumble, and I was standing in the middle of it, drenched in the proof. The young Southern envoy raised his cup in a silent, mocking toast, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. The stain on my dress felt like it was burning through to my skin. Every rule Bradley had drilled into me evaporated. There was no protocol for this. The cliff of my weakness yawned before me, and the whole pack was leaning forward to see if I would fall. The wine was cold. It soaked through my dress, a shocking, sticky chill that spread from my shoulder down to my hip. The red liquid looked like blood against the pale fabric, and the silence that followed the crash of the dropped tray was more deafening than any roar. Every eye in the great hall was on me, on the spreading stain, on my humiliated stillness. Samuel's words from moments before echoed in the ringing quiet. "This is your first test." I didn't look at the clumsy server, now stammering apologies as he was dragged away by a stone-faced Mara. I didn't look at the Southern envoy, whose smirk I could feel like a physical touch. My gaze went to Samuel, seated on his raised dais. He hadn't moved. His expression was carved from granite, giving away nothing, no anger, no instruction, no rescue. This was mine to handle. The bone-braided elder from the northern pack, watched me with the detached interest of a scientist observing a specimen. The steady murmur of the festival was gone, replaced by a thick, waiting tension. Read the room, Samuel's teachings hissed in my mind. Your status is a weapon, wield it or be cut by it. I was a claimant, a complication, a symbol drenched in cheap wine. I took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of fermented grapes and roasted meat thick in the air. I did not dab at the stain. I did not shrink. Instead, I turned my head, just slightly, toward the southern envoy, Jaxon's kin. I met his mocking gaze and held it for a count of 3, letting him see the cold, flat acknowledgement in my eyes. I see you. I know this was meant for him, through me. Then, I looked away as if he were of no more consequence than the spilled wine itself. I turned my attention to the elder woman with the bones in her hair. I offered her the slightest, most formal nod I could manage, a gesture of respect to an observer, not a participant in the farce. Her eyes glinted, a flicker of something that might have been approval or merely sharper curiosity. Finally, I looked back at Samuel. I didn't speak. I simply stood there, wearing the humiliation like a new, ill-fitting skin, and waited. The message was clear: the test is underway. I am still standing. After a lifetime of seconds, Samuel moved. He lifted his tankard. A lively start to the festivities, he said, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. The pack provides memorable welcomes. Someone fetch our guest a shawl. It was a dismissal, both of the incident and of me. The tension broke into a wave of forced laughter and resumed chatter. The moment was over, but the stain remained. Bradley materialized at my side, his face carefully neutral. "This way," he murmured, guiding me not toward the doors, but toward a side alcove where Lena stood with a folded woolen shawl. Lena's eyes were hard as she draped the heavy fabric over my shoulders, covering the worst of the stain. Her fingers brushed my neck, quick and firm. "The lesson isn't over," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "It's just moved locations. Watch the shadows." Before I could ask what she meant, Bradley was steering me away, back into the throng but along its edges. "You handled that correctly," he said, his tone low and instructional. "You acknowledged the challenge without engaging in it. You deferred to the Alpha's authority to resolve it. That is the protocol." "It was a setup," I said flatly, adjusting the shawl. "Of course it was, Garrick's faction, or Jackson's sympathizers, or both. The how is less important than the why. They tested Samuel's claim on you by testing your composure. You didn't break. Therefore, his claim wasn't weakened." He spoke like he was reciting a tactical report. I remembered Lena's note: "The steady hand is not your friend." We circulated. I was a silent, stained ghost at Bradley's elbow. He pointed out alphas and betas from the visiting packs, explained subtle signs of status in the way they wore their leathers or held their cups. I nodded, absorbing it, but my skin crawled. I felt watched from every corner. The Southern envoy's laughter was too loud, too frequent, and always seemed to follow me. Garrick, the hulking warrior, drank heavily in a corner, his burning gaze fixed on me with undisguised hatred. He'd lost brothers. I was the cause. The festival dragged on for hours. There was feasting, then music, then a shift in energy as the moon rose higher. The formalities gave way to something wilder. Dances that were more like sparring matches began in the cleared center of the hall. Challenges were issued and accepted with growls and snapped teeth, though no full shifts occurred indoors. The air grew thick with dominance and aggression. Samuel presided over it all, a king on his throne of wood and fur. He participated in a few of the dominance contests, easily overpowering a beta from the gray-silver pack in an arm-wrestling match that cracked the table. Each victory was a silent reinforcement of his strength, a reminder to his guests and his own divided pack. I was exhausted. The adrenaline from the wine incident had long since faded, leaving a hollow, shaky feeling. The shawl was itchy, and the dried wine on my skin felt tight and unclean. I just wanted to be back in the quiet of the West Wing, behind a locked door. Finally, as the moon neared its zenith, Samuel rose. A hush fell. The run clears, he announced. For those who wish to honor the moon in our territory, the way is open. For our guests, quarters are prepared. It was a dismissal. The pack began to stream toward the rear doors leading to the run clearing, shedding formal vests and loosening collars. The visiting envoys and their retinues were led away by various pack members toward the guest cabins. The great hall emptied rapidly. Bradley touched my arm. "Come, you're to return to your room." Relief washed over me. The test, for tonight, was done. We moved against the flow of bodies heading outside, slipping into the now familiar administrative hallway. The portraits of past Blackwood alphas seemed to watch our passage with grim indifference. The sounds of the festival faded behind us, replaced by the creak of old wood and our own footsteps. We were halfway to the west wing when a figure stepped out of a shadowed doorway. It was Garrick. He blocked the corridor, his massive frame filling the space. He reeked of ale and fury. "Bradley," he grunted, not taking his eyes off me. "The Alpha wants you. At the stable gate." "Now," Bradley stiffened. "My orders are to escort the claimant to her quarters." "Orders changed," Garrick snarled. Southern Scout was spotted skulking near the perimeter. "Alpha wants every able hand to sweep the tree line before the run. He sent me to relieve you." His bloodshot eyes finally slid to Bradley. "You questioning the Alpha's command?" I saw the conflict on Bradley's face. Protocol warred with a direct order. Lena's warning screamed in my head. "The steady hand is not your friend." But was Garrick. "I will escort her the rest of the way," Garrick said, the words dripping with false civility. "Then I'll join the sweep. Go on, don't keep him waiting." Bradley hesitated a moment longer, then gave a sharp nod. He looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Go directly to your room. Lock the door. Do not open it for anyone but me or the Alpha." With that, he turned and strode back the way we came, his footsteps echoing. I was alone with Garrick. He took a step forward, and I took an involuntary step back. The hatred rolling off him was a tangible force. "Think you're clever, don't you?" he rasped, closing the distance. "Sitting there in your pretty dress, playing at being pack. My Hunt brothers are dead. Carved up on the northern ridge because of you. Because Jaxon wanted to draw the Alpha away to get to you." "I didn't ask for any of this," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Doesn't matter," he spat. "Their blood is on your hands, and you come back here and he puts a shawl on you and calls you a student." He laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. "You're a curse, a weakness, and weaknesses get cut out." He wasn't just venting. There was a purpose in his eyes, a deadly intent. This wasn't the public humiliation of spilled wine. This was a dark, private corridor. "Samuel declared me a claimant," I said, forcing Samuel's lessons into my voice. "To harm me is to challenge his law." "His law?" Garrick sneered. "His law got my brothers killed. Maybe it needs changing." He reached for me, not to grab, but to shove, to corral me away from the west wing, toward a narrower, darker servants' passage I knew led to the back kitchens and the cold storage cells. I didn't think, I acted. As his hand came toward my shoulder, I didn't flinch away. Instead, I stepped into the movement, turning my body and bringing my arm up in a sharp, blocking motion I'd seen during the festival dances. It was clumsy, human-weak, but it was unexpected. It knocked his arm aside. Garrick froze, stunned not by the force but by the defiance. His face darkened with apocalyptic rage. "You little. What is the meaning of this?" The voice was like ice water, pouring down the hallway from behind me. Garrick's eyes snapped over my shoulder, and the fury in them was instantly doused by a wave of fear. I turned. Samuel stood there alone. He must have come from a different route. He wore no ceremonial gear now, just simple, dark clothes. He looked from Garrick's guilty, furious face to my own, to the defensive stance I'd only just dropped. He saw it all. "Alpha, I was just," Garrick began. "Relieving Bradley on my orders." Samuel finished, his voice dangerously quiet. "A curious thing, I gave no such order, and Bradley is currently, as per my actual command, securing the eastern tree line." Garrick's bravado collapsed. He dropped his gaze, shoulders hunching. I misunderstood Alpha." "You sought to misunderstand," Samuel corrected. He walked forward, his steps silent on the wood. He stopped between us, his back to me, facing Garrick down. You sought to corner a claimant under my protection. You sought to act where the wine spiller could not. Tell me, Garrick, were you going to kill her, or just deliver her to the Southern scout you invented? Garrick said nothing. His breath came in ragged pants. Your brothers died with honor, in defense of their pack and their alpha's command, Samuel said, each word a hammer blow. You would dishonor their memory by becoming a traitor and a murderer in these same halls. Your grief has made you stupid. And in this pack, stupidity is fatal. Samuel moved so fast it was a blur. There was no dramatic shift, no roar. One moment he was standing, the next his hand was around Garrick's throat, lifting the larger man off his feet and slamming him against the wall. The impact shook the frame of a nearby portrait. Garrick gagged, clawing at Samuel's immovable arm. You are stripped of rank, Samuel hissed, his face inches from Garrick's. You are stripped of name. You will spend this night in the earth, remembering what you owe. If the moon sees fit to leave you with your mind, we will discuss your future at dawn. If not, he didn't finish the threat. He dropped Garrick, who crumpled to the floor, choking. Samuel didn't look at him again. He turned to me. His eyes were chips of black flint. Come. He didn't wait. He started walking toward the west wing. I hurried after him, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. We passed my door, but he didn't stop. He led me to his study, the room where he'd first laid out his brutal plan for me. He opened the door and gestured me inside. The room was as I remembered, dominated by the large desk, the maps, the smell of leather and old paper. A single lamp burned. He closed the door and leaned against his desk, arms crossed, studying me. You used the block from the gray-silver Beta's dance, he stated. I nodded, unsure if it was a question. It was poorly executed. You have no strength behind it, but you read the intent and you applied a counter. That is the beginning. He paused. Garrick was a loyal warrior. His loss is a waste. This is the cost of your presence, this division. This rot from within. I didn't ask, I started, but he cut me off with a sharp gesture. I am aware of what you did and did not ask for. It is irrelevant. The fact remains. You are a focal point, for loyalty and for treachery. The festival was a display. This, he nodded toward the door toward Garrick, is the reality. The lessons in the armory, the protocols, they are for the visible world. What you must learn now is for the shadows. He pushed off the desk and went to a locked cabinet. He produced a small, plain wooden box and set it on the desk between us. Your sister's hunter found you once. He will have reported your location. Others will come. Human law, with its papers and clinics, is a different kind of trap, but a trap nonetheless. You cannot outrun them in the human world. Not for long. He opened the box. Inside, on a bed of felt, lay two objects. One was a slender, sharp dagger in a leather sheath. It was simple, unadorned, deadly. The other was a small, polished stone, dark gray, and threaded with a vein of silver that caught the lamplight. The knife is for your hand, the stone is for your mind, he said. The knife you keep hidden, you use it only if there is no other path. It is not for werewolves, it is too small. It is for men, for hunters. It is a last resort, and using it will change things in ways you cannot take back. He picked up the stone. This is iron ore laced with silver, it is a focus. Werewolf law, the old law that now binds you, is not just words, it is weight, it has resonance. This stone comes from the heart of a territory bound by such laws. If you are taken, if you are beyond my reach or any pack's reach, hold it. Focus on your status, on your claim, on the bond of contest that ties you to this world. It may call, it may be heard. It is a thread, not a rope. He placed the stone back in the box and pushed it toward me. These are not gifts. They are tools for a tool. Your value is increasing, Sophia, not as a symbol but as a key. Jaxon is not the only one who sees it. The human who hunts you sees it. The factions within my own pack see it. You are a point of convergence. I stared at the box, at the deadly offering inside. A key to what? That, he said, his expression grim, is what we must discover before they do. The moon festival is over. The watching eyes are leaving. Now the real work begins. You will learn to listen not just to words but to the silence between them. You will learn to trace the lines of allegiance and betrayal in this pack. And you will tell me what you find. He was asking me to spy for him, on the very people who surrounded me. Bradley, I began, is your escort? Is he loyal? Is he compromised? You tell me. Use what I have taught you. Observe. The answers are not given. They are revealed, he straightened. Take the box, go to your room. Dawn brings a new set of lessons, less theory, more practice. It was a dismissal. I picked up the wooden box. It was heavier than it looked. The weight of the dagger, the weight of the stone, the weight of his expectations. I turned to leave, my mind reeling. Sophia, he said, just as my hand touched the door handle. I looked back. His gaze was unwavering. Garrick called you a curse. He is wrong. You are a catalyst. Catalysts are dangerous. They accelerate reactions. They reveal what is hidden. Be sure, when the reaction is complete, that you are not the element consumed in the process. I left, the box clutched to my chest. The hallway was empty. Garrick was gone, only a faint scuff mark on the wall where Samuel had pinned him. I hurried to my room, locked the door, and leaned against it, breathing hard. I set the box on the small table. I didn't take out the dagger or the stone. I just stared at them through the open lid. A key, a catalyst. I walked to the wall, to the spot where weeks ago, an unseen presence had tapped and scraped. I placed my palm flat against the cool wood paneling. Silence. Then, from the other side, so faint I almost thought I imagined it, came a single, deliberate tap. Then another. It was not the frantic scraping from before. This was slow, purposeful, a signal. The hidden thing in the walls was still there, and it was listening. The tapping in the wall didn't stop. It was a slow, deliberate tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, like a crude, repeating code. I stood frozen in the center of my room, the focus stone a cold, heavy lump in my pocket, the unfamiliar weight of the dagger a secret against my thigh. The sound wasn't frantic or random. It was a signal, an answer. To what I didn't know, to my presence, to Samuel's lesson. To the violence done to Garrick. I didn't dare answer it. I just listened until it ceased, leaving a silence that felt louder. Then I went to bed, the dagger under my pillow, my fingers curled around the stone. I didn't sleep. The next morning, the routine was the same, but the air was different. The lodge felt like a glass bowl that had been struck and was now holding its breath, waiting for the shatter. Bradley arrived to escort me to the kitchens, his expression as solemn and unreadable as ever. The Alpha has asked that your chores be varied today, he said as we walked. You'll assist in the armory after the morning meal. The armory, I asked, my voice still rough from lack of sleep. Inventory and cleaning, it's a task for trusted eyes, he said, and I couldn't tell if it was a statement of fact or a subtle barb. Lena's warning about the steady hand being untrustworthy echoed in my head. I watched him, looking for a flicker, a sign. There was nothing. Mara barely looked at me in the kitchen, just jerked her chin toward a stack of peeled potatoes that needed dicing. The usual kitchen chatter was subdued. Words were clipped. Eyes slid away from me. The news of Garrick's fate, stripped, imprisoned, nameless, had spread. I was no longer just a symbol of Samuel's strength. I was now a symbol of his ruthless justice. It didn't make me safer. It made me a lightning rod for the silent, seething anger he had ignited. After breakfast, Bradley led me not back to the mending room, but across the courtyard to the long, low building that was the armory. The door was thick oak, banded with iron. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of metal, oil, and old wood. An older man I didn't recognize was waiting, his arms covered in faded tattoos of interlocking knots. He nodded to Bradley. I'll take it from here. Bradley gave a short nod and took up a post just outside the open door, within sight but out of earshot. The man, I heard Bradley call him Holt, didn't offer his name to me. He simply pointed to a long table where an array of knives, axes, and spearheads were laid out on a stained cloth. You clean, no polish. Just remove active rust and grime. Use the oil on that rag, a thin coat, understand. I nodded. It was meticulous, silent work. Holt moved through the rows of weapon racks, checking shafts and blades, his movements economical. I focused on the knife in my hand, scraping gently at a spot of brown on the blade. This was Samuel's first test of my new role, I realized. To be placed here, among the tools of pack strength, with a guard at the door but not at my shoulder. To observe. I listened. Holt hummed a tuneless song under his breath. Outside, I could hear the distant sounds of training grunts, the thud of bodies, shouted commands. Inside, it was just the soft scrape of my cloth and the rustle of Holt's movements. Then voices approached the door. Bradley's low murmur and another voice, younger, strained. Just want to understand Bradley. He was my uncle's hunt brother. To do that to him for her. The Alpha's law is clear, Tarn. Bradley's voice was calm, firm. He raised a hand against a claimed asset. The punishment stands. An asset, she's a human flaw, a sickness he won't cut out. The young voice, Tarn, was hot with anger. This is tearing us apart. First Corbin, now Garrick. How many more will we lose to this complication? We will lose those who break faith, Bradley said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Go cool off. Your patrol is in an hour. There was a frustrated sound, then receding footsteps. Bradley remained at his post, a solid, silent silhouette. I kept my head down, my hands moving steadily, but my heart was pounding. Tarn, a name, a connection, Garrick's nephew. A point of seething dissent. I filed it away, the first piece of intelligence for my new master. Holt had stopped his humming. He was looking at me, his gaze thoughtful. You hear a lot, cleaning blades, he said quietly, so his voice wouldn't carry. Best to keep the hearing sharp and the mouth shut. He turned back to his work, leaving the warning hanging. The afternoon was spent in the walled garden, under the watchful eyes of both Bradley and Gareth. The enforced idleness was worse than the chores. It gave me too much time to think, to feel the phantom taps in the wall, to see Garrick's furious eyes, to hear Tarn's hissed accusation. I was a catalyst. I was causing the reaction Samuel wanted to see, the bubbling up of the poison so he could cut it out. And I was standing in the crucible. That night, after a silent dinner brought to my room, the tapping came again. Tap, 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 a scrape, tap. It was closer, more insistent. It came from the section of wall behind the heavy wooden dresser. A wild, reckless thought took hold. Samuel wanted me to spy, to trace lines. What was this if not a line? A hidden one, right in the heart of his territory. Moving quietly, I braced my shoulder against the dresser. It was monstrously heavy, but it shifted an inch with a groan of wood on stone. I froze, listening. No sound from the hallway. The tapping had stopped. I pushed again, sweat beading on my forehead, until there was a narrow gap between the dresser and the wall. The wall was plain, dark wood paneling. I ran my fingers over it. Nothing. I knocked, a soft, tentative echo of the taps I'd heard. For a long moment, nothing. Then, from directly behind the panel, a faint scratch tap. My breath caught. Who's there? I whispered, my mouth almost touching the wood. No voice answered. Instead, a different sound. A slow, deliberate squeak, like a rusty hinge being moved with immense care. Then, a thin sliver of yellow light appeared at the seam where two panels met. It wasn't lamplight. It was the guttering, uneven glow of a candle. A hidden door, a passage. The panel didn't open. The light just bled through the crack, and I saw a shadow move across it. Then, something was pushed through the gap at the bottom, a small, folded square of paper. I snatched it up. The light vanished. The squeak came again, fainter, and then there was only silence and the dark. My hands trembled as I unfolded the paper. It wasn't Lena's precise script. This was a rough, hurried scrawl, written in what looked like charcoal. The stone, they feel it. It draws them. The one in the walls, the one who comes. Don't trust the steady hand. He sees for the alpha, but which one? Moonrise, the old ice house. Come alone or not at all. I read it 3 times, my blood running cold. The stone, the focused stone Samuel had given me, they feel it, the one in the walls and the one who comes. Jaxon, the hunter, someone else, and Bradley. Which one? Did it mean which alpha? Was he Samuel's man, or Jackson's spy, or something else entirely? The note was a chaos of warnings and a terrifying invitation. The old ice house. I'd seen it once from the garden, a half-collapsed stone structure near the tree line, well beyond the ward line. Going there alone at moonrise was suicide. It was also the only direct line I had to the mysterious presence in the walls. A presence that seemed to know about the stone, about Bradley, about threats I couldn't even name. It was a test far more dangerous than any Samuel had devised. The next day was an agony of forced normalcy. Chores in the laundry, then more mending with Alara, who worked with a grim, focused silence, her fingers flying. The loss of Garrick and the shadow of Corbin's betrayal hung over her like a shroud. I watched Bradley constantly. His manner never changed. He was vigilant, professional, distant. Was that the mask of a loyal soldier or a deep-cover operative? The note implied he was a spy master himself. But whose? As afternoon faded toward evening, a low bell began to toll from the lodge roof. Not an alarm. A deep, sonorous call that rolled through the territory. Alara looked up, her needle pausing. "The gathering bell," she said, her voice flat. "All to the great hall." Bradley appeared at the mending room door. "Come, you're to attend." The great hall was packed. The entire pack seemed to be there, standing in loose ranks. Samuel stood on the low dais, not in his usual casual authority, but in full alpha bearing. He wore a dark, fur-trimmed tunic, and his gaze swept the room like a physical force. I was led to the front, to a space left clear beside the dais, a place of glaring visibility. "Garrick is gone," Samuel began, his voice cutting through the last murmurs. "His name is Ash. His betrayal is a lesson. This pack is strong because its law is iron. We are under siege." His eyes found me, held for a second. A contested claim is a point of weakness only if we let it weaken us. It is also a point of focus. It shows us where the pressure lies. He paced slowly along the edge of the dais. "We will not crack. We will harden. Patrols are doubled. Watches are tripled. The perimeter is sealed. Until further notice, no one leaves the core territory without my direct order. We root out the doubt. We burn out the infection. We stand as one." A unified growl of assent rose from the pack, but it felt tense, forced. Samuel's speech wasn't a rallying cry, it was a lockdown order. He was turning the lodge into a fortress and a prison, and I was the jewel in the vault. The gathering broke up into a low buzz of tense conversation. As Bradley moved to guide me out, Samuel's voice stopped us. A moment. He descended the dais and stood before me. The pack flowed around us, giving wide berth. "You have the stone?" he asked, low enough for only Bradley and me to hear. I nodded, patting my pocket. "Good, keep it close. Its purpose is not just focus. It is a beacon of a sort. It clarifies affiliations." His eyes flicked, almost imperceptibly, toward Bradley, then back to me. "Report anything unusual, anything at all." To me directly. "Yes, Alpha," I whispered. He dismissed me with a nod. As Bradley and I walked back to my room, the weight of the stone in my pocket felt like a burning coal. A beacon. It clarifies affiliations. Was Samuel telling me he knew it attracted attention? That he was using it, and me, as bait inside his own pack now? And his glance at Bradley, was that a confirmation of the note's warning, or a test of my perception? Back in my room, the walls felt thinner than ever. The dresser was still slightly askew. Moonrise was perhaps an hour away. The decision clawed at me. Going to the ice house was an insane risk. It could be a trap set by the wall watcher, or by someone who had discovered them. It could be Jackson's people. It could be my death. But not going, that was a different kind of death. The death of maybe understanding, of getting an answer from the shadow that had been haunting me since the first tap. Of learning who the one who comes was. Of finding out if Bradley was my guard or my jailer. I waited until the deep quiet of full night settled, broken only by the distant calls of the doubled patrols. I slipped the dagger into my boot. I held the focus stone in my hand, its silver threads cool. I didn't know if it would help or betray me. I moved the dresser just enough to slip behind it. I found the seam in the paneling, pressed my fingers against it. Nothing. I knocked, the pattern from the first night. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap. For a heart-stopping minute, nothing. Then the soft squeak. The hidden door swung inward a few inches, revealing not a candle-lit passage, but utter blackness. A cold, damp smell of earth and stone wafted out. A hand, pale and long-fingered, emerged from the darkness and beckoned. I took a final, shaking breath and stepped into the wall. The hidden door clicked shut behind me, sealing me in absolute darkness. I stood frozen, one hand still pressed against the rough wood of the wall I'd just stepped through, my heart hammering against my ribs. The air was cold, dusty, and still. I was in the walls. A faint scrape sounded to my left. I flinched, my breath catching. A sliver of light appeared, then widened, a shutter on a dark lantern being opened just enough to cast a dim, golden glow. It illuminated the narrow, cobwebbed passage, barely wider than my shoulders, and the figure holding the light. It was Lena. I should have felt relief. I knew her face, her role as a clandestine informant. But the woman standing in the secret corridor was not the curious observer from the garden or the kitchen. Her expression was grim, stripped of all pretense. The lantern light carved deep shadows under her eyes and along the set line of her jaw. "You came," she said, her voice a low thread of sound. "Good, follow, don't speak until we're clear." She turned and began moving with silent, practiced steps down the passage. I had no choice but to follow, the darkness closing in again as she partially shuttered the lantern. We moved through a labyrinth of timber and stone, the lodge's hidden skeleton. I felt the press of the house around me, hearing the muffled sounds of life through the walls. A distant door closing, the rumble of a voice too indistinct to identify. We were ghosts moving through the veins of Samuel's territory. After what felt like an age of twisting turns and one steep, cramped staircase, Lena paused before a section of wall that looked no different from any other. She pressed her palm flat against a knot in the wood, and with a soft sigh, a panel swung outward, revealing not another interior space, but the cold, clean night. The forest air hit my face, sharp with pine and damp earth. We were on the far side of the lodge's foundation, hidden by a thicket of thorny bushes from the main grounds. The ward line hummed somewhere to my right, a distant, psychic pressure. The moon was a sharp sliver in the sky, offering little light. Lena extinguished the lantern completely. "This way, quickly." We skirted the edge of the ward, staying in the deep shadows of the trees. My senses were screaming, every rustle in the undergrowth a potential threat. We were outside the protected zone, utterly exposed. The old ice house was a dark, squat shape ahead, a ruin of moss-covered stone half swallowed by the forest. Lena didn't lead me inside. Instead, she moved to the side of the structure, where the shadow was deepest, and leaned against the cold stone. She finally looked at me directly. "You shouldn't have worn the stone," was the first thing she said. My hand flew to the smooth, cold weight of the focus stone beneath my shirt. "Samuel gave it to me. He said it would help me focus, to see loyalties." "It's a beacon," Lena hissed, her composure cracking for a second. "It doesn't clarify anything for you. It sends a pulse, a signature. To him, yes. But to anyone else who knows how to look for it and who's looking for you, it marks you like a flare in the dark. Jackson's spies, the remnants of Ricker's ferals, if any are still lurking, anyone." The cold that seeped into me then had nothing to do with the night. Samuel had handed me a tool that also made me a brighter target, a more attractive piece of bait. "Why are you telling me this now? Why the secret passage?" The note said. "The note said to meet, and to warn you about the steady hand," Lena interrupted, her gaze intense. "Bradley, you need to understand his role. He is Samuel's spy master, his hush. He doesn't just guard you. He reports every word, every hesitation, every glance. He is the steady hand that guides the knife of Samuel's will into the heart of the pack's descent. His kindness is a tool. His reliability is a weapon. He is, without question, Samuel's man. That's the wrong question. My head spun. Bradley, the first face of something resembling kindness here, was Samuel's chief spy, and Lena was suggesting even that allegiance might have a limit. You're saying he might turn against Samuel. I'm saying loyalty in a pack is a complex beast. Samuel is purging, Sophia. He's using you to do it. Garrick was just the beginning. Tarn's anger is a symptom. The list Corbin had names were on it. Names of people who simply complained, who questioned the cost of keeping you. Samuel isn't just rooting out Jackson's spies. He's excising any weakness, any doubt. He's burning out the heart of the pack to make it a harder, sharper tool. I wrapped my arms around myself. Why tell me? What do you want from me? I want you to survive, she said, and for the first time, I heard a raw thread of emotion in her voice. Not for sentiment, for the pack. Your death now, especially after the claimant precedent, would be a catastrophic blow. It would be a symbol of Samuel's failure, of his weakness. It would invite every enemy, from Jaxon to the next feral band, to test our borders. You have become a standard, Sophia. So I'm a symbol to be preserved, not a person to be saved. I've heard this before. It's the only currency that has value here, Lena said bluntly. But there is a difference between being preserved in a gilded cage and being armed in a fortress. Samuel is beginning to arm you, in his way. I am giving you the other half of the arsenal, information. She pushed away from the wall, her eyes scanning the trees. The meeting at the ice house was a test, to see if you had the courage to seek answers outside his channel. You passed. This is the only time we will meet like this. The walls have other ears. But I will find ways to pass notes, through your chores, through the laundry. You must be alert. The taps in my wall before that was you. No, she said, and a fresh chill went down my spine. That was someone else. Another player. That is part of the problem. The lodge is not just divided between Samuel's loyalists and Jackson's spies. There are other interests, older grievances. The wall watcher is separate. I do not know their allegiance, only that they are watching you too. A universe of threats, layered inside one another. I felt sick. What am I supposed to do with all of this? Use it, Lena said. Play Samuel's game. Learn what he teaches you, but do not trust the narrative he builds. Watch Bradley, but do not confront him. Listen to the pack, not just their words, but their silences. And for the moon's sake, find a way to hide that stone's signature. Wrap it in lead, in silk, in salt, anything to dampen its pulse when you are not actively using it under Samuel's direct supervision. She reached into a pocket of her dark tunic and pulled out a small, soft pouch made of a dull, gray fabric. This is lined with powdered iron and witch ash. It will mute the stone's beacon, not eliminate it, but make it harder to pinpoint. Use it. I took the pouch, my fingers numb. Thank you. Don't thank me, I am maintaining an asset. Her head tilted, ears pricking like the wolf she was. We need to go back. Now, patrol rotation is coming near this sector. The journey back through the dark passage was a blur of rising panic. Every creak of the lodge felt like a shout announcing our return. Lena left me at the hidden door to my room, pressing a finger to her lips before melting back into the darkness. I slipped through, the door clicking shut silently behind me, and stood in my familiar, moonlit room, the pouch clutched in my hand. I felt irrevocably changed. The walls were no longer just barriers. They were membranes, hiding currents of conspiracy. I hurried to the small wash basin, my hands trembling. I pulled the leather cord holding Samuel's focus stone over my head. The obsidian teardrop felt inert, innocent. I slipped it into the gray pouch Lena had given me, pulled the drawstring tight, and only then did I put the cord back over my head, letting the pouch hang hidden beneath my clothes. The immediate, subtle hum I hadn't even fully registered being attuned to seemed to dampen, muffled. I had just hidden a tool my alpha had given me. It was a small act of rebellion, a tiny claim of my own agency. It felt terrifying. The next 2 days were an exercise in strained normalcy. I performed my chores in the armory under Holt's silent watch. I felt Bradley's eyes on me, his presence a constant, And now I saw it not as protection, but as acute, professional surveillance. Was he noting how long I lingered near Tarn? Did he see the new, guarded tension in my shoulders? Samuel summoned me to his study on the second evening. He was standing before the large map, but he turned as I entered, his gaze sweeping over me. I fought the urge to touch the hidden pouch at my throat. "Report," he said, no preamble. My mind raced. Lena's warning warred with his command. I gave him truth, but not the whole truth. The armory is tense. Holt is quiet but watchful. Tarn, Garrick's nephew, is openly hostile. He blames me for his uncle's disgrace. He said the pack is being bled for a human trophy. Samuel's expression didn't change. And the others, the ones who do not speak. They avoid me, their silence feels heavy, angry. "Good," he said to my surprise. "Anger is a clean emotion, easier to track than deceit. You have identified a node of dissent, Tarn. His anger is a thread. Pull it and see what unravels." "How?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "By being present, by listening. He will seek allies. He will voice his grievances to those he thinks are sympathetic. Your role is to be the invisible ear, the pressure that forces the infection to the surface." He stepped closer, his eyes boring into mine. "Have you used the stone?" The question was a trap, I could feel it. "I have tried, in the armory, it's difficult." A flicker of something passed over his face, not disappointment but assessment. "It requires a calm mind. Your mind is not calm, it is hunted. That too can be a lens." He paused. "Have you noticed anything else? Any unusual occurrences?" My blood ran cold. Did he know about the wall watcher? About Lena? Was this another test? "The pack watches me constantly," I said, choosing the broadest truth. "I feel their eyes everywhere." He held my gaze for a long moment, then gave a slow nod. "As you should. You are the focal point. Remember, the stone is not just for you. It is a two-way channel. As you learn to sense loyalties, I sense your state, your fear, your resolve. It tells me when my asset is under strain." The confirmation was a punch to the gut. The stone was a monitor. A leash. My decision to mute it hadn't just been about hiding from external enemies. It had been about stealing a moment of privacy from Samuel himself. The risk was incalculable. "I understand," I managed to say. "See that you do," dismissed. I fled to the relative sanctuary of the mending room, where the monotony of stitching let my mind churn. I was a spy, spied upon by my sponsor, monitored by a stone, warned by a secret ally, watched by an unknown entity in the walls, and guarded by a spy master whose ultimate loyalty was a question. I was drowning in layers of deception. The following afternoon, I was sent to help in the kitchen storage, organizing sacks of grain. It was a solitary, dusty task in a small annex. As I shifted a heavy sack, a slip of folded parchment fluttered to the floor from between the burlap folds. Another note. I snatched it up, my heart in my throat. It was not Lena precise script. This was different, crisper, more angular. "The spymaster meets the southern wind at the broken oak, 1 hour past full dark. The wind carries promises of a stronger pack. Listen if you dare, but go unseen or you are dead." The southern wind. Jackson's territory was to the south. Jackson's kin had been the southern envoy at the festival. Bradley was meeting with Jackson's agent. The note was not a warning for my safety. It was an invitation to witness treason, or a trap to catch me in the act of spying. It could have come from Lena, testing me further. It could have come from the mysterious wall watcher. It could have come from Samuel himself, testing Bradley, or testing my loyalty, or both. I stood in the dusty storeroom, the note burning in my hand. This was the thread Samuel had told me to pull. This was the infection coming to the surface, and I was the prescribed instrument of its exposure. But if I went and was seen, I was dead. The note stated it plainly. If I didn't go, and it was true, I was withholding critical intelligence from my alpha, a crime punishable by death in its own right. If I reported the note without verification, I might be condemning an innocent man. Bradley, the spy master, based on an anonymous provocation. The weight of the muted focus stone felt like a millstone around my neck. Samuel expected a report. The stone, if he was using it to monitor me, would tell him I was in a state of extreme agitation. I had to decide. Now. I committed the note's details to memory. Broken oak, 1 hour past full dark. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I walked to the kitchen hearth, and as Mara's back was turned, I tossed the parchment into the flames. It curled, blackened, and vanished into ash. I had destroyed evidence. I had chosen, for the moment, to investigate alone. The hours until nightfall were an agony. I performed my duties like an automaton. Bradley escorted me to my room after the evening meal, his demeanor as steady and unreadable as ever. The Alpha has ordered an increased patrol tonight. You are to remain in your room. Do not open your door for anyone but me or the Alpha himself. A lockdown on the very night of the alleged meeting. Coincidence or part of the plan? I understand, I said, my voice dry. He gave me a long look, his eyes seeming to see too much. Then he nodded, locked my door from the outside, and left. I was a prisoner, but I had another way out. I waited in the dark, counting seconds, listening to the sounds of the lodge settling into a deeper quiet. The moon rose, casting silver lines through my window. 1 hour past full dark. My pulse was a drumbeat in my ears. This was insanity. But staying ignorant felt like a slower death. I moved to the section of wall where Lena had revealed the hidden door. I ran my fingers over the wood, searching for the latch. I couldn't find it. Panic began to rise. Had she sealed it from the other side? Then 3 deliberate taps sounded from within the wall. Tap, 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 not Lena, the wall watcher. A seam of light appeared, and the door swung inward silently. No lantern illuminated the passage this time. Only the faintest glow, perhaps from a distant, shuttered light, hinted at the space. A hand emerged from the darkness, not offering help but gesturing impatiently for me to enter. I took a final, shuddering breath and stepped into the wall. The door closed. The hand, belonging to a figure shrouded in deeper shadow, guided me firmly by the elbow. We moved swiftly, taking turns I didn't recognize from my journey with Lena. This was a different path. The air grew colder, damper. We were moving downward, then laterally. I heard the distant rush of water, the underground stream that fed the lodge's well. My guide stopped before a wooden grill set into the stone foundation. Through it, I could see a sliver of the outside world. A patch of moonlit ground, the gnarled roots of a massive tree, and the shattered, lightning-blasted trunk of the great oak. The broken oak. The wall watcher placed a finger against their lips in the gloom, then pointed decisively through the grill. Their message was clear: listen. Then they melted back into the darkness of the passage, leaving me utterly alone, crouched in the cold, hidden behind a wooden lattice, a secret witness. I pressed my eye to the gap. For long minutes there was nothing but the sigh of the wind and the trickle of water. Then 2 figures emerged from the shadows of the forest. One was Bradley, his posture alert, scanning the surroundings. The other was a man I recognized, the sneering southern envoy, Jaxon's kin. They stood facing each other in the moonlight, not 10 yards from my hiding place. "You're taking a risk," Bradley said, his voice carrying clearly on the still air. "We're past risks," the envoy replied, his tone arrogant. "My brother wants his property back. He's willing to offer a new treaty. Recognition of your Alpha's northern claims. A share of the silver from the new vein. All for the girl." "Samuel will not trade her," Bradley said, his voice flat. "She is a point of law now, a claimant. To give her up is to unravel his own authority." "Then remove the point of law," the envoy said, taking a step closer. "A tragic accident. The unstable human, overcome by her circumstances. Samuel keeps his pride, his precedent remains unchallenged, and my brother gets the satisfaction of knowing his prize wasn't taken from him, but simply expired. Your pack moves on, stronger, with Southern Alliance and silver." My blood turned to ice in my veins. They weren't negotiating a trade. They were negotiating my murder. Bradley was silent for a long moment. He looked not at the envoy, but back toward the lodge, his profile grim in the moonlight. And Samuel's methods, his purge. A sign of weakness, the envoy scoffed. A pack tearing itself apart over a human. My brother's pack is strong, unified. An alliance with us offers stability, a future. Instead of this slow rot. Bradley finally turned his head back to the envoy. What is your offer for the one who facilitates this accident? He was asking for his price. My guardian, Samuel's spymaster, was calmly discussing the terms of my assassination. The southern envoy smiled, a flash of white in the dark. A place of honor, a seat at my brother's right hand. The respect an alpha's hush deserves, not the suspicion you currently endure. Bradley gave a slow, considering nod. I need assurances, in writing, and the silver share must be guaranteed to the pack, not just promised. It can be arranged. Then, Bradley said, his voice dropping to a tone of finality that echoed in my bones, we have an understanding. He extended his hand. The southern envoy clasped it, a pact was sealed. My death warrant was signed. I clapped my own hand over my mouth to stifle the gasp of pure terror that clawed its way up my throat. The two men released their handshake, exchanged a few more low, inaudible words, and then parted, melting back into the shadows from whence they came. I remained frozen, crouched in the icy darkness, the truth of physical pain in my chest. Bradley, the steady hand, was a traitor. He had just bartered my life for power and prestige. A soft scrape sounded behind me in the passage. The wall watcher had returned. A hand touched my shoulder, not guiding this time but urging me to move. I stumbled to my feet, numb with shock, and let them lead me back through the labyrinth. My mind was a white noise scream. They returned me to the hidden door in my room. As I stepped through, I turned, desperate to see the face of the one who had shown me this horrific truth. The dim light from my room fell into the passage for just a second, illuminating the figure as they reached to close the door. It was not a stranger. Looking back at me, her expression a complex mask of sorrow and grim resolve, was Ilara, the elder seamstress. The woman I had once traded myself to Jaxon to save. Before I could utter a sound, the door clicked shut, leaving me alone with the devastating knowledge that my would-be murderer was my guardian, and my secret savior was a woman I thought I had already saved. The silence in my room was absolute, and it screamed. I sat on the edge of the bed, my hands clenched in my lap, feeling the phantom chill of the foundation grill against my cheek. Bradley's voice, smooth and treasonous, played on a loop in my head. An accident. A tragic, regrettable accident. The man who had brought me clothes, who had stood steady guard, who had explained away every strange occurrence with calm logic, had just sold my life for a title in Jackson's pack. Ilara had led me back through the whispering dark of the walls, her grip on my arm firm and urgent. She hadn't spoken a word, not until she'd closed the hidden panel behind my wardrobe with a soft, final click. In the dim moonlight from my window, her face was a landscape of grim resolve. You know the truth now, she had said, her voice the dry rustle of old parchment. Knowledge is a weapon. It is also a target. Sleep if you can. The walls have ears, but this room, for this moment, is still a vault. Use the time. Then she was gone, leaving me alone with the crushing weight of what I'd seen. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the lodge settling was a footstep. Every sigh of the wind was a whispered plot. I stared at the wall where the panel was hidden, half expecting it to slide open again, but for a different, more final purpose. Bradley knew I had the focus stone. Samuel expected me to be learning from it. Did Bradley know Samuel could sense it? Was that part of the plan, to have Samuel feel my panic, my terror, right before the accident occurred? My hand went to the small leather pouch tied securely inside my sleeve, where the muted stone lay inert. It was my first secret from Samuel, my first act of true rebellion. Now, it felt like my only shield. If he couldn't sense my state, then neither could Bradley, through whatever reports he gave. It was a thin, desperate advantage. The night bled into a gray, tense dawn. I changed mechanically, my fingers fumbling on the simple buttons of my dress. When a knock came at the main door, I jumped, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was Gareth. His face was its usual blank slate. Chores, the armory, now, no Bradley. The absence was louder than any presence. I followed him, my senses stretched taut. Every pack member we passed seemed to look through me, or at me with a new, calculating intensity. Had word spread? Was the conspiracy wider than just Bradley and the Southern envoy? Tarn was in the armory, his back to me as he viciously polished a blade. He didn't turn, but the hatred radiated from him in waves. Holt, the keeper, gave me a curt nod and pointed to a pile of leather straps needing oil. The work was mindless, a blessing. I focused on the smell of oil and metal, the repetitive motion, trying to quiet the storm in my head. I needed to think, I had to tell someone, but who? Samuel, he was my teacher, my owner. He had placed the stone on me, a beacon and a monitor. He had created the conditions for this internal war. Would he believe me over his own spymaster? Or would my accusation simply be the unstable human, causing discord, proving I was more trouble than I was worth? Lena, she had given me the pouch. She had warned me, but her loyalty was to the pack's strength, to Samuel's rule. She might see Bradley's betrayal as a cancer to be cut out, but would she protect me in the process, or just ensure my removal was tidy? Ilara, she had shown me the truth. She was the wall watcher. But she was an elder, not a warrior. What power did she have to stop this? I was polishing the same strap for the 10th time when Holt appeared beside my table. "You're wearing a groove in it, girl," he muttered, not unkindly. He leaned closer, pretending to inspect the work. His voice dropped to a thread. "The quiet before a storm isn't peaceful. It's heavy, it waits. You feel the weight." I looked up, meeting his dark, inscrutable eyes. Was this a warning or a test? "I feel it," I whispered back. He gave a barely perceptible nod. "Good, means you're still breathing. Keep your head down and your ears open. And remember, sometimes the loudest messages are the ones never spoken." He straightened up and moved away, leaving me more confused than ever. The morning dragged on. Lunch in the kitchen was a silent, oppressive affair. Mara slammed pots with more force than necessary, her gaze skittering over me like I was a bug she wanted to crush. Bradley did not appear. It was in the afternoon. While I was sorting rusted nails in a storage shed near the tree line with Gareth, a stoic shadow by the door, that the summons came. A young runner I didn't know, breathless, appeared at the door. "The Alpha wants her, in his study." Now, Gareth's posture stiffened. He looked from the runner to me, a flicker of something uncertainty in his eyes. "I'm to bring her," he said now, the runner insisted, then darted away. The walk to the main lodge was the longest of my life. Every shadow between the cabins felt like an ambush point. Was this it? Had Bradley orchestrated this summons to get me alone in a hallway, on the stairs? My hand stayed near my sleeve, the outline of the pouch a hard comfort against my skin. Gareth delivered me to the study door, knocked, and at Samuel's growled "Enter," he opened it for me. He did not follow me in. The door closed behind me with a soft, definitive click. Samuel stood by the large map table, his back to me. The room was dim, the fire low. He didn't turn immediately. "Report," he said, the single word echoing in the quiet room. My mouth went dry. "Report on what? On the treason I witnessed? On the muting of your stone?" "Report Alpha," I managed, my voice small. He turned then. His expression was unreadable, a mask of cool assessment. "The stone, your lessons. What have you learned about the pack's climate?" He was asking me to spy for him. Now, after last night, the hypocrisy of it, the sheer, brutal manipulation, coiled hot in my stomach. He was using me as a canary in a coal mine, all while his own second-in-command was planning to wring its neck. I had to choose my words with the precision of a surgeon. A lie could be detected. The truth could get me killed. "The pack is tense," I began, forcing my voice to level. "Garrick's punishment has created anger. It's silent, but it's there. In the kitchen, in the armory." "Specifics," he commanded, his eyes boring into me. "Tarn in the armory. He is Garrick's nephew, he blames me." That was safe, that was observable. And others, I thought of Holt's cryptic warning, of Mara's slammed pots. Distrust, I am a symbol of a change, not all welcome it. Samuel paced slowly to the fireplace, leaning an arm on the mantel. And your guard, your escort, how is the steady hand guiding you? The question was a trap. I felt it in my bones. He was watching me so closely. Did he know? Was this a test of my loyalty or of my perception? Bradley is professional, I said, the words ash in my mouth. He performs his duties. Does he? It wasn't a question. Samuel's gaze was fixed on the low flames. A spy master must be many things. Professional is one. Invisible is another. Loyalty is the only thing that matters. He finally looked back at me. Has he given you reason to question his loyalty? My heart was a frantic bird against my ribs. Yes, he's selling me to Jaxon. The scream was in my throat. I choked it down. If Samuel already knew this was a test. If he didn't, my accusation without irrefutable proof would sound like the ravings of a scared human, or worse, a divisive tactic. Bradley would deny it. He was hush. He was a master of lies. He has always acted in the interest of the pack's security, I said, parroting the line I thought Samuel would want to hear. It was the most neutral, non-committal answer I could muster. Samuel was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Good, your perception is improving, the stone is working, I can feel your control. He said it with certainty, and a cold dread washed over me. He couldn't feel it. The stone was muted. He was lying. Or he was sensing something else, my fear, my tension, and attributing it to the stone. Thank you, Alpha, I whispered. Your next lesson is observation of a different kind, he said, turning fully to face me. Tonight there is a gathering, a tactical review for senior members. You will attend. You will sit in the corner. You will not speak. You will watch. You will learn the faces of power, and you will learn the spaces between their words. Do you understand? A gathering with senior members. Bradley would be there. The Southern envoy might still be on the grounds. It would be a room full of wolves, any one of whom might be in on the plot. It was the most dangerous place he could possibly put me. I understand, I said, dismissed. Gareth was waiting outside to escort me back to my room. The afternoon was a blur of dread. I picked at a dinner tray delivered to my room. As dusk fell, I changed into the least conspicuous dress I had, a dark gray wool. I tied the muting pouch securely. Then, on a desperate impulse, I slipped the small, sharp dagger Samuel had given me into a makeshift sheath I'd fashioned from a belt, and hid it against my calf. It was a pathetic weapon against werewolves, but it was something. When the knock came, it was not Gareth. It was Bradley. He stood in the hallway, his expression calm, professional, unchanged. The face of a man who hadn't bartered my life away hours before. The Alpha has requested your attendance, he said, his voice even. Every instinct screamed to run, to slam the door. I forced my feet to move, to step out into the hallway. Lead the way, I said, my own voice surprisingly steady. We walked through the lodge. The usual sounds of pack life were muted, replaced by a focused energy. Warriors nodded to Bradley as we passed, their eyes sliding over me with detached curiosity. We arrived at a chamber I'd never entered before, larger than the study but smaller than the great hall. It was lined with books and maps. A long, heavy table dominated the center. Samuel sat at the head. A dozen others were already seated or standing along the walls. I recognized a few faces. Holt was there, leaning against a bookshelf. Lena stood near the window, her arms crossed. And there, seated near Samuel's right hand, was Bradley's empty chair. He guided me to a small, straight-backed chair in a shadowed corner, then took his place at the table. The Southern envoy was not present. I scanned the faces, looking for guilt, for conspiracy. They all looked grim, focused. Samuel began without preamble, discussing patrol rotations, perimeter strengths, and something about incursions from the east. I tried to listen, to follow his command to observe, but my attention was fractured, locked on Bradley. He contributed occasionally, his comments concise, intelligent. The perfect spy master. The meeting wore on. Tensions surfaced. A debate over resource allocation to the northern ridge, a sharp disagreement about the readiness of the younger warriors. Samuel listened, let them argue, then issued decisive, final orders. Through it all, I watched the spaces. The glance Holt shared with a grizzled warrior when a particular name was mentioned. The slight, almost imperceptible shake of Lena's head when Bradley made a suggestion about doubling the watch on the southern tree line. Then, as the meeting was drawing to a close, Samuel steepled his fingers. There is one final matter. Internal security. We have purged a rot. His gaze traveled slowly around the room, landing on each person before moving on. It felt like a physical weight. The human, Sophia, remains a focal point, a symbol of our law and a target for our enemies. Her continued safety is not a matter of sentiment. It is a testament to our strength and our unity. Any breach of that security, any failure in her protection, will be viewed as the highest treason. The room was deathly quiet. Bradley's face was a perfect mask of solemn agreement. Samuel's eyes found mine in the corner. Do you understand the gravity of your position now, Sophia? All eyes turned to me. I felt stripped bare. I do, Alpha, I said, my voice clear in the silent room. Good, this meeting is adjourned. Chairs scraped. Men and women began to file out, talking in low murmurs. Bradley rose and came toward me. I will escort you back, he said. As we walked the now familiar route, the silence between us was a living thing, thick with unsaid words and witnessed betrayal. We were alone in a long, dimly lit hallway when he finally spoke, his voice so low only I could hear it. The Alpha's words were unequivocal, he said, not looking at me. Eradication, a powerful word, it clarifies priorities, don't you think? It was a threat, wrapped in observation, but a threat nonetheless. He was telling me that Samuel's decree had raised the stakes, made his planned accident riskier but also more necessary. It had to be flawless. We reached my door. He opened it for me. I stepped inside, turning to face him. The hallway light framed him from behind, casting his face in shadow. Sleep well, Sophia, he said. Remember, the lodge is the safest place for you. Outside these walls, accidents happen. The door closed. The lock turned. I stood in the center of my room, trembling with a fury so pure it burned away the fear. The hypocrisy, the cold, smiling betrayal of it. He had just threatened me with the exact crime he was committing, under the cover of the Alpha's own warning. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't wait for the accident to be engineered. The meeting had shown me one thing clearly. Samuel's protection was a blade that cut both ways, and he was willing to use me as the whetstone. Bradley was a traitor with the Alpha's ear. I was utterly alone, except for the walls. I moved to the wardrobe, my fingers finding the hidden catch Alara had used. It gave way silently. The dark passage yawned before me, smelling of dust and old wood. I had no light. But going back to that bed, to wait for death with polite obedience, was not an option. I stepped into the wall, pulling the panel closed behind me. The darkness was absolute, pressing in on me. I felt forward with my hands, one foot carefully placed in front of the other. I had no destination, only a desperate need to move, to do something. I don't know how long I crept through the whispering dark, my breath loud in my ears. I followed turns at random, my outstretched hands brushing against rough timber and cold stone. Then my fingers met something different, smooth, polished wood. A door. Not a panel, but a small, solid door with a cold metal latch. I hesitated, listening. No sound came from the other side. With a trembling hand, I lifted the latch. It gave with a soft click. I pushed the door open a crack. Moonlight, clean, cold moonlight spilled through the opening. I was looking into a room, a small, circular room I'd never seen before. It was a tower room with narrow, arched windows. The space was empty save for a single, heavy wooden chest against the far wall. And kneeling before the chest, her back to me, was Lena. She was perfectly still, her head bowed. Then, as if sensing my presence, she spoke without turning. I wondered if you would find your way here, she said, her voice echoing softly in the stone space. Or if you would wait in your cage to be slaughtered. I pushed the door open fully and stepped into the room. You knew about Bradley. Suspected, now I know. She finally turned to look at me. In the moonlight, her face was stark, weary. He is careful, too careful, but the envoy's presence, the timing, it was a pattern. You confirmed it. Why bring me here? I asked, hugging myself against the chill. Because this is where we keep the things that are too dangerous to leave lying around, she said, gesturing to the chest. And because you have a choice to make, Sophia, a real one. Not Samuel's manipulative lessons, not Bradley's treacherous bargains. She stood and walked to the chest. With a heavy key from her pocket, she unlocked it. The lid creaked open. Instead of weapons or gold, I saw bundles of old parchment, sealed jars with dark contents, and a few odd, unidentifiable objects that seemed to drink the moonlight. Samuel sees you as a key. Bradley sees you as an obstacle to be removed. Jaxon sees you as property. She reached into the chest and pulled out a small, flat object wrapped in black silk. But there is an older law, even older than the one Samuel invoked when you killed Ricker. A law of last resort. She unwrapped the silk. In her palm lay a disk of pale, opalescent stone, about the size of a large coin. It had a symbol carved into it, a broken circle. This is a severance mark, Lena said, her voice grave. It is not for pack members. It is for contested property, for beings like you who are caught between laws and alphas. If you accept it, if you can make it work, it severs all prior magical and legal claims. It declares you, for a brief time, utterly and completely no one's. I stared at the disc, a wild, impossible hope clawing at my chest. No one's. For one lunar cycle, 28 days of true neutrality, no alpha command can touch you, no pack bond can sense you. Her eyes met mine, hard and clear. But there is a price. The magic is old and harsh. To activate it, you must speak your own true name. The name of your essence, not the one you were given into it with absolute intent. And you must do it in a place of pure, natural power at the moment the moon is highest. If you fail, or if your will wavers, the backlash could shatter your mind. And if you succeed, for those 28 days, every wolf who smells you will know you have renounced all allegiance. You will be free game, more than you are now. Freedom, a terrifying, naked freedom, followed by being hunted by everyone. Why show me this? I breathed. Because the plot against you is in motion. Bradley will not wait long after Samuel's public warning. It will be soon. And because, she looked down at the disc. Because sometimes a symbol needs to break before it can be remade into something else. Maybe something that can choose its own shape. The weight of the choice was paralyzing. Stay, and trust in Samuel's ruthless calculus to maybe uncover the treason before Bradley's accident found me. Or take this insane gamble, renounce everything, and run into the wilderness as a beacon for every predator. Where, I asked, my voice hoarse, where is this place of power? Lena's lips thinned. The Heartstone Glade. It's a day's hard journey to the north, deep in the gray zone. It is neutral ground, but it is watched by things older than packs. Before I could respond, a sound echoed up from somewhere deep in the lodge, a distant, sharp crack like breaking timber. Then a shout, muffled but urgent. Lena's head snapped up, her eyes widening. That's the ward alarm on the eastern perimeter, an incursion. She swiftly rewrapped the severance mark and thrust it into my hands. The stone was cold, even through the silk. There is no more time. The chaos has begun. Go now back through the walls, get to your room and bar the door. Or. She looked from the disc in my hands to my face. Or choose, but if you choose the glade, you must go now. The distraction will not last. Another shout, closer this time. The sound of running feet echoed through the stone. What's happening? I demanded. Jaxon, Lena said, her face grim. He's not waiting for an accident. He's come to take what's his. The war is here. She pushed me toward the hidden door. Go, Sophia, your cage is open. The only question is what you do before the door swings shut again. I stumbled back into the dark passage, the wrapped stone clutched to my chest. Behind me, I heard the tower door slam shut, and Lena's footsteps racing away. The sounds of conflict were spreading through the lodge. Snarls, crashes, the terrible music of a pack at war. Crouched in the absolute dark, the cold severance mark in my hand, I heard the roar of an alpha, Samuel's, shake the very foundations of the lodge. It was answered by another, familiar and hateful from outside. Jaxon, the trap had sprung. And I was in the dead center of it, holding a key that could unlock a cage or open the door to a different kind of abyss. I had to move. The cold, carved stone of the severance mark dug into my palm. Lena's words echoed in the thunder of the attack. Choose. The lodge shuddered under another impact. Dust rained from the hidden tower room's ceiling. I could stay in my gilded cage, a prize to be fought over until Bradley's accident found me. Or I could run toward a different kind of death, one I chose for myself. I looked at Lena in the flickering candlelight. The glade, how do I get out? A grim, approving smile touched her lips. She moved to the room's single, narrow window, not glass but ancient, thick quartz. The main assault is at the southern gate. Samuel has pulled all guards to the front. The northern tree line is thin. Go down through the lower kitchens. There's a root cellar door that opens to the north garden. From there, run for the woods. Head north by the stars. A day's hard travel. And you? I asked, stuffing the heavy stone into the inner pocket of my tunic, feeling its unnatural chill seep through the fabric. I have a pack to defend, she said, her face hardening into the mask of the warrior she was. My part is done. The rest is your path. If you survive the severance, you will be truly free, for 28 days. After that, every alpha who wants you will come hunting anew. It was the worst choice I'd ever been given, and the only real one I'd had since Grace first whispered Samuel's name. I nodded, a lump of pure terror in my throat. Lena blew out the candle. In the sudden dark, she guided me back into the labyrinth of the walls. The sounds of battle were clearer here, snarls, crashes, the terrible sound of tearing wood. She left me at a hidden hatch that opened into a pantry off the main kitchen. The kitchen was deserted, a cauldron of stew boiling over onto the hearth. I slipped through the chaotic emptiness, found the heavy wooden door to the root cellar, and plunged down the earthen steps. The air was cold, and smelled of damp soil and turnips. At the far wall, just as Lena said, was a slanted wooden door, bolted from the inside. I slid the bolt. It groaned with disuse. Pushing the door open, I spilled out into the night air, into the small, walled kitchen garden. The sounds of battle were muffled here, replaced by the deafening rush of my own blood. Over the lodge's roofline, I saw an orange glow. Something was burning. I ran. My legs, strengthened by months of chores and fear, carried me across the open ground to the northern tree line. No shout followed me. No arrow whistled past my ear. I was a ghost, slipping away as two titans clashed. The forest swallowed me, and I ran until my lungs screamed, navigating by the glimpses of cold stars between the branches. North. The night was a blur of terror and exhaustion. I heard distant howls, but none close. I didn't know if they were Samuel's pack, Jaxon's, or just the wild wolves of the deep woods. I just ran, the stone a burning weight of ice against my ribs. Dawn found me huddled in the hollow of a rotten log, shivering, chewing on a strip of dried meat from a small pack Lena had thrust at me. I slept in fitful minutes, then pushed on. The terrain grew rougher, the air thinner. I was deep in the gray zone, the contested, wild land between territories. By the following dusk, my body was a single ache. The forest began to change. The pines grew taller, quieter. A deep, resonant hum seemed to vibrate in the earth itself. The air tasted clean and sharp, like lightning. I found the Heartstone glade as the moon, not yet full, began to rise. It was a perfect circle of silvery grass, untouched by snow, in the center of a ring of monolithic white stones. In the very center lay a flat, natural altar of the same white rock, veined with glowing blue crystal. The power here was palpable. It made the hair on my arms stand on end and my teeth ache. This was the place. My hands shook as I pulled the severance mark from my pocket. Lena's instructions had been simple: place the stone on the heart of the altar, spill 3 drops of your blood onto it, and speak the words. The artifact would do the rest. And it would hurt. I stepped into the glade. The silence was absolute. No insects chirped. No wind stirred the trees at the glade's edge. It was a bubble of pure, waiting power. I approached the altar. The glowing veins pulsed slowly, in time with my hammering heart. I placed the carved stone, a complex, ugly knot of lines that hurt to look at on the smooth center. I drew the small knife Lena had included in the pack. Without letting myself think, I dragged the blade across my palm. A sharp sting, then the welling of dark blood. Holding my clenched fist over the stone, I let 3 heavy drops fall. They hit the carved surface with a hiss, like water on a hot griddle, and the blue veins in the altar flared. My voice was a ragged whisper in the immense silence. By blood and stone, I sever the claim. By my will alone, I stand apart. Let no bond hold, let no alpha's mark endure. For 28 turns of the moon, I am my own. The world exploded. It wasn't sound or light, but a wave of pure negation. It tore through me, a vacuum that sought out every tether, every invisible strand that connected me to the world of wolves. I felt Samuel's claim, a cold, heavy chain around my spirit, shatter. I felt the ghost of Jaxon's obsessive pull snap and recoil. I felt the faint, lingering echo of the pack's awareness of me as a symbol vanish. And I felt the cost. It was like being unraveled. A scream was ripped from my throat, silent in the roaring void. I collapsed to my knees, then onto my side on the cold grass, convulsing. Visions, memories not my own, flashed, ancient wolves howling at different moons, battles fought over stones like this, the desperate faces of others who had tried this and failed. The artifact wasn't just severing claims, it was scouring me clean of any connection to their world. It was agony. I don't know how long it lasted. An eternity. A second. When awareness returned, I was lying on the dewy grass, the moon high overhead. I was freezing. I felt hollow, light, terrifyingly alone. The oppressive weight of being watched, owned, contested was gone. In its place was a vast, echoing silence. I was no one's. Not Samuel's prize, not Jackson's obsession, not the pack's problem. I was just Sophia. A human woman, alone in the deadly woods. The severance mark on the altar was now a dull, gray lump, all its eerie life spent. I pushed myself up, every muscle protesting. The cut on my palm was already clotted. The glade felt just like a clearing now. The magic was spent. I had 28 days. I spent the first week in a daze of survival. I found a shallow cave, set rudimentary snares, boiled water from a stream. The silence inside me was unnerving. I was so used to the background hum of supernatural tension that its absence felt like blindness. I was vulnerable in a new, profound way. A bear or a mountain lion could kill me as easily as a werewolf now. I was just prey. Around the 10th day, I found the hunter's camp, or what was left of it. It was a sophisticated hidden site, a camouflaged tent, a cold fire pit, empty ration packs, and a single, fresh footprint in the mud by the stream. Modern hiking boot, not a werewolf's bare foot or soft leather. He'd found me, or he was still looking. Evelyn's hired hand. Panic, clean and human, shot through me. I abandoned the cave, moving farther north, deeper into the most barren, rocky reaches of the mountains. The severance had freed me from alphas, but not from my human past. It had just simplified the list of things that wanted to find me. On the 18th day, I saw the smoke, a thin, gray column rising from a valley to the east, far from any known pack territory. Curiosity, a dangerous luxury, got the better of me. I crept to the ridge overlooking the valley. It was a small, scorched clearing. The remains of a cabin smoldered in its center. And moving among the ruins, a familiar figure with a pronounced limp was Jaxon. He was alone, his clothes torn, his face gaunt with pain and fury. He picked through the debris, kicking over charred timber. This must have been one of his safe houses, a bolt hole, and someone had found it, Samuel. I watched, hidden in the rocks, as Jaxon finally stopped his frantic search. He stood amidst the ruin, his shoulders heaving. Then he tilted his head back and howled. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated rage and loss. It wasn't the commanding cry of an alpha calling his pack. It was the scream of a beast that had been cornered and robbed. The sound echoed through the valley, and for the first time I felt not fear but a distant, cold pity. He was broken. The war had cost him everything. I slipped away before he could sense me. The severance held. I was a ghost to him. The final days ticked down. My food was gone. The first snowflakes began to fall. I knew I couldn't survive a winter in the high mountains. The 28th day dawned gray and bitter. By noon, I had made my decision. I couldn't go back to the world of packs. I couldn't outrun the hunter forever. There was only one place left where the rules were different, where a severed, claimed woman might find a shadow to hide in. I turned my steps toward the nearest hint of human civilization. A distant, tiny cluster of lights in the valley below, a remote town on a map I'd once seen in Samuel's study. It was a risk. It was where the hunter would expect me to go. But it was also where I could disappear, become one more face in a crowd, at least for a while. As dusk fell on the 28th day, I stood at the tree line, looking at the scattered lights of the town. The hollow, severed feeling inside me began to itch, then ache. The magic was fading. Soon, the vacuum would collapse. Every alpha with a remembered scent would feel the void where I was, and know the claim was open once more. I took a deep, shuddering breath of the cold, pine-scented air. I was tired, I was hunted, I was free. For the first time in months, the choice of where to walk next was entirely, terrifyingly my own. I stepped out of the trees and began the long walk down the mountain road, toward the uncertain lights below. Thank you for journeying with Sophia through the shadows. If her story of survival and choice resonated with you, please share it with another reader who loves tales of fierce resilience.